Chapter 890. The true dragon clan was the favored child of the heavens. They had all kinds of tenbin that other races could not compare to. They were known as the most powerful race in the world and were once the rulers of the continent. Although they had declined, all of their tenbin was still there, and their inheritance was still there. If Ling Xiao could become the crown prince of the true dragon clan, then he would completely become a true dragon. His strength would definitely increase by several times, and in the future, he would also have an unlimited lifespan to squander. In the face of absolute power and the temptation of his body, Ling Xiao began to waver. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. He had parents, a wife and children, as well as many beauties and friends. If he were to completely change into another race, what would they think? If he chose to become the crown prince of the true dragon clan, then he would become a disloyal, unfilial, heartless, and unjust person. Ling Xiao shook his head straightforwardly and said, "Thank you for old Dragon King's good intentions, but Ling Xiao feels that the current situation is quite good." "Boss." For the first time, Dragon Girl showed an anxious expression as she shouted. Dragon Girl had advanced into a true dragon as a dragon centipede, and knowing how difficult it was to obtain all of this, she naturally hoped that Ling Xiao would agree to old Dragon King's suggestion. Then, her boss and she would truly become of the same race, and wouldn't they be able to be together? Apart from human beings, all other things in the world also have true feelings and intentions. Dragon King advised from the side, "You have to think carefully. Not everyone has such an opportunity. If you miss it, you won't have it again." Ling Xiao once again firmly said, "I am a human, I cannot abandon my skin and become a foreign race." Dragon King said unhappily, "Truly an ungrateful human." In his heart, the dragons were supreme existences. Now that he was rejected by a human, he naturally felt uncomfortable. Old Dragon King spoke again, "I won't force you, but you already have half of my clan's bloodline. You shouldn't deny this, right?" Ling Xiao nodded, "That's right." Could it be that the old Dragon King wants to take it back? "No, since you are fated with my clan, it is also your good fortune. How can I, the dragons, go back on my words? Since you are not willing to be the crown prince of my clan, how about you be the guest general of my clan? This is similar to what you humans call an elder." The old Dragon King continued. "Guest general?" Ling Xiao was puzzled, then asked, "What are the conditions and restrictions?" There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Ling Xiao had to understand clearly before he agreed. He could not fall into someone else's trap. "Human, don't push your luck." The Dragon King was starting to get angry. The old Dragon King had supreme authority in the dragons. Even the Dragon King had to listen to his orders without any complaints. Now, this human had doubted the old Dragon King's decision again and again, which really annoyed the Dragon King. The old Dragon King raised his hand to stop the Dragon King from speaking, then continued, "There is only one condition. That is, if my clan faces any disasters in the future, you just have to go through it together with my clan. You don't have to do anything else, and you can use the resources in the sea as you please. However, if you are in any danger, we, the dragons, will not help you." Ling Xiao did not understand why the old Dragon King would do this. With his current strength, he might not even be able to defeat a shrimp soldier or a crab general. If the dragons were to face a disaster, even if he stood on the dragon's side, how could he help the dragons? Could it be that the old Dragon King knows that I have a chance to become a saint or god in the future, so he is making a long-term investment? Ling Xiao thought proudly in his heart. If the Dragon King were to hear Ling Xiao's words, he would probably slap this fellow to death. "All right, then I will agree to your request." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still agreed to the old Dragon King's request. The old Dragon King's conditions were already very good. He could take any resources in the sea as he pleased. If he did not agree to this, then his brain would be crushed. If he really angered the old Dragon King, then he would not be able to leave the Dragon Palace alive. "All right, then I will give you a gift that will allow you to move unhindered in the sea. If there is anything you need in the future, I will also be able to find you." The old Dragon King responded with satisfaction and waved his hand lightly. Xiao! A beam of pure blue light rushed into Ling Xiao's body like a bolt of lightning. Ling Xiao did not have any reaction at all. He immediately felt his chest heat up, as if there was a raging fire burning him. Ah! Ling Xiao fell to the ground and let out a blood-curdling scream. The clothes on his body were all torn apart. This was similar to the torment he had suffered in the dragon pool. It was so painful that he wanted to die. The dragon lady looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. At the same time, she asked the old Dragon King, "Old Dragon King, what did you do to boss?" "Don't worry, I will not harm him." The old Dragon King smiled faintly. The Dragon King did not understand. "Old Dragon King, your gift is too heavy." The dragon lady did not know what the old Dragon King had given her, but it did not mean that the Dragon King did not know. That was the old Dragon King's dragon scale. One should not underestimate such a dragon scale. It represented supreme authority among the dragons. It also meant that Ling Xiao had obtained the old Dragon King's approval. No one among the dragons could harm Ling Xiao. At the same time, the most precious thing about this dragon scale was its defensive ability. Putting aside the level of existence of the old Dragon King, at the very least, no human in the central region was a match for him. His dragon scale was definitely not comparable to a divine artifact in terms of defense. At a critical moment, it could definitely become a life-saving treasure for Ling Xiao. It could be said that the old Dragon King had given him another life. Ling Xiao's chest was burning. The dragon qi in his dantian instantly surged, forcibly rushing up his meridians and reaching his chest. The dragon qi and the dragon scale collided in an instant. There seemed to be a feeling of water melting between the two. The power between the two spread around Ling Xiao's body. It was as if his body had completely slipped through. Ling Xiao's pain immediately disappeared. It was replaced by a comfortable and calm feeling. He clearly felt as if there was something extra in his body. It seemed to listen to his call at any time, giving him infinite power. Ling Xiao was sweating all over. He stood up again. He looked at his chest. There was a pure blue scale the size of a palm. The scale was glowing with a faint light. It looked particularly magical and beautiful. Is this a dragon scale? Ling Xiao looked at the old Dragon King with a puzzled expression. The old Dragon King replied, "Yes. With it, you can walk freely in the sea." He paused for a moment and said, "All right, you can go do what you need to do. 17, you can stay here for the time being." The dragon girl wanted to say something, but after being glanced at by the old Dragon King, she nodded obediently and walked to the old Dragon King's side. Ling Xiao naturally realized that the old Dragon King had decided not to let the dragon girl follow him out. He sighed in his heart and said, "Perhaps this is the most suitable place for the dragon girl to live." Ling Xiao followed the Dragon King and left the old Dragon King's palace. The Dragon King invited Ling Xiao to stay in the Dragon Palace for a few more days. However, Ling Xiao was no longer in the mood to do so. He had already seen what the Dragon Palace looked like. He had seen something that others would never be able to see in their lifetime. He had also been baptized by the dragon blood. His strength had become the true mystic Tharch. He had also obtained the recognition of the dragons. This was a fruitful trip. Other than the dragon girl being left behind, he did not feel any regrets. Before leaving, Ling Xiao still hoped to collect some Tier 7 and Tier 8 spirit herbs from the periphery of the Dragon Palace. These were all heaven-defying items that were rarely seen outside. How could he let them go? There were many that he could not use at the moment. He also kept them and planted them in the medicine cauldron. Many of the resources in the medicine cauldron had to be exchanged for before they could be used. This was so that every alchemist who obtained the medicine cauldron could recycle it and not cause the spirit herbs to be used up. Ling Xiao had received help from the resources in the medicine cauldron many times. It was good to enrich it now. After all, it would be used by him in the future. Even if he fell one day in the future, it would be beneficial to the fated person. This could also be considered as a good karma. When passing by the periphery of the Dragon Palace, Ling Xiao saw the sunken ships again. He hesitated for a moment and said to Gui Qingxiang, I want to take a look there. I wonder if it's possible. It was unknown how much wealth had been accumulated near these ships. Ling Xiao did not want to let it go. Gui Qingxiang smiled faintly and said, Guest General, other than my clan's forbidden land, you can go anywhere else. Previously, when Gui Qingxiang found out that Ling Xiao had actually obtained a dragon scale from the old Dragon King, he was extremely envious. This was the highest reward of the dragons. He had served the old Dragon King for tens of thousands of years and had only obtained a piece. No one else had ever enjoyed such treatment. A human that even the old Dragon King admired, the old turtle naturally did not dare to neglect him. Ling Xiao did not immediately move over. Instead, he said worriedly, That big snake won't eat this young master, right? When he came in, he clearly remembered that there was a huge serpent guarding this place. No, you are a guest general. My dragons have already reported it. It won't dare to do anything to you. Gui Qingxiang replied. Hearing Gui Qingxiang's confirmation, Ling Xiao impatiently entered the area of the ships. Sure enough, the moment he arrived, the serpent appeared. Ling Xiao could not help but be on guard. Greetings, guest general. The serpent did not do anything to Ling Xiao. Instead, it respectfully lowered its head and greeted him. Only then did Ling Xiao relax and say, I want to take something from here. Do you mind? No. I don't mind. As long as the guest general likes it, you can take whatever you want. The serpent replied straightforwardly. Ling Xiao was immediately overjoyed. He impolitely began to sweep through the surroundings. There were many weapons left behind by humans here, as well as many spatial rings. When all of them were added together, it would be a huge harvest. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt a strong energy fluctuation from the largest ship, as if something was summoning him from inside. Ling Xiao could not help but walk towards the ship. Chapter 891. There was a broken flag on top of the ship. Although the flag was damaged, the word Dongfang could still be seen embroidered on it. Ling Xiao picked it up and gently stroked the 1,000-year-old silk flag. He was certain that this was the Dongfang family's ship. Looking at the ship, it had been corroded by the seawater. The deck was made of rare wood that was thousands of years old. Now that it had decayed to this extent, it was obvious that this ship had been here for who knows how long. It could be hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then tore open a door that was almost completely broken, and stepped into the cabin. This is the water armor spear? Ling Xiao asked in astonishment as he looked at the weapon commonly used by water mercenaries stuck in the middle of the ship. The water armor spear was different from a normal spear. Its body wasn't long, but it had extensibility. It could be split into 2 or even 3 sections. It was a good weapon for killing water attribute spirit beasts. On the left and right side of the water armor spear, there were all sorts of strange sickle hooks. They were sharp and gave off a bloodthirsty aura. At the top of the spear, there was a shining pearl embedded in it. This pearl had been worn down by time, but it still carried traces of energy. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that it was this energy that had summoned him here. I'm already here, why don't you show yourself? Ling Xiao calmly looked at the water armor spear and said indifferently. As his voice fell, a shadow quietly appeared by the water armor spear's side. It was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. His body was tall and mighty, and a powerful aura rushed out, causing the ship to shake. I didn't expect you to be able to detect my presence. The old man didn't seem to be in a good state, and his voice was rather weak. Then do you still intend to take over my body? Ling Xiao looked at the old man with a playful expression. Generally, this kind of remnant soul, in order to resurrect, would take over another person's body and be reborn. Therefore, before Ling Xiao came in, he had already taken precautions. After all, his spiritual force was enormous. Back in the chaotic abyss of war, who knew how many powerful remnant souls he had absorbed? Of course, he was much more sensitive to this kind of remnant soul than others. The old man sighed, "Young friend, you are different from ordinary people. This old man has never thought of harming you. Moreover, I have long been locked on by that serpent's aura. If I make any strange movements, I won't be able to escape." "Then why did you find me?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. He really didn't expect that this remnant soul was actually trapped by the serpent outside. Normally, spirit beasts wouldn't be able to sense spirits. Normally, spirit beasts wouldn't be able to sense spirits. Normally, spirit beasts would be able to sense spirits. However, the serpent also had this ability, so the old man's soul would be able to stay here forever. Otherwise, with his Mystic Emperor stage soul power, he could just find a random human on the sea and regenerate. The old man revealed a sorrowful expression and said, "This old man has already fallen, and my soul power probably won't be able to hold on for long. I originally wanted to entrust my inheritance to you, but it's a pity that you don't have a water attribute physique." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I have my ways. Just tell me what you want to do." This person's remnant soul had the strength of the Mystic Emperor. Perhaps he was an extraordinary person when he was alive. Could it be that he was a supreme figure of the Dongfang family? Sure enough, the old man said, "I am a member of the Dongfang family. More than 1,000 years ago, I wanted to hunt for treasures in the depths of the sea. Unexpectedly, just as I arrived here, I encountered that level 8 high-grade serpent. My Dongfang family's people were all annihilated, and only this old man is left here. This old man hopes that you can bring me back to my Dongfang family." Ling Xiao rolled his eyes. "What heavy reward? What if you fall out with me after we leave?" "Bastard, no, how can I, Dongfang Zhen, go back on my words?" The old man shouted anxiously. He had stayed here for more than 1,000 years, and of course he wanted to see the light of day again. Of course, he hoped that Ling Xiao could bring him out. Moreover, it wasn't that he didn't want to take over Ling Xiao's body to be reborn. He was afraid that if he made any strange moves, the serpent would really destroy him. Moreover, Ling Xiao had also displayed his strong side, and Dongfang Zhen didn't dare to act rashly. He could only try to persuade Ling Xiao with kind words, hoping that he could move Ling Xiao. As a powerful martial artist in this world, there was no such thing as a kind heart. They only had the heart of a strong martial artist who preyed on the weak. "There's no proof." Ling Xiao shook his head and said in disbelief. What do I have to do for you to believe me? My Dongfang family is a third-grade power, so you must have heard of it. Don't tell me I'm lying to you." Dongfang Zhen paused for a moment before pointing at the water armor spear. "This is a low-grade saint artifact. As long as you're willing to help me out, it's yours." Ling Xiao had long since sensed that the water armor spear was extraordinary, but he hadn't expected it to be a low-grade saint artifact. It must have been because Dongfang Zhen had concealed its power. "It's not like I can't take you out," Ling Xiao said, keeping him in suspense. Dongfang Zhen was overjoyed. "Really? Then what conditions do you want?" "As long as I can do it, I'll definitely agree." We'll talk about it after I think about it. But don't think about going back on your word once we get out. Even if you're a saint, Ling Xiao, will definitely be able to kill you once." Ling Xiao shouted very seriously. His voice was accompanied by a dragon's roar, and an enormous draconic might suppressed Dongfang Zhen's soul force by quite a bit. "Little friend, don't worry, this old man will definitely not go against my oath," Dongfang Zhen said in a panic. He had already overestimated Ling Xiao, but when he felt Ling Xiao's might, he still felt that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. He thought to himself, "This child is so young, but he's already at the Mystic Emperor's cultivation. Could it be that he has some kind of technique? Otherwise, with his young appearance, how could he have reached this level of cultivation? All right, then I'll bring you out." Ling Xiao nodded lightly, walked over, and held the water armor spear in his hand. Wang wang. The water armor spear seemed to have a mind of its own and emitted a strong resistance, as if it didn't want Ling Xiao to touch it. There's even an artifact soul, not bad. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he circulated his energy in his palm, directly suppressing the water armor spear's restlessness. Dongfang Jin also turned into an afterimage and returned to the pearl at the top of the water armor spear. This pearl should have the effect of nourishing one's soul power. Otherwise, Dongfang Jin would have long since disappeared into thin air in these 1,000 years. Ling Xiao didn't expect to meet the Dongfang family's supreme elder in this place. Thinking back to his agreement with Dongfang Jing, it seemed like the time was almost up. He didn't have any feelings for Dongfang Jing, but since a man had said it, he would be too embarrassed to take it back. Now that the East Sea and the Dongfang family were close, he might as well make a trip to the Dongfang family. This could also be considered as giving Dongfang Jing another chance to make a decision. If she was willing to live with his own woman, then there was no harm in accepting one more. If she couldn't let go of her identity, then he could just let go of this worry. Moreover, the Dongfang family was an ancient power like the spiritual martial hall. He just so happened to understand what kind of power the woman with the lotus pattern on her forehead was from. As long as he found some clues, he would definitely be able to find Yun Mingqi again. When Ling Xiao left with the water armor spear, the snake python naturally didn't dare to have any objections. It only thought to itself, this time, there's no one to play with me. Dongfang Zhen, who was inside the pearl, could naturally feel the snake python's respect towards Ling Xiao, and his heart was filled with shock. He knew that this snake python was an existence of the 8th step. Back then, he had suffered all of its torture, but now, it was so respectful to the young man in front of him. It was truly hard for him to accept. He couldn't help but guess Ling Xiao's identity. Could it be that he's not a human, but a higher-level spirit beast that has taken human form? Guest General, have you settled your matter? Gue Qingxiang asked with a smile. All right, we're going out now. Gue Qingxiang, you guys don't have to send us off. Thank you for your hospitality. Ling Xiao said. To be honest, he had a rather cordial feeling towards this old turtle. After all, this old turtle had lived for who knows how many years. His strength was unfathomable like an ancient well, but he didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. It was very easy for people to have a good impression of him. No problem. This old turtle, rarely go out and walk around. Now is the right time to go out and slack off. Gue Qingxiang joked. Ling Xiao didn't force it anymore and brought Luo Meiying out to the sea. Along the way, he chatted happily with Gue Qingxiang. Gue Qingxiang also talked quite a lot. After a while, the two of them almost called each other brothers. Once again on the sea, Gue Qingxiang said with infinite pity, it would be great if the guest general could stay in the Dragon Palace. This old turtle would have a companion and wouldn't be bored all day. Gue Qingxiang, it's better if your wife doesn't hear these words. Otherwise, she'll fight it out with me. Ling Xiao laughed. That woman doesn't have the guts. Gue Qingxiang raised his waist and said. Gue Qingxiang, you have a way with your wife. I admire you. Ling Xiao said respectfully and continued, then I'll send you here. You can go back. Gue Qingxiang waved his hand and said, don't be anxious. You've obtained great fortune in the palace, but your wife hasn't obtained any benefits. This old turtle knows that you humans all have protective spiritual beasts. I'll give your wife a protective spiritual beast. After saying that, he let out a strange hissing sound. This sound kept echoing above the boundless sea. Immediately after, in the other direction of the sea, there was a small hill-like thing moving. Looking carefully, it was discovered that the hill-like thing was the turtle's shell of the spirit turtle. There were many mysterious patterns on the shell. This is? Luo Meiying said with a little fear. If this hill-like spiritual beast was given to her as a protective spiritual beast, she didn't know if she would dare to accept it. This is the sinner of my dragon turtle clan. In the past, he trespassed the forbidden area of my royal family and was imprisoned by me for 5,000 years. Now, I'll let him follow by your side and return his freedom. Gui Qingxiang's expression revealed some sadness. The giant turtle that swam over revealed its true body. It was 200 to 300 meters in size, which was really rare in the secular world. There were dragon horns on its head and it had a fierce aura. Water sprayed from its nostrils, splashing in all directions. Chapter 892. Gui Qingxiang was a descendant of the dragons and contained a lot of the blood of the dragons. That was why he could become Gui Qingxiang of the dragons. He had served the old dragon king for tens of thousands of years and could be said to be a rare old monster in this world. Their dragon turtle lineage naturally had many descendants. The huge dragons that Gui Qingxiang summoned was his descendant. Because he was good at the forbidden land of the dragons, he was imprisoned under the water for 5,000 years and could not move at all. If it wasn't for Gui Qingxiang's high status in the dragons, he would have lost his descendant long ago. Gui Qingxiang felt guilty to the old dragon king and knew that he could no longer let this descendant stay in the dragon palace. That was why he did this favor and sent this descendant to Luo Meiying. On one hand, he could return the freedom of his descendant, and on the other hand, he could do Ling Xiao a favor. After all, Ling Xiao's status was the same as his, a member of the dragons. His status wasn't low and he might have to rely on him in the future. The giant tortoise transformed into a robust man in his 30s. He carried a miniature tortoise shell on his back, as if it were impossible for the metamorphosis cultivators of their lineage to melt a tortoise shell. "Greetings, grandfather." The strong man knelt down respectfully to Gui Qingxiang. Gui Qingxiang glanced at him indifferently and said, "I'm not your grandfather anymore. You should have died when you violated the forbidden land of my tribe. If it wasn't for my king's mercy, you would still be alive. Now, I'll return your freedom to you, but you must serve this guest general's wife as your master. Are you willing?" The strong man said with a panicked expression, "Grandfather, I'm willing to stay by your side and serve you. I'll never step out of the dragon palace." The dragon turtle lineage also had its arrogant side. It was hard for him to accept serving a human who was of a lower level than him. Gui Qingxiang waved his hand and said, "You have no choice. Either serve the guest general's wife as your master or continue to be suppressed for 10,000 years. The strong man's face was ashen. It was difficult to choose between the two choices. At this time, the tortoise transmitted a voice message to him, "Serve the wife of the guest general as your master. Maybe one day, you will be able to clear your name and rise to the next level." The burly man's body and mind trembled as he stared closely at Gui Qingxiang. After a long while, he lowered his proud head and replied, "I will follow grandfather's arrangements." Then, he opened his mouth and a sparkling and translucent beast core appeared in front of them. Gui Qing said to Luo Meiying, "Madam, please accept him." Luo Meiying did not act immediately. Instead, she turned her head to look at Ling Xiao. Only after Ling Xiao nodded his head did she control her mental energy and send it into the beast core. This was the master-servant contract between a human and a spiritual beast. In the future, this dragon turtle would be Luo Meiying's protective spiritual beast. Although Ling Xiao did not know the rank of this dragon turtle, he was sure that it was at least above the 8th rank. With such a powerful dragon turtle by Luo Meiying's side, he would no longer need to worry about Luo Meiying's safety in the future. Seeing Gui Qingxiang's faintly unbearable expression, Ling Xiao said to him, "Gui Qingxiang, don't worry. In the future, we will definitely not treat him unfairly. When we have time, we will also bring him back to the Dragon Palace to take a look." Gui Qingxiang nodded and said, "All right, then I will have to trouble the guest general." The burly man once again turned into a huge dragon turtle and landed on the water. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying jumped onto the turtle's back and began their return journey. It had already been more than 4 months since they went out to sea. They had found the results they wanted and had an unexpected harvest. However, the dragon girl was left in the dragon palace. This made Ling Xiao unable to be happy no matter what. The dragon girl was brought out by him from the heaven-suppressing sect and had saved his life many times. Now that she had left, he no longer had any divine beasts by his side to rely on. Only Xiao Jin could accompany him, so he had to be more careful in the future. Otherwise, he could lose his life at any time. The dragon turtle's speed in the sea was extremely fast, and it also knew the direction where humans lived. It only took less than half a month to get close to the coast of the East Sea. Ling Xiao did not dare to be too ostentatious, so he immediately asked Luo Meiying to keep the dragon turtle. The two of them directly flew to the coast from the sea. At this time, the news of the three mercenary groups' leaders and most of their elites being killed had already spread. All sorts of rumors flew everywhere, all of them guessing why the three mercenary groups' leaders and most of their elites were killed. There were all sorts of guesses, but naturally, no one connected it to the palace master of the Laughing Palace, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying did not pay too much attention to it and directly rushed towards the city. However, before they could go far, they were immediately blocked by someone. "Brother-in-law, it really is you." A loud and clear voice shook the surrounding people's eardrums. In this world, only Dongfang Xiong of the Dongfang family dared to call Ling Xiao like this. Ling Xiao looked at the iron tower like Dongfang Xiong and thought of the remnant soul in the water armor spear. He felt that the two of them were quite similar, as expected of people of the same lineage. "Brother Dongfang, long time no see." Ling Xiao did not put on any airs as a palace master, and slightly cupped his hands towards Dongfang Xiong. Dongfang Xiong brought more than 10 people from the Dongfang family and patrolled near the pier. When Ling Xiao came from the sea, he immediately noticed him. Dongfang Xiong happily walked over and said with a smile, "A few months ago, I saw that you seemed to have gone into the sea. At that time, I thought that I was seeing things. I didn't expect it to really be you. Why did you come to our Dongfang family's territory and not enter? You will make my sister very sad." At the same time, Dongfang Xiong's gaze fell on Luo Meiying, who was beside Ling Xiao, and his eyes revealed a hint of amazement. A woman like Luo Meiying, who had an extremely plump figure and was full of charm, was truly a woman that Dongfang Xiong admired. Luo Meiying felt Dongfang Xiong's fiery gaze and turned her pretty face away, ignoring him. This instead aroused Dongfang Xiong's interest. However, Ling Xiao's words had undoubtedly poured cold water on him. "This is my wife, Luo Meiying. This time, I went out to sea with her to subdue a suitable water attribute spirit beast, so I won't disturb you." Dongfang Xiong's heart was filled with joy. He cursed in his heart, "If I knew that this brat was as romantic as the legendary evil emperor, how many beautiful women would he have by his side? To think that he wouldn't even let such a beautiful young woman go. How can we other men live? No matter what, now that I've seen you, it's not right for me to not come to our Dongfang family as a guest. If my sister were to find out, I would definitely be skinned alive." Dongfang Xiong adjusted his state of mind and said, "If that's the case, then I'll be nagging." Ling Xiao replied. Right now, he was just about to make a trip to the Dongfang family. Now that Dongfang Xiong had appeared to lead the way, it was for the best. "Let's go. My sister has been nagging at you for the past few years. If you don't come, she'll get married." Dongfang Xiong was really familiar with him. He directly put his hand on Ling Xiao's shoulder and spoke as if he was a good friend that he hadn't seen for many years. Ling Xiao did not reply. Instead, he changed the topic. "Brother Dongfang, why are you on duty here?" Dongfang Xiong's position in the Dongfang family should not be low. He was already a middle-stage Empyrean, but he was sent to patrol the pier. This was somewhat inconsistent with his identity. Dongfang Xiong revealed a vexed expression and said, This actually has something to do with you." Ling Xiao was puzzled. "What does this have to do with me?" "Let's talk as we walk." "You've come at the right time," Dongfang Xiong said. Thus, the three of them headed towards the city. Dongfang Xiong also told them the reason why he was patrolling and on duty. When they were in the chaotic abyss of war, Dongfang Jing had already taken a fancy to Ling Xiao's limitless potential. She had once made a 10-year agreement with Ling Xiao, allowing Ling Xiao to personally come to the Dongfang family to marry her. It was only later on that Dongfang Jing discovered that Ling Xiao already had many beautiful women by his side, causing her heart to waver. As the princess of the Dongfang family, she had a noble status that was above tens of thousands of people since she was young. How could she let go of her own pride to become Ling Xiao's concubine? However, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to raise her up, because the position of his wife had long since been taken. She needed time to think about it. At that time, Ling Xiao had also said that he would not force her. After all, the palm strike in the chaotic abyss of war was just an impulsive action on his part. Later on, as Ling Xiao's reputation spread, he established the proud Smiling Palace, fought against the Gu family, Sha Tian, and destroyed the Black Demon sect. All these deeds had already proved that Ling Xiao had become a new generation of Heaven's chosen one, and had the potential to become a legend in the future. Every time Dongfang Jing received news about Ling Xiao, her heart would naturally be moved. Such a Heaven's chosen one who shook the central region, suppressed his peers, and shocked the older generation. If she let him slip away from her side, perhaps it would be a lifetime of regret. Dongfang Jing decided that even if she had to be a concubine, she would stay by Ling Xiao's side because she believed that only such a peerless hero was worthy of her. Other men were not qualified. However, her decision did not represent the Dongfang family's decision. Although the Dongfang family was on good terms with the proud Smiling Palace, it did not mean that they were willing to marry Dongfang Jing to Ling Xiao. After all, the proud Smiling Palace's foundation was still too weak, and it was impossible to compare with the ancient forces that had been famous for a long time. It turned out that Kong Lan of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, who had the best chance to become the son-in-law of the Dongfang family, was already dead, so they could only settle for the next best thing. They were preparing to let Dongfang Jing marry the new leader of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Yun. It was not uncommon for the big forces to form an alliance, so that they could help each other in times of crisis. Dongfang Jing naturally did not want to marry Shangguan Yun, but she was grounded by the Dongfang family. Dongfang Xiong, on the other hand, supported Dongfang Jing's marriage to Ling Xiao. He tried to help Dongfang Jing escape from the family many times, but he was discovered. That was why Dongfang Xiong was sent to patrol the pier. After listening to Dongfang Xiong's words, Ling Xiao understood. This matter could be said to be related to him, but it could also be said that it had little to do with him. His relationship with Dongfang Jing was not deep. If Dongfang Jing could marry Shangguan Yun, it might not be a bad thing, but would a man dislike having too many women? Especially a beautiful woman like Dongfang Jing. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would not have impulsively clapped his hands with her to make an oath. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the Dongfang family's outer courtyard. Chapter 893. The Dongfang family was the same as the spiritual martial hall, an ancient power that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Their background was so rich that it was naturally not something that a single power could compare to. The outer courtyard of the Dongfang family was only inhabited by a few collateral relatives of the Dongfang family and some members of the Dongfang family who did not cultivate tenbin. Naturally, there was a place that led to the true space of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Xiong brought Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying through the transmission array to the Dongfang family's true cultivation ground. Generally speaking, outsiders would not easily be allowed to enter this kind of important place. However, as the master of the proud Smiling Palace, Ling Xiao already had the tendency to be on par with the 18 powers. With Dongfang Zhen leading the way, he naturally would not be stopped. The area occupied by the Dongfang family space was surprisingly much wider than that of the proud Smiling residence. There were all sorts of ancient buildings, jade eaves, spirit birds flying, spirit grasses everywhere, and the fragrance of spirit flowers. Many warriors of the Dongfang family were walking around with smiles on their faces. They were dressed in bright-colored clothes and were all talking and laughing. The surrounding scenery was decorated in bright red, as if they were preparing for some joyous occasion. 3 days later will be the day of my little sister's marriage. Dongfang Xiong sighed, then said indignantly, that brat Shangguan Yun is like a woman, how can he be worthy of my little sister? After Ling Xiao heard this, he did not reply. He himself did not know how to deal with this matter, so he decided to wait and see first. At this time, a group of people came up to welcome them. A high-level Empyrean middle-aged man saw Dongfang Xiong and said, "Little Xiong, why did you come back instead of patrolling the dock? Could it be that you have forgotten your father's words?" Dongfang Xiong smiled amiably and said, "Eighth uncle, I am here to lead the way. This is our Dongfang family's true vassal, Ling Xiao." The middle-aged man glanced at Ling Xiao and did not realize who the young man in front of him was. He glared at Dongfang Xiong and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? 3 days from now is your sister Jing's wedding. Aren't you afraid of being punished to face the wall and reflect on your mistakes?" Dongfang Xiong laughed heartlessly and said, Hey, whether or not we can get married is another matter. Could it be that you don't recognize him, eighth uncle? Him? Didn't you say he was Ling? The middle-aged man answered casually. Suddenly, he thought of something and his pupils shrank. He looked at Ling Xiao and exclaimed, "Are you the headmaster of the proud smiling palace?" Ling Xiao replied calmly, "That's me." The middle-aged man immediately panicked and said, "So it's Palace Master Ling. I'm sorry for not coming out to greet you. Quick, please come in. Little Xiong, hurry up and inform the patriarch and the elders. Don't neglect Palace Master Ling." Ling Xiao was now the leader of a palace, and the power of the proud smiling palace was comparable to the power of the 18 forces. It was qualified to be on the same level as the Dongfang family. As an elder of the Dongfang family, the middle-aged man knew that he couldn't neglect Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would show that the Dongfang family didn't know how to treat their guests. The sudden arrival of the palace master of the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao, immediately attracted the attention of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Xiong also immediately informed his sister, Dongfang Jing. He really came? Dongfang Jing looked at Dongfang Xiong and asked in surprise. Her beauty was still unparalleled. She wore a feather hairpin on her head and wore light-colored silk, which outlined her already mature figure. Her beautiful eyes emitted a light of wisdom. Not only was Dongfang Jing outstanding in cultivation, her wisdom was also the deepest among the younger generation of the Dongfang family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thrown her lifelong happiness onto Ling Xiao after seeing the battle between Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian. This kind of courage was not something that an ordinary young miss of a big family could do. She made an oath with Ling Xiao and agreed that Ling Xiao would come to the Dongfang family within 10 years. Actually, this was also a test of Ling Xiao's ability. However, it seemed like there was no need for a test now. Ling Xiao had already completely captured Dongfang Jing, and the key was to see if Ling Xiao really wanted her. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. If she didn't come, she would really be forced to marry Shang Guanyun, and she would never be happy in her life. This was because she didn't have any feelings for that sissy Shang Guanyun, and it could even be said that she disliked him. Dongfang Xiong nodded his head and confirmed, "That's right, Sister Jing, you have to thank me a lot this time. If it wasn't for me, my brother-in-law would still be planning to pass through the door and not enter. This guy really deserves a beating." Dongfang Jing was very smart. Hearing Dongfang Xiong's words, her face turned ugly. You mean to say that he didn't come to find me?" Dongfang Xiong knew that he had said the wrong thing, and immediately changed his words. How could that be? It's just that this kid doesn't know the way, and coincidentally met me, so I brought him here." Dongfang Jing frowned slightly and muttered, "Could it be that I, Dongfang Jing, really can't make him worry about me?" Although she hadn't spent a period of time with Ling Xiao, in the past few years, his shadow had already existed in her heart. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had already become very important in her heart. "Sister Jing, you can't be. Are you going to marry that sissy Shang Guanyun because you're angry? Let me tell you, although brother-in-law is a little fickle, a little heartless, and a little dishonest. Actually, on the whole, he's a good man. At least he has half of your big brother's ability. Only he's worthy of you." Although Dongfang Xiong was a big guy, his words weren't any more naggy than an old woman's, and his narcissism seemed to be a little thicker than Ling Xiao's. Dongfang Jing laughed out loud. Huh, big brother, you're right. Although this guy doesn't have anything, he's a handsome man who can shake the heavens and earth. Only he's worthy of me. I, Dongfang Jing, will definitely make him obediently submit to my pomegranate skirt. Dongfang Jing quickly adjusted her state of mind and released her usual confidence. That's more like it. That's my good sister. Let's not talk about it anymore. I have to hurry up and inform the other elders. Dongfang Xiong also laughed. At this time, Dongfang Jing called out to him, Big brother, help me invite grandma out. Isn't this making things difficult for me, big brother? Dongfang Xiong revealed an expression of fear and embarrassment. The grandmother of the Dongfang family was an ancestor-level existence. She had supreme authority in the family, and even the supreme elders had to be humble when they saw her. In the past, other than doting on her granddaughter, Dongfang Jing, she was extremely harsh to others. Dongfang Xiong had been reprimanded quite a bit, and a shadow had fallen over his heart. Big brother, I'm begging you. Only when grandma comes can I go out and see him. Dongfang Jing begged. Dongfang Xiong clenched his teeth and said, All right, but after this is done, you must ask brother-in-law to reward me with a few tier 7 medicinal pellets. It would be best if I could reach the profound emperor as soon as possible. All right, stop talking. Hurry up and go. Dongfang Jing didn't want to listen to Dongfang Xiong continue and pushed him out. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying were solemnly received by the Dongfang family. The current patriarch of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Jun, and several supreme elders came out to accompany them. The current elder could only sit at the end of the table. This was only a representative of the Dongfang family, and not all of the Dongfang family's trump cards. Palace Master Ling has personally come. Dongfang Jun has not welcomed you from afar. I hope Palace Master Ling will forgive me. Dongfang Jun cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao very politely. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man, and he was tall and mighty. Just like Dongfang Zhen and Dongfang Xiong, he looked like a deity. He was already a low-stage mystic the arch, and although he had retracted his aura, he still gave off an oppressive feeling. Ling Xiao was also a low-level profound emperor, but his foundation was many times stronger than others of the same level. Naturally, he didn't feel uncomfortable facing Dongfang Jun. Dongfang family patriarch is too polite. Ling Xiao has taken the liberty to disturb you this time. Please don't blame me. Ling Xiao replied. Palace Master Ling is so young, but you have already shaken the world and established your own sect. I really admire you. Dongfang Jun said respectfully and then said, I just don't know why Palace Master Ling has come to our Dongfang family this time. If you need our Dongfang family's help, we will do our best to help. Dongfang Jun was Dongfang Jing's biological father. He naturally knew what happened between his most beloved daughter and Ling Xiao in the chaotic abyss of war. He knew that his daughter was intelligent and had first-rate foresight. At first, he also approved of his daughter taking Ling Xiao as her son-in-law. However, after knowing that Ling Xiao already had many women, he dispelled the idea. How could his daughter marry someone else as a concubine? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to the Dongfang family? Later on, the martial spirit court and the Shengguan family came to propose marriage. Dongfang Jun decided to choose one of the two families as his son-in-law. Originally, the martial spirit court's Kong Lan was the first choice. However, she died mysteriously, which made them feel pity. They could only choose Shengguan Yun of the Shengguan family. To be honest, the men of the Dongfang family were all tall and mighty. They looked very powerful. However, this prospective son-in-law looked like a girl. This made them unhappy. However, Shengguan Yun was indeed outstanding among his peers. Thus, they could only choose him. Now that the wedding was approaching, the Dongfang family did not send an invitation to the proud smiling palace. They did not want to complicate matters. However, Ling Zhao's sudden arrival made Dongfang Jun vigilant. He asked Ling Xiao directly, wanting to know what Ling Xiao's intentions were. Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, someone ran in from outside and said to Dongfang Jun, "Master, the son-in-law requests an audience." Invite him in. Dongfang Jun hesitated for a moment before replying. He then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Palace Master Ling, my daughter's wedding is in 3 days. Since you're here, why don't you drink a few cups at our Dongfang family before you leave?" "That's right. Brother Ling is such a famous person. If you can attend my wedding, I will be deeply honored." A coquettish voice came from outside. This voice sounded like it came from a coquettish woman, but in reality, he was a man. A man as beautiful as a woman. He was the Dongfang family's son-in-law, Shengguan Yun. He was the leader of the Shengguan family's new generation. Chapter 894. Shengguan Yun and Ling Xiao had entered the abyss of war together and obtained the title of Imperial Killer. Although Ling Xiao had never paid attention to him, he knew that as the new leader of the Shengguan family, he had to have something special about him. Ling Xiao looked at Shengguan Yun, and his eyes widened. He swore that this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful man. His facial features were perfect, his hair was black, and his skin was white and tender. He was wearing a set of colorful clothes. If it wasn't for the Adam's apple on his throat and the protruding curve on his chest, anyone would think that he was a beautiful woman. Ling Xiao was jealous. He had always thought that he was a handsome man, but now he found out that there was someone even more devilish. It was hard for him to accept. Fortunately, this guy's voice was also like a woman's, which made Ling Xiao feel better. Otherwise, he really couldn't wait to immediately blast this perfect and delicate face into a pig's head. There were 2 old men who came in with Shengguan Yun, and they were both at the mystic the arch rank. "Greetings, father-in-law." Shengguan Yun bowed to Dongfang Jun. The wedding was only 3 days away, and it was not an exaggeration for Shengguan Yun to address him as such. Hearing this sissy voice, Dongfang Jun, who was sitting on the upper seat, shivered and felt extremely disgusted. If this was not his son-in-law, Dongfang Jun would have slapped him to death. Why did he choose such a man to be his son-in-law? Was there no man in the central region? Dispense with the formalities. This is Palace Master Ling of the proud smiling palace. I believe you already know him, so I won't introduce him. Dongfang Jun said. Of course, Palace Master Ling is a hero of our generation. I, Shengguan Yun, have always wanted to pay a visit to the proud smiling palace, but I was afraid that it would be too abrupt. Now that Palace Master Ling is here, it is my honor to celebrate my wedding. Shengguan Yun smiled politely. He looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of seduction. Ling Xiao felt his insides churning. It was really hard for him to imagine that a man could actually make such an appearance. Ling Xiao replied, "Ling Xiao just happened to pass by. I really didn't know it was Brother Shengguan's wedding, otherwise I would have prepared a big gift to congratulate you. I was really impolite. I, Shengguan Yun, am very happy that Palace Master Ling is here." Shengguan Yun actually strode over to Ling Xiao and said softly. He looked straight at Ling Xiao with admiration. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end as he thought to himself, "Don't tell me this guy likes men." Ling Xiao did not dare to get entangled with Shengguan Yun anymore. He said to Dongfang Jun, "Dongfang family head, Miss Dongfang Jing and I are old acquaintances. This time, I came as promised. I wonder if you can let me meet Miss Dongfang Jing." No matter what, since he had come to the Dongfang family, Ling Xiao should fulfill his promise. No matter what choice Dongfang Jing made, it didn't matter to him. He really came for little Jing. Dongfang Jun thought to himself. Almost everyone present knew about the agreement between Ling Xiao and Dongfang Jing, because when they decided to marry Dongfang Jing to Shengguan Yun, Dongfang Jing had said that she would not marry anyone other than Ling Xiao in her life. Dongfang Jun could only seal her cultivation, otherwise she would have already escaped from the Dongfang family and gone to the Laughing Palace. The expressions of the 2 great Xian emperors who came with Shengguan Yun darkened. Their marriage with the Dongfang family was imminent, and they absolutely could not allow any accidents to happen. Dongfang Jun also thought the same. He opened his mouth and said, "Palace Master Ling wants to see my daughter, it is her fortune. However, her wedding is imminent, so it is really inconvenient for her to come out and welcome you. I hope that Palace Master Ling will not blame me. When she and Xiao Yun get married, I will definitely let them toast you." The path had already been chosen, so Dongfang Jun could only bite the bullet and continue. At this time, he definitely could not let his daughter see Ling Xiao again, or else she would cause some trouble and ruin the atmosphere. Dongfang Jun's words had already been made clear, so Ling Xiao did not want to force it. He could only sigh and say, "Since that's the case." Before he could finish, another voice came from outside, "Greetings, ancestor. This is bad, it must be that little girl Xiao Jing who did this." Dongfang Jun thought to himself. Soon after, two women walked in from outside the door, one old and one young. They were the ancestor of the Dongfang family, the Dongfang family's grandmother, and beside her was Dongfang Jing. Grandma Dongfang was like an ordinary old woman, holding a dragon-shaped walking stick in her hand. She walked slowly, as if she had the heart but not the strength. Occasionally, she would cough a few times. Everyone in the hall immediately stood up and bowed to greet the old lady. Ling Xiao had no choice but to greet her. He could not see through this old woman's cultivation, but he could vaguely feel that when she walked, the air in the hall was disturbed, and everyone present felt suppressed. Sage, it's definitely a sage. Ling Xiao had interacted with many sages, and he could more or less use his spiritual energy to sense the subtle ripples that appeared when a sage appeared. "Grandma, why did you come out? The wedding is still 3 days away. I was planning to invite you out of seclusion then." Dongfang Jun very respectfully went up to support Grandma Dongfang. Who knew that Grandma Dongfang would not give him face and did not take his hand? Instead, she lightly shook the dragon staff in her hand. Dong! The dragon staff shook the entire hall, and everyone present was shocked. "Do you all think that I, an old man, am useless?" Grandma Dongfang shouted. All the Dongfang family's grand supreme elders present started to panic. "Grandma, please calm down. Who provoked you?" a mid-level mystic the arch asked. "You people are so bold. You didn't even tell me in advance that Xiao Jing was going to get married. This is really going against the heavens." Grandma Dongfang looked around at everyone and scolded. None of the Dongfang family members present dared to say anything, afraid that this old ancestor would scold them all. In the end, Dongfang Jun had no choice but to bite the bullet and go forward. "Grandma, you worry too much. We just didn't want to disturb your cultivation." He then pointed at Shangguan Yun and introduced him. "This is Xiao Jing's future husband, Shangguan Yun. A few years ago, he obtained the title of Imperial Killer in the Imperial Ranking Tournament, just like Xiao Jing. Now, he has reached the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable. His future is limitless." Shangguan Yun tactfully went forward and bowed to Grandma Dongfang. Shangguan Yun pays his respects to Grandma. "What the hell are you doing? You actually got a woman to marry Xiao Jing. This is a great idea." Grandma Dongfang shouted angrily when she saw Shangguan Yun. For a moment, everyone was greatly embarrassed. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying almost laughed out loud. Shangguan Yun's expression became incomparably awkward. If someone else had said this to him, he would have immediately fought with his life. At this time, the two mysterious emperors of the Shangguan family hurriedly walked out. One of them said, "Grandma Dongfang, please don't blame him. Yun'er is a little handsome, but he is indeed a man." Shangguan Yun looked like a woman, which made the people of the Shangguan family feel depressed. If that was all, it would be fine, but his voice was also like a woman's voice, which made it hard for them to accept. If it wasn't for Shangguan Yun's strong cultivation Tenbin since he was young, he would have been abandoned long ago. This was simply too embarrassing. Granny Dongfang looked up and said, "The men of my Dongfang family have always been tall and strong. That's what you call a 7-foot man. Xiao Jing is the princess of my family, so how can she marry a sissy?" Are you people blind? Granny Dongfang raised her eyes. None of the Dongfang family members present dared to raise their heads again. The two mysterious emperors of the Shangguan family were even more angry. They were both secretly cursing this old woman for not giving them face. Shangguan Yun was even more angry, but he couldn't flare up. Grandma, don't be angry. They are also thinking for the family. Xiao Jing doesn't blame them, Dongfang Jing said sensibly. However, everyone could hear that she was retreating in order to advance. She was adding fuel to the fire. Sure enough, Grandma Dongfang shook her dragon staff again and scolded, "You people really have no backbone. Our Dongfang family has fallen to the point where we need to consolidate our position through marriage." At this time, Shangguan Yun was finally angry and said, "Shangguan Yun was born like this, but it doesn't mean that I am not worthy of Jingjing. Let me ask you, in your Dongfang generation, besides Jingjing, who else can be my opponent?" After saying that, the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable was released from his body, proving his value. Before marrying Dongfang Jing, the Dongfang family had already conducted a test on Shangguan Yun. The younger generation of the Dongfang family were all defeated by Shangguan Yun, and two of them were high-level heavenly venerables of the older generation. In the end, he came to the conclusion that he looked like a woman, but his battle prowess was that of a real man. This was also the reason why the Dongfang family had agreed to this marriage after enduring Shangguan Yun's sissy appearance. This time, Grandma Dongfang was unhappy. She looked at Dongfang Jun with a cold face and asked, "Is what he said the truth? Even the sons of the Dongfang family were defeated by him?" Dongfang Jun revealed an embarrassed expression and said, This is a spar between young people, it can't be taken seriously. Bastard, our Dongfang family's men are all incomparably powerful, yet he can't even defeat a sissy. Cough cough. Grandma Dongfang found it hard to accept this fact. She was so angry that she couldn't help but cough loudly. "Grandma, calm down." The people of the Dongfang family panicked. Dongfang Jing even stroked her back and advised, "Grandma, please calm down. Brother Shangguan has cultivated the Shangguan family's secret technique, the thousand-flower realm, to great success. It's understandable for our Dongfang family's son to lose. The Shangguan family's long-lost thousand-flower realm, divine art?" Grandma Dongfang revealed a surprised expression and then muttered, "No wonder he cultivated himself to be neither a man nor a woman." Shangguan Yun wanted to vomit blood. He really wanted to take off all his clothes to prove his identity. The thousand-flower realm is the supreme divine art of my Shangguan family. Since Grandma has heard of it, then you should know that my Xiao Yun's future is limitless. You shouldn't object to this marriage, right? The Shangguan family's Emperor Xian said. The thousand-flower realm was a divine art that the Shangguan family did not pass down in the past. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate it to great success. Later on, no one succeeded in cultivating it, and it was gradually forgotten by people, even thought to be lost. Shangguan Yun was a genius of the Shangguan family. He had actually successfully cultivated this divine art again. His combat power was extraordinary, which was why he was able to defeat the younger generation of the Dongfang family. Grandma Dongfang did not reply. Instead, she asked, "Which one is the palace master of the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao?" Chapter 895. Grandma Dongfang's question made everyone in the courtyard feel that something was wrong. Dongfang Jing was Grandma Dongfang's most beloved granddaughter. Now that she had been invited here, it was very likely that she had come for Ling Xiao. The expressions of Shangguan Yun and the two mystic emperors who came with him darkened. If this marriage failed, it would cause the Shangguan clan to lose all face. They must have already announced the date of the wedding to all forces and were waiting for the various forces to come and congratulate them. This junior is Ling Xiao. Greetings, senior. Ling Xiao stood up and bowed to Grandma Dongfang. Transcending the mortal realm and entering the divine realm was a great change for human warriors. Even though Ling Xiao's power shook the central region, he was still insignificant compared to Grandma Dongfang. It was difficult for him to put on the airs of a palace master. Grandma Dongfang looked at Ling Xiao. Her eyes emitted a deep light. She revealed a moved expression. You are Ling Xiao. You have actually established yourself as an emperor. What? As soon as Grandma Dongfang said this, everyone present immediately cried out in surprise. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had been restraining his aura. Ordinary people could not see through his cultivation. Unexpectedly, Granny Dongfang saw through him with a single glance. She was indeed worthy of being a saint. I broke through by luck. Ling Xiao said humbly. His breakthrough was indeed a fluke. He did not expect that a large amount of dragon energy could also forcibly raise his strength by one level. This saved him a lot of time for cultivation. Dongfang Jing, who was beside Grandma Dongfang, stared at Ling Xiao with her beautiful eyes without blinking. The deep affection in her eyes was self-evident. Only a man like this is worthy of me, Dongfang Jing. At this moment, Dongfang Jing's heart was incomparably firm. How old was Ling Xiao? He was only in his early 30s. This kind of emperor stage was simply rare even in ancient times. However, Ling Xiao had achieved this step. If he was not recognized as the only disciple of the evil emperor, many people would have thought that he might be the reincarnation of some saint. Otherwise, how could his advancement speed be so fast? Shang Guanyun, who was also a genius, stared at Ling Xiao. Not long ago, he had finally broken through to the high-level heavenly venerable level. He had relied on many resources in his family to nurture him, as well as the thousand-flower realm that he had cultivated. A few years ago, the battle between Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan had shocked the world. Naturally, Shang Guanyun also wanted to have a chance to fight against the two of them. Their Shangguan family's Thousand Flowers realm also had the power to fight those of a higher level. But now that he had met Ling Xiao, he had broken through to the Dongfang, Shang Guanyun, he had no confidence. After all, he might have had the confidence to challenge Ling Xiao if they were at the same level, but now he didn't. Such a man is really strong. However, Shang Guanyun wasn't jealous at all. Instead, he was appreciative of Ling Xiao. He looked at Ling Xiao with a strange light in his eyes. If Ling Xiao were to hear this, he would be disgusted to death. Good, very good. You are indeed the man that my Xiao Jing has taken a liking to. Are you willing to marry into our Dongfang family and become our subordinate? We will do our best to nurture you. Grandma Dongfang said happily. Shang Guanyun was better looking than Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao had the masculine and strong physique that a man should have. Furthermore, he was the Xian emperor at such a young age. This had aroused Grandma Dongfang's love for him. She had been in seclusion all year round and rarely left this place. She did not pay much attention to the outside world. She did not know about Ling Xiao's various battles, nor did she know that the Smiling Palace had become as powerful as the Dongfang family. That was why she said this. Grandma, Palace Lord Ling is an ambitious and ruthless person. His palace of the proud Smiling Palace has the power to shake the Gu clan, Sha Tian and the Black Demon sect. Dongfang Jun couldn't help but remind her. Otherwise, they would be the ones to be scolded if they really made a fool of themselves. With this kind of ability, it seems that I, an old man, am really isolated from the outside world. No one actually told me about this. Grandma Dongfang said unhappily. She had a fiery temper, and few people in the Dongfang family could afford to provoke her. Who would dare to report these things and disturb her seclusion? Grandma, the spring of life that I brought back last time came from him. Dongfang Jing whispered in Grandma Dongfang's ear. Not a bad kid. Then, you and him are the best choice, Grandma Dongfang said softly. She then looked at the three people from the Shangguan family and said, you guys go back. You sissy are not worthy of my Xiao Jing. Grandma Dongfang announced the dissolution of the marriage between the two families with an unquestionable tone. Dongfang Jing's heart was relieved. She wanted to complain to this grandma on the day of the wedding and change everything. Fortunately, her cousin came back in time and saved her happiness. Grandma, this matter. Dongfang Jun was in a difficult situation. Their family and the Shengguan family's marriage had already been announced to the world. If they suddenly made a change, what would happen to the Shengguan family and the powers that had come to congratulate them? Just do as I say. As for the others, besides returning the betrothal gifts, we will add another gift as an apology from the Dongfang family, Grandma Dongfang said with a wave of her hand. She was not an unreasonable person, and she still knew to compensate the Shengguan family. Grandma Dongfang, your actions will harm the alliance between the two families. One of the Shengguan family's mystic thearchs stood up and shouted in dissatisfaction. Another mystic thearch also said, that's right. The wedding date has been set. How can it be cancelled just like that? How are we going to explain this to the family? Shengguan Yun's expression was ugly. Although he did not speak, it showed that he was unwilling. Of course, only he knew what he was thinking in his heart. Then what do you think? Granny Dongfang lightly shook her dragon staff and glared at them with sharp eyes. They all took a few steps back at the same time, but they were not injured. Grandma, please calm down. Dongfang Jun exclaimed, then said, Little Jing, let me ask you, are you only willing to marry Palace Master Ling? Do you know that he already has a few wives? If you marry him, who knows what number of concubines you will be? Why do you have to do this? Now that things had come to this, Dongfang Jun could only settle this matter with the person involved. So this brat is still so fickle. How about this, divorce all of your women and marry my little Jing? Grandma Dongfang looked at Ling Xiao angrily. Grandma Dongfang's words were undoubtedly very overbearing. In just a few words, she had annulled the marriage between the two families, and now she wanted Ling Xiao to divorce his wife. This was truly unreasonable. The three people from the Shengguan family also looked at Ling Xiao with delight. Dongfang Jing's beautiful eyes stared at Ling Xiao, looking forward to Ling Xiao's answer. However, with her intelligence, she had already guessed the real answer. She just had to wait for the moment he said it. Senior, your words are making things difficult for me. Although I, Ling Xiao, am a playboy, I love all of them deeply, and I will not abandon any of them. Today, I came to the Dongfang family only to fulfill my promise. As for Miss Dongfang's decision, it will depend on her heart, Ling Xiao replied firmly. Just as he had said, every one of his women was his greatest love. It was impossible for him to give up any one of them. Could it be that you think my little Jing is not worthy of you? Grandma Dongfang glared at Ling Xiao. No, Miss Dongfang is incomparably beautiful, a rare good woman in this world. It's just that I, Ling Xiao, already have a wife and a concubine, and it's hard for me to give up. Ling Xiao replied, then said to Dongfang Jing, Miss Dongfang, back then in the chaotic battle abyss, I made a vow with you on impulse, and also told you that I had another woman. Now, whether or not you are still willing to follow me, Ling Xiao, is up to you. Bastard, you don't want to abandon your woman, but you also want my little Jing. How can there be such a fair thing in this world? Get out. Grandma Dongfang was furious. Listening to Ling Xiao's words, it seemed like he didn't care much about her granddaughter, which made her very angry. She would never allow the little princess of the Dongfang family to become someone else's concubine. Sorry to disturb you, Mei Ying, let's go. Ling Xiao left as soon as he said he would. He had already come as promised, and the result was no longer important. Wait a minute. Dongfang Jing called out, and floated in front of Ling Xiao. What else does Miss Dongfang want? Ling Xiao looked at Dongfang Jing politely and said. Looking at the beauty in front of him, he had to admit that Dongfang Jing's beauty was not inferior to any of the women by his side. Even amongst those women of his, she was one of the best. If such a beauty were to be accepted into his backyard, he would naturally be very happy. However, he never wanted to make things difficult for others, so he could only wait for Dongfang Jing to make things difficult for him. If she was a little more stubborn and insisted on being his concubine, then he would reluctantly accept her. You said you want me to choose, I'll tell you now, I'll choose to go with you right now. Dongfang Jing stared at Ling Xiao without blinking, and said resolutely. The expressions of the three people from the Shengguan family darkened, while the expressions of the people from the Dongfang family did not look any better. Little Jing, don't mess around. Dongfang Jun said in a deep voice. No, Ling Xiao. He suppressed all the emperors on the emperor ascension list and took the first emperor's seat. I knew that such a man was worthy of me. Originally, I had the confidence to become his only woman, but he built his own forces, fought against 10,000 people, defeated Wu Bufan of the spiritual martial pavilion, killed all the enemies, killed many super experts of the Gu family and Sha Tian, and also shook the Black Demon sect. Such a matchless man is a great hero in my heart, a great hero. Although I come from a famous family, I know that it is impossible for me to monopolize him, so I will be his concubine for now. In the future, he will definitely know how good I am, and will only love me. Dongfang Jing announced her thoughts in front of everyone. This was also a naked confession to Ling Xiao. Luo Meiying, who was beside Ling Xiao, could not help but praise in her heart, this woman is so brave. Ling Xiao was moved. He thought shyly in his heart, you can say these words to me alone. Why did you say it in the hall? It will make people very shy. If Ling Xiao's words were heard by those who were familiar with him, they would probably shout, let's strike this guy to death. Since you have said so, how can I, Ling Xiao, disappoint you? Then come with me. If Ling Xiao did not make a statement, then he would be a man in vain. However, would it be easy for them to go out now? Chapter 896. Since Dongfang Jing was willing to follow him and become his concubine, and this woman was the little princess of the Dongfang family, a peerless beauty. If Ling Xiao didn't dare to accept this, then he wouldn't be him. Stop right there. Several voices shouted at the same time. One was shouted by Grandma Dongfang, one was Dongfang Jun, and the other was Shengguan Yun. Ling Xiao held Luo Meiying's hand with one hand and Dongfang Jing's hand with the other. He raised his head and looked at the people present, not revealing the slightest bit of panic. Grandma, please grant my wish. Dongfang Jing looked at Grandma Dongfang with a pitiful expression. She knew that as long as her grandmother spoke, nothing would be a problem. You little girl, why are you so stubborn? He already has so many women, why do you have to stick to him? Don't you think it's embarrassing? Grandma Dongfang said with a look of disappointment. Dongfang Jun said to Ling Xiao in a deep voice, Palace Master Ling, you have to think twice. If you do this, you will offend our Dongfang and Shengguan families. Senior, Dongfang family head, I know you care about face, but if you force Miss Dongfang to marry someone she doesn't like, she won't be happy either. Although I, Ling Xiao, am a bit of a playboy, I also love any woman who loves me, so please don't obstruct me. Ling Xiao said calmly. Forget it, forget it. If you are willing to marry little Jing and make her your wife, and the other women will be your concubines, I will give it to you. Grandma Dongfang took a step back and said. It could be seen how much she doted on this granddaughter of the younger generation. However, would Ling Xiao agree to such a condition? Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Shengguan Yun objected, I object. Your Dongfang family has already accepted our betrothal gift, and she is already considered our Shengguan family's daughter-in-law. How can you let her marry someone else? Although he looked like a sissy, when he was angry, he also had a bit of an imposing manner and could not be underestimated. The two mystic thearchs beside him were also glaring angrily at Ling Xiao. It seemed like they were ready to attack at any moment. At this time, Granny Dongfang said, forget it, you youngsters can settle your own matters. After saying that, she actually closed her eyes and no longer cared about this matter. Dongfang Jun glanced at her and didn't say anything else. Since Ling Xiao wanted to take his daughter away, he had to get past Shengguan Yun first. Otherwise, there was no point in talking about it. Shengguan Yun, let's forget about it. I won't like you. If we force ourselves to be together, we won't be happy, right? Dongfang Jing looked at Shang Guanyun and said. Shang Guanyun refused. Jingjing, feelings can be cultivated. You don't like me now, but that doesn't mean you won't like me in the future. Moreover, this represents the face of my Shangguan family. No matter what, you can't go with him, or else. Our Shangguan family will definitely not let this matter go. That's right. Young Mistress Dongfang, please consider the long-term benefits of both clans, one of the Shangguan clan mystic thearch said. The other Emperor Xian also said, Miss Dongfang is smarter than others. You should know that your father doesn't want you to make things difficult for him, right? Dongfang Jing looked at the three of them coldly and said resolutely, my happiness will be supported by me, and the fate of my Dongfang family will not be changed by others. Moreover, the man I choose will definitely make our Dongfang family more glorious. Dongfang Jing undoubtedly planned to place all of her happiness on Ling Xiao. At the same time, she also believed that Ling Xiao would be able to go further, and that her Dongfang family might have to rely on him in the future. Her far-sighted vision and powerful spirit were truly not something an ordinary woman could compare to. Ling Xiao was becoming more and more satisfied with Dongfang Jing. He felt that her words made his entire body feel calm. Palace Master Ling, do you think so too? Do you know the consequences of doing this? One of the Shangguan family's Emperor Xian looked at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao laughed out loud, there's no room for discussion on this matter, I can't even protect my own woman, what kind of man is that? Whether it's your Shangguan family or the Dongfang family, Ling Xiao, don't want to offend you, but if you insist on keeping us here, then I can only offend you. With that said, Ling Xiao's aura rose without concealing it, and a tyrannical golden dragon aura filled the entire hall. It was as if everyone present had seen the birth of a peerless true dragon. That terrifying aura and supreme dragon might were enough to dazzle one's heart. If not for the fact that everyone present was a top-notch expert, they would have been shocked to the point of prostrating themselves in worship. Luo Meiying, who was beside Ling Xiao, was also on guard, and the aura of the Emperor stage was also released. In the Dragon Palace, the purest water attribute had already allowed her to completely consolidate her realm. Everyone present knew that Ling Xiao was extraordinary, but they didn't know that the young woman beside him was also a mystic emperor. How could they not be shocked? That's right, this Ling Xiao is also a grade 7 alchemist, how could we forget about this? Only then did everyone present remember Ling Xiao's other identity. It didn't seem difficult for him to create a super expert. Grandma Dongfang, who was sitting on the throne, didn't open her eyes, but in her heart, she thought to herself, this kid has some backbone, but I don't know if he's trying to be brave or if he has something else to rely on. Do you want to fight here? You are desecrating our Dongfang family's important land. One of the Dongfang family's high-level mystic emperors stood up and shouted. If they really wanted to fight here, the Dongfang family might completely kill Ling Xiao. This was the Dongfang family's important land, and they couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of pollution. Brother Shangguan, I'll give you a chance. The three of you come at me together. If you can defeat me, I won't bother you anymore. But if you lose, I'll call off the engagement. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before looking at Shangguan Yun. Are you serious? Shangguan Yun replied. There were two mid-tier mystic emperors beside him, and Ling Xiao was only a low-tier mystic emperor. Although he had the ability to fight above his cultivation level, he didn't think they would lose. Moreover, he had long wanted to test Ling Xiao's skills. Absolutely serious, and we will decide the winner within 10 moves. How about that? Ling Xiao said very confidently. Arrogant. One of the Shangguan family's mystic emperors couldn't help but shout. Since Palace Lord Ling is so confident, we will fulfill your wish. If we lose, we will forget about this matter. Another mystic emperor said. Ling Xiao was too arrogant. If he were to fight 1 against 3, perhaps they would have to consider it carefully. After all, Ling Xiao's battle prowess was too terrifying, but he actually wanted to defeat them within 10 moves. This was undoubtedly a provocation to them. They were dignified middle-stage mystic emperors, and they were all important figures in the Shangguan family. How could they be frightened by an opponent who was weaker than them? Shangguan Yun did not hesitate and said, "Uncle Dongfang, please arrange a battlefield for us. We agree to this matter." Dongfang Jun looked at Grandma Dongfang again, then nodded and said, "All right, since you have a way to resolve this without harming our relationship, that would be for the best." This time, Dongfang Jing finally heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, she started to worry for Ling Xiao. "You will definitely win, right?" Dongfang Jing asked Ling Xiao with her crystal-like beautiful eyes. "Don't worry, Miss Dongfang, I won't lose you to anyone else." Ling Xiao revealed a faint smile and said confidently. "So annoying, you still call me Miss Dongfang." Dongfang Jing revealed a bashful expression and said angrily. Ling Xiao laughed foolishly, "Hee hee, then I call you Jingjing? Little Crystal? Or is it Sister Jing?" The destructive power produced by the battle between the Mystic Emperor was not something that an ordinary martial artist could imagine. Therefore, the Dongfang family had arranged for them to fight in a barren land that was under their jurisdiction. There were no signs of human habitation within tens of thousands of miles, but there were many battle scars. From this, it could be seen that this was a place where some of the experts from the Dongfang family were sparring. Dongfang Jun brought more than 10 elders who had reached the Mystic Emperor stage to watch the battle. Naturally, a person of Grandma Dongfang's level would not come over. "You guys can fight here. However, it's best not to kill anyone. Otherwise, my Dongfang family will not be able to explain to the two of you." Dongfang Jun said to the 3 people from the Shangguan family and Ling Xiao. "Don't worry, Dongfang family head, we will know our limits. However, I'm afraid that Palace Master Ling will have to suffer a little." One of the Shangguan family's Xian Emperor said. "That's right, the 2 of us can fight this battle. Xiao Yun, you can watch from the side." Another Xian Emperor said. However, Shangguan Yun said, "No, I have long wanted to see Palace Master Ling's battle power. Now that I have the chance, I naturally do not want to miss it." The 2 Shangguan family's Xian emperors hesitated for a moment but still agreed. They knew that Shangguan Yun's battle power was not as simple as it seemed. "Come on, I will defeat you in 10 moves." Ling Xiao leaped into the sky with 1 foot and said quietly. That overbearing aura spread out, and he looked like he was looking down on the world. What arrogance! "I will first try Palace Master Ling's great move." One of the Shangguan Xian emperors was like a rock spreading its wings. In an instant, he flew above Ling Xiao's head. A pair of cold iron claws appeared on his palms. The claws flashed with a cold light, and with a force that could split mountains, they clawed at Ling Xiao's head. Middle-stage Xian emperors were extremely fast in both strength and speed. If Ling Xiao had not broken through to the Mystic Emperor realm, he would not have been able to catch them so easily. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His body floated, and an afterimage remained in his original position. His real body had already retreated to the side. The Shangguan family's Xian emperor seemed to know that he could not hurt Ling Xiao with a single move. He spun in mid-air and shouted, "100 claws shatter rocks." Hundreds of yellow claws with a force that could destroy mountains grabbed at Ling Xiao. At the same time, the other Xian emperor also attacked. He seemed to have transformed into a giant stone man, and a mountain-like stone fist smashed at Ling Xiao's back. Shangguan Yun did not move, but his expression turned cold. His handsome face gave off a demonic feeling. Good move. Ling Xiao's warlike blood was boiling. He shouted loudly, and a golden aura soared into the sky. He was like a golden god of war, waving his fists and punching at the yellow claws and stone fist. Boom! Boom! The strong elements collided, and the whole area shook non-stop. Heaven and earth shatter rocks. Rocks flew everywhere. The 2 Shangguan family's Xian emperors fought with all their might, and their powerful moves exploded. Yellow claws flashed in the sky, and countless meteorites fell from the sky, drowning Ling Xiao in them. Chapter 897. These two mid-tier mystic thearchs of the Shengguan clan were not ordinary people. Their battle strength was definitely among the top of the same tier. Both of them were Earth attribute martial artists and seemed to be proficient in the art of combined attacks. Their attacks were continuous and powerful, causing the air in the sky to transform into a vacuum. One of their stone claws could tear the heavens and split the earth, while the other's stone fists could destroy mountains and rivers. One claw and one fist worked together seamlessly, rippling with earth-yellow energy that splashed in all directions. The spectators had no choice but to circulate their protective forces to isolate these energies and retreat a few thousand meters to avoid being affected. Ling Xiao only said that he could defeat the 3 Shengguan clan members within 10 moves, but the other party did not specify how many moves they needed to defeat him. That was why the two of them attacked Ling Xiao so recklessly. They already knew of Ling Xiao's prowess and naturally would not be careless. Golden dragon scales appeared all over Ling Xiao's body. He controlled his dragon energy and did not fully explode. He did not want others to see his half-dragon, half-human form. This golden dragon scale battle armor could be said to have the defense of a divine artifact. It was almost immune to mystic arch weapons attacks. The attacks from the 2 Shengguan clan members could hardly hurt his body. Of course, Ling Xiao could not just defend and not attack. This was his first battle after breaking through to the mystic arch tier. Naturally, he would enjoy the thrill of this battle. His golden dragon fist smashed the giant claw and the stone fist into pieces. His strong physical body and brutal strength were enough to make him invincible among the mystic thearchs. Such a carefree feeling, but you are still too weak. Ling Xiao licked his thick lips. His unparalleled speed left a series of afterimages in the sky. The 2 mystic thearchs of the Shengguan clan suddenly lost their target. In the next moment, Ling Xiao was already behind one of the mystic thearchs. That mystic thearch immediately sensed it and was about to dodge. Unfortunately, how could Ling Xiao let him do as he wished? Countless golden fists smashed towards that mystic thearch. Every punch from Ling Xiao contained the power to destroy mountains and break rivers. Even a mid-tier mystic thearch would not be able to withstand it. Bang bang. That person was immediately smashed to the ground by Ling Xiao, unconscious. Another mid-tier mystic thearch's grand world immediately appeared, and hundreds and thousands of giant stone men appeared in the sky. Each of the giant stone golems carried a tremendous amount of power. Each strike was enough to destroy a mountain. With so many giant stone golems, they could completely destroy a small mountain range. Under the mystic thearch's control, the giant stone men surrounded Ling Xiao from all directions. At the same time, they all smashed towards Ling Xiao. In the face of the combined attack of so many gigantic boulder men, even a guard wearing a high-grade spirit artifact would have to die on the spot. At that moment, Shengguan Yun, who had been silent all this while, quietly appeared in the sky, seemingly ready to prevent Ling Xiao from escaping at any time. Demonic flowers continuously flashed around him, dyeing the surroundings into a world of 5-colored flowers. It was an exceptionally beautiful sight. Miss Dongfang, look at how beautiful this sea of flowers is. Are you going to give it up just like that? It's not worth it. Luo Meiying sighed at Dongfang Jing. Dongfang Jing naturally knew that Luo Meiying was jealous and immediately replied, if you like it, you can ask Shengguan Yun for it. I think the Shengguan family would be very happy. I don't want to take away what others like, Luo Meiying replied, and then said, Xiao, there are already many women by your side, why do you have to suffer? You are the princess of the Dongfang family, how undignified. He has a lot of women by his side, which proves that he is a very outstanding man. If it was any other man, I wouldn't want it. Besides, aren't you also wronging yourself? Dongfang Jing smiled faintly, paused for a moment, and then said, I know you are worried that your position in Zhao's heart will be shaken by me, but you can rest assured that one day, even if he only loves me, I will not let him abandon you. Dongfang Jing was undoubtedly a proud peacock, and in the face of Luo Meiying's provocation, she clearly counterattacked. How could Luo Meiying's eloquence be a match for Dongfang Jing? She was rendered speechless. At this time, high up in the sky, a desolate aura of the world's power exploded, directly crushing the countless gigantic golems into smithereens. Shang Guanyin took this opportunity to shout, "Devouring Flower Realm." His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his aura surged. 100-meter-tall Flower King appeared behind him, and countless man-eating flowers opened and closed their petals. It was like a world of flowers, and they flew towards Ling Xiao. Shang Guanyin seemed to have used all of his strength. Countless power and countless devouring flowers covered the sky and covered the earth. His world power was actually not inferior to the commotion caused by a low-level profound emperor. As expected of the descendant that the Shangguan family values the most. This battle strength is no less than that of an old senior. One of the Dongfang family's supreme elders sighed. That's right, this kid looks a little like a woman, but he is indeed a good general. That's true, but that palace Lord Ling seems to be even more terrifying. He has the strength of a profound emperor at such a young age, and he has the ability to fight above his realm. He is already invincible within the same realm. It's a pity that he can't marry into our family. Otherwise, in 1,000 years, our family might be able to have an invincible saint. The Shangguan family's profound emperor's world power merged with Shangguan Yun's world power. The two worlds interweaved and pressed down on Ling Xiao. Within a radius of thousands of miles, everything was occupied by a terrifying power, and powerful elemental powers kept flying out. The mountain ridges below them were riddled with holes by the splashing energy. Ling Xiao, who was in the middle of the two worlds, no longer concealed his own power, and the power of the desolate ancient world was fully released. Countless trees towered into the sky, forming a strong defense. Countless icicles shot out like soldiers, and many fiery mouths that contained boundless power instantly exploded. Bang bang! The collision of the three great world energies almost caused the space in this area to collapse and collapse. The people from the Dongfang family all retreated again and again. Their eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. This was the first time they had seen Ling Xiao's world power. All kinds of elemental powers appeared, like a living world, with a thick aura of the desolate ancient world, causing people's hearts to palpitate. It was 1 against 2, but Ling Xiao's power of his world still shattered the two's power of their worlds. The Shangguan clan's Emperor Xian and Shangguan Yun were unable to withstand the powerful recoil and were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Pft, pft. The two of them spat out blood at the same time, and it was obvious that they had suffered serious internal injuries. Shangguan Yun's perfect face was extremely pale, and his eyes revealed traces of strangeness. So powerful. This kind of man is my favorite. Shangguan Yun sighed in his heart. No one knew that this sissy Shangguan Yun was actually someone who liked men. If Ling Xiao heard this, he would probably run as far away as he could. An ugly woman who liked men wasn't scary, but a man who liked men was invincible. The 3 people from the Shangguan family were all defeated, but Ling Xiao still did not use his full strength, and the 10 moves agreement was still not over. He was like an emperor, and golden dragon coiled around his body, shining with golden light. He walked in the sky with dragon-like steps, looking extraordinary. Luo Meiying and Dongfang Jing were deeply fascinated by his emperor's aura. Do you admit defeat? Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the 3 people from the Shangguan family. The 2 Shangguan clan's mystic thearchs were embarrassed, and they were too embarrassed to reply. Shangguan Yun, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Palace Lord Ling is indeed powerful. We are willing to admit defeat. I, Shangguan Yun, agree to cancel this marriage." Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "The 3 of you let me win." Ling Xiao won, but he did not show a trace of complacency. Firstly, he did not treat the 3 of them as opponents, and secondly, he was not a person who liked to show off. This was the first time Dongfang Jun saw how powerful Ling Xiao was, and he felt that Ling Xiao was worthy of his daughter as his son-in-law. It was just that he could not let go of his pride. In the void, Grandma Dongfang had already seen the battle between Ling Xiao and the three people from the Shengguan family. She retracted her divine perception, and she was also very satisfied with Ling Xiao, but she had made another decision. The three people from the Shengguan family had no reason to stay. Before leaving, Sheng Guanyin asked Ling Xiao to talk to him alone. Ling Xiao did not want to get close to this sissy, but he was embarrassed to reject her. Palace Lord Ling is so powerful. I really admire you. Sheng Guanyun's sweet voice gave Ling Xiao goosebumps. Brother Shengguan, you flatter me. May I know why you called me here? Ling Xiao did not get too close to Sheng Guanyun, as he felt that the other party was up to no good. Why are you standing so far away, Palace Lord Ling? I won't eat you. Sheng Guanyun walked towards Ling Xiao and winked at him. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end, and he cursed inwardly, what is this damned ladyboy trying to do? Sheng Guanyun approached Ling Xiao, his eyes constantly scanning Ling Xiao's body, as if he had seen a peerless beauty, and his eyes were glowing. Sheng Guanyun raised his finger and drew a line across Ling Xiao's face. Palace Lord Ling, you are so strong, I like you. Blarg. Ling Xiao could not help but vomit out everything in his stomach, as if he had suffered a powerful blow. Ouch, Palace Lord Ling, what's wrong? Sheng Guanyun screamed and quickly helped Ling Xiao up. A handkerchief appeared in his hand, and he was about to wipe Ling Xiao's mouth. Damned glass. Get out of my way. Ling Xiao couldn't take it anymore. She raised her fist and punched Sheng Guanyun's face. Bang! Sheng Guanyun was sent flying like a cannonball, his handsome face somewhat deformed. However, he did not stop there. He put on an incomparably seductive pose, his jade-like finger lightly tapping his lips, and his eyes were like silk as he looked at Ling Xiao. Palace Lord Ling, you hit me so hard, can you hit me a few more times? Ling Xiao was completely defeated, and he hurriedly ran away. He was afraid that if he was even half a step slower, he would be disgusted to death by Sheng Guanyun. Damn it, this guy is really a lady boy. The more Ling Xiao thought about it, the more disgusted he felt. Palace Lord Ling, don't go, I really like you. Sheng Guanyun's voice came from behind him. Oh my god. Ling Xiao's expression changed again, and he ran as fast as he could. He swore that even if he met a saint, he would not be so embarrassed. Chapter 898. After the three people from the Shengguan clan left, Ling Xiao finally dared to walk around. Sheng Guanyun's killing power was simply too strong, causing him to have no choice but to retreat for 3 nights. If he wanted Dongfang Jing to leave with him, he would have to pass through Grandma Dongfang, otherwise, no one would be able to stop him. A saint was enough to look down on all the heroes, and was enough to make Ling Xiao attach great importance to him. Dongfang Jing almost broke her lips, but she still couldn't change Grandma Dongfang's decision. She only gave Ling Xiao 2 choices. One was to marry into the Dongfang family, become a vassal, and inherit the Dongfang family's orthodoxy. The other was to let Ling Xiao marry Dongfang Jing as his wife, and let other women be his concubines. These 2 conditions might not be a big problem for other men. The Dongfang family was one of the top ancient powers in the 18 great powers, and was the leader of the many families. Who wouldn't want to marry into the Dongfang family? Who wouldn't want to marry a girl as beautiful as Dongfang Jing? However, Ling Xiao did not respond directly. He already had a plan in his heart. He wanted the woman too, but he would not agree to the conditions. In the Dongfang family's main hall, the supreme elders of the Dongfang family had once again gathered together. Grandma Dongfang and Dongfang Jun were both at the head of the table. Little Jing, what urgent matter do you have to summon everyone here? If you can't explain it, I will punish you to face the wall for 10 years, and you will not be allowed to take half a step out of the clan. Grandma Dongfang said. Don't tell me you still want to persuade her. Stop your wishful thinking. As long as Palace Master Ling doesn't agree to our conditions, the Dongfang family won't let you go. If you really can't, you can stay in the family forever. Grandma, Father, don't be anxious. He asked me to gather you here. He has something to tell you. Dongfang Jing said as she looked at the man beside her affectionately. Since she had already made her choice, Dongfang Jing began to wholeheartedly capture this man's heart. She firmly believed that one day, she would be able to make Ling Xiao place most of his love on her. This time, the gazes of the people from the Dongfang family were all focused on Ling Xiao. Palace Master Ling, what do you mean by this? Even if you are the vassal of our Dongfang family, you have no right to summon us in a state of emergency. Dongfang Jun said unhappily. His daughter had told him that there was an extremely urgent matter that concerned the survival of the clan. That was why she had asked him to convene this meeting. Grandma Dongfang also glared at Ling Xiao with dissatisfaction. It seemed that if Ling Xiao couldn't give a good explanation, she would definitely make him stay in the Dongfang family forever. Ling Xiao smiled calmly and a weapon appeared in his hand. Does anyone recognize this weapon? Ling Xiao pointed at the water armor spear in his hand. Everyone present frowned, and one of them even shouted in dissatisfaction, "This is just God Pu's water armor spear. We will take as many as we have." Palace Master Ling, what do you mean by this? Is this really an ordinary water armor gun? Ling Xiao had a strange smile on his face as he looked at Grandma Dongfang and Dongfang Jun. The people present might not be able to recognize it, but could it be that Grandma Dongfang didn't know what it was? Without waiting for Grandma Dongfang to speak, a high-level mystic the Arch stood up and said excitedly, This is our clan's long-lost saint artifact, the water armor holy spear. Yes, it can't be wrong. Why is it in your hands? This mystic the Arch was sitting at the front, and it could be seen that he had an extraordinary status in the Dongfang family. Grandma Dongfang's old eyes revealed an excited expression as she cried out involuntarily, where did you get it from? Hurry up and tell me. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure had already appeared in front of Ling Xiao. A saint's aura pressed down on Ling Xiao, making it hard for him to breathe. Grandma, don't be rash. Dongfang Jing was shocked and said to Grandma Dongfang in panic. She was afraid that Grandma Dongfang would accidentally kill Ling Xiao. That would be a tragedy. Swish. Suddenly, the pearl at the top of the water armor spear emitted a ball of light, illuminating the entire hall. A tall and sturdy figure condensed into a human form like a god. A huge aura spread out and looked down on everyone in the hall. Ha! I'm finally back. The figure felt a familiar aura and couldn't help but laugh wildly. Who else could this remnant soul be other than Dongfang Zhen? Husband, is it really you? Grandma Dongfang asked excitedly. She rubbed her eyes, afraid that this was a dream. Hi Lian, it's me. Dongfang Zhen looked at Grandma Dongfang with the same excitement. Before his physical body had fallen, he and Grandma Dongfang were husband and wife. They were both Dongfang family's ancestors. When the people of the Dongfang family saw the remnant soul, they were all very happy. They knelt down in front of that person and shouted in unison, "Greetings, ancestor. All of you get up, Right now, I'm just a remnant soul." Dongfang Zhen sighed. He couldn't help but think back to 1,000 years ago, how mighty and carefree he was. In order to break through again, he charged into the depths of the sea, hoping to find a high-level spirit object. Unexpectedly, not long after, he encountered that terrifying snake python. His body was devoured, and only a portion of his soul power escaped. However, he could only hide in the water armor spear and couldn't escape the sea to borrow a body. Dongfang Zhen's appearance undoubtedly made the people of the Dongfang family wild with joy. Although he was only in a remnant soul state, as long as he borrowed a body to be reborn, their Dongfang family would definitely have another saint in the future. This was countless times better than Dongfang Zhen's complete fall. At this time, Ling Xiao once again proposed to take Dongfang Jing away. Grandma Dongfang originally wanted to refuse, but seeing that Ling Xiao had brought Dongfang Zhen back, she hesitated. In the end, Dongfangjin personally made the decision. Our Dongfang family is not at a disadvantage, let them be together. Only Dongfangjin had seen Ling Xiao's might in the sea, and even the snake python that had left him behind was so respectful to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao definitely had some unknown secrets. The Dongfang family should only befriend him, and not make him an enemy. Otherwise, if he summoned the sea's army to invade, even a few Dongfang families would find it hard to resist. Dongfangjin had supreme authority in the Dongfang family. Although he was only in a remnant soul state, he could still make others listen to his orders. Grandma Dongfang's usually overbearing personality also became much more docile in front of him. Dongfang Jing was overjoyed. She really didn't know that Ling Xiao actually had such a heaven-defying skill. She couldn't help but give Ling Xiao a few kisses on the spot, causing Ling Xiao to blush. Since he had formed a deep fate with the Dongfang family, Ling Xiao also did them a favor at little cost. He told the Dongfang family to prepare some rare 7th grade spirit herbs so that he could refine the soul-mending great returning pill for Dongfangjin. This was a top 7th grade pill that could cultivate the soul state and restore a lot of Dongfangjin's soul power, allowing him to return to his peak as soon as possible. In fact, there was an even more perfect 8th grade pill that could completely restore Dongfangjin's soul, but the current Ling Xiao didn't have the confidence to refine it for the time being. He could only wait until he went into seclusion to raise his alchemist rank before thinking about it. Ling Xiao's gift undoubtedly made the Dongfang family even happier. There was also a 7th grade alchemist in their family, but that alchemist admitted that he didn't have the pill recipe for the soul-mending great returning pill and couldn't refine it. Afterwards, that alchemist saw Ling Xiao's pill refining methods, condensing several 7th grade pills in a single cauldron, and was immediately shocked. He almost wanted to put down his old face and take Ling Xiao as his master. The Dongfang family finally saw how extraordinary Ling Xiao was, and the unhappiness in their hearts towards Dongfang Jing following Ling Xiao and being his concubine completely disappeared. Instead, they felt that they had picked up a heavenly ping-yi. Ling Xiao's potential was limitless, and in the future, he could definitely break through the Emperor realm and become a saint. He might even become the youngest alchemist saint in the history of the Central Territory. No matter which identity it was enough to make the Dongfang family feel that it was definitely worth it to pay Dongfang Jing and rope in such a genius. Ling Xiao became the son-in-law of the Dongfang family. Although it wasn't announced to the world, there was still a small banquet in the family, and it could be considered as Dongfang Jing's official marriage. Naturally, this news slowly spread out. Ling Xiao didn't refuse this request. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao also made Luo Meiying wear bridal makeup, which could be considered as compensation to Luo Meiying, marrying 2 concubines in one day. Of course, Luo Meiying naturally couldn't appear at the Dongfang family's banquet. Otherwise, the people of the Dongfang family would riot. The wedding night was the most anticipated moment for anyone. In the crimson bridal chamber, the flickering candlelight, the 2 brides sat side by side on the bed. Luo Meiying really didn't want to sit here with Dongfang Jing, but Dongfang Jing generously invited her over, saying that this was their wedding, and they should be in the same bridal chamber. Luo Meiying had already discussed the true meaning of life with Ling Xiao, and she had already accepted the matter of the bridal chamber. However, she didn't understand why Dongfang Jing was so open-minded and invited her to spend the night with Ling Xiao. At the thought of the scene of the 3 of them rolling on the big bed, Luo Meiying's cheeks were bright red. In the smiling Ao Palace, Ling Xiao had many women, and he occasionally slept with them, but Luo Meiying couldn't let go of her modesty. Now, she couldn't be weak in front of Dongfang Jing, so she could only bite the bullet and wait here with them. There was a lot of noise outside the room, full of all kinds of festive atmosphere, but the room was abnormally quiet. Sister, I'm nervous. Dongfang Jing pinched the corner of her clothes and let out a shy voice, breaking the silence. In terms of age, Dongfang Jing was a little older than Luo Meiying, but Luo Meiying had followed Ling Xiao much earlier. Dongfang Jing could only be below Luo Meiying. Therefore, it was not surprising that she called Luo Meiying sister. Luo Meiying was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Hee hee, so Sister Jing is afraid. I thought you really wanted to serve and laugh with me. Sister, don't laugh, I'm really nervous, I said. I said that the first time in the bridal chamber will hurt. Dongfang Jing said shyly. Luo Meiying also let go of her mentality. She felt that Dongfang Jing no longer had the arrogant attitude of a princess in the past. She only had the mentality of a little woman who was about to get married. Sister Jing, don't be afraid. We are all martial artists, so we can still endure that little pain. If we can't do it, he still has a painkiller pill. Luo Meiying held Dongfang Jing's hand and comforted her, then laughed. At that time, I'm afraid that not only will you not feel pain, you will also experience the feeling of floating in the air. You're so annoying. Why don't you show me first? Dongfang Jing said angrily. Chapter 899. The night of the spring night belonged to Dongfang Jing's first night. After Ling Xiao entered the bridal room and drank wine with the two girls, Luo Meiying still quietly left the bridal room, leaving this place to Ling Xiao and Dongfang Jing. Any woman's first night was filled with anticipation, excitement, and shyness. Luo Meiying had already tried it before. She didn't want to be a third party here and ruin Dongfang Jing's most memorable night. Spring cries, flowers bloom, red lotuses bloom. In one night, Dongfang Jing turned from a woman to a young woman, her face filled with countless blessings. Ling Xiao stayed in the Dongfang family for another 7 days. He knew all the supreme elders, and he also knew some of the inner sect elders, but he didn't remember any of them. There were too many people, so he couldn't be bothered to remember them all. He discovered that the Dongfang family's foundation was indeed much stronger than his proud smiling palaces. He had seen dozens of people with just the cultivation of the emperor. This scale was something that they could not compare to at the moment. Ling Xiao had already left the proud smiling palace for quite a few days, and he had some thoughts of returning. Before he left, he still had some questions to ask Dongfang Zhen and Grandma Dongfang. A woman with a lotus mark between her eyebrows? Grandma Dongfang stared at Ling Xiao with a dissatisfied expression and asked. She felt that this brat was courting death. He had just married the princess of the Dongfang family as his concubine, and now he wanted to find a woman. This was too disrespectful to the Dongfang family. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Grandma, don't misunderstand. One of my friends was taken away by this woman with a lotus mark between her eyebrows, so I wanted to ask you if you know what kind of person she is, or what sect she is from. So that's how it is. Let me think, this old one hasn't gone out for many years, but I still have some knowledge. Grandma Dongfang replied. Dongfang Zhen still hadn't found a suitable body, but his soul had been warmed up, and his aura was much stronger than before. He also fell into deep thought. Ling Xiao waited nervously. The people of the great sage were all old people who had lived for a long time, and their experience was not something that ordinary people could imagine. If they had never seen him before, then they didn't know how to find such a person. Could it be someone from that place? Granny Dongfang seemed to have thought of something. Her expression was a little surprised, and there was a hint of fear in her old eyes. Where? Ling Xiao asked nervously. At this time, Dongfang Zhen said, You mean the heaven cushion stronghold? Granny Dongfang nodded and said, Do you remember that a group of mysterious people suddenly appeared in the central region over 5,000 years ago? They swept through the saints of the various powers, and they even ventured deep into various forbidden areas to plunder high-grade spirit items. Our Eastern Sea once had a group of people like that appear, and they seemed to be people with lotus patterns. I remember now. Those people were marauders. They directly swept away the foundation of the various factions. If it was not for the old pavilion chief of the spiritual martial pavilion joining hands with our various factions, it is likely that they would have completely snatched away the entire middle region. Dongfang Zhen also recalled some matters as he replied. Who are they? Where is the sky cushion stronghold? Ling Xiao asked. We don't know who they are either. We only know that they came from the Sky Cushion stronghold. It is said that it is the closest place to the heaven domain, and we have never been there before, Granny Dongfang said. Sky Cushion stronghold? Ling Xiao frowned as he muttered to himself. During the year that the demonic emperor had taught him, he had rarely told him about the situation in the heaven domain, nor had he told him where the Sky Cushion stronghold was. He had only said that when he became a saint, he would definitely be able to sense it. If Yunmingshi had really been taken away by those people, then it would be difficult. Before the demonic emperor had left, he had solemnly warned him that unless he had become a saint, he should not even think about finding the path to the heaven domain. That was because the heaven domain was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Even saints could fall at any time, and the holy emperor was not necessarily invincible. There was still that high and mighty divine existence. That's right, my clan's scripture pavilion might have some relevant records. You can go in with my symbol and take a look. Granny Dongfang was quite generous to Ling Xiao. She directly opened up the scripture pavilion for Ling Xiao to read. This was a place that only the direct descendants of the Dongfang clan could enter. In the scripture pavilion, Ling Xiao saw how powerful the Dongfang clan was. There were all sorts of high-level profound skills and ancient records. Ling Xiao thought to himself, one day, the Laughing Palace will also have all sorts of profound skills and ancient scrolls. Ling Xiao finally found a record about the Sky Cushion stronghold. Although it was only 2 pages, it was enough to let Ling Xiao know where that place was. At the same time, he also found a record about the lotus pattern. That was the unique symbol of a large power called the Lotus Sect. In ancient times, the Lotus Sect had once spread their seeds in the central region, but for some reason, they had all disappeared. Some people said that the Lotus Sect had been destroyed by the Empire, while others said that they had moved to another place. This matter became a mystery for a time. The Lotus Sect appeared with the raiders 5,000 years ago. Did they move to the Sky Cushion stronghold? Ling Xiao murmured as he closed the ancient scroll. In the end, he was sure that Yun Mengqi had been taken away by the Lotus Sect. According to legend, the majority of the Lotus Sect was made up of women, and only a few men. Yun Mengqi's pure water attribute physique must have caught the eye of the Lotus Sect and been taken back to cultivate. This was Ling Xiao's wishful thinking. He didn't know the truth. Ling Xiao left the Dongfang clan with Luo Meiying and Dongfang Jing, and returned to the Laughing Palace. Everything was as usual in the Laughing Palace. There was no attack. The Gu family had asked for peace, and the palace master Sha Tian had failed to kill Ling Xiao. So, the two forces stopped fighting against the Laughing Palace. The Black Demon Sect, which was one of the top 18 forces, didn't make any moves. This was very strange. Some big-mouthed members of the Black Demon Sect had divulged the information that their sect lord had gone out to travel. So, he hadn't been in the sect. Otherwise, he would have destroyed the Laughing Palace by now. As for the truth, no one knew. In short, the Laughing Palace had a quiet opportunity to develop rapidly. With the Alchemist Guild's move to the Wind Cloud City, the Laughing Palace had attracted more attention. The Alchemist Guild had always been in the Medicine City. It was an important symbol of the Medicine City. All the major alchemy associations had sent representatives to the Alchemist Guild to represent the Alchemist Guild. Now that the Alchemist Guild had moved to the Wind Cloud City, it had attracted a lot of attention. All the major forces were trying to find out more information. They wanted to know if the Laughing Palace and the Medicine Sect had made some kind of deal. After many inquiries, the only correct answer was that the supervising elder of the Alchemist Guild had joined the Proud Smiling Palace and become the guardian elder of the Proud Smiling Palace. The Alchemist Guild had moved to the Wind Cloud City because of the supervising elder. For a moment, everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect the Laughing Palace to have such charm. Even the Saint Alchemist of the Central Region had been recruited. It was no wonder that they could resist the Black Demon Sect. The Proud Smiling Palace became the focus of everyone's attention, and the Wind Cloud City also received a lot of attention. Many alchemists rushed to the Wind Cloud City because the Alchemist Association was a place where alchemists could be appraised. They could obtain the approval of everyone in the central region. The Medicine Gate had also responded to this. They and the alchemy associations established a new alchemist guild. The Medicine Sect and the alchemy associations issued the new Alchemist Guild. The power and influence of these two great alchemy sects was still enormous. The response they made at this time was undoubtedly aimed at the relocation of the Alchemist Association. The two alchemist guilds began to face each other. It was destined that the alchemist world would change. At the same time, the Laughing Palace announced to the public that the Medicine Pavilion was recruiting children who could refine medicine Tenbin as disciples. This was also Han Kai's preparation for the rise of the medicine god's inheritance. In the new Alchemist Guild of the Medicine Capital, the Medicine Sect's Grand Elder, Hua Chen, and the Pill Sect's Grand Elder, Dan Fu, were gathered together. The two of them were drinking thousands of years old tea while talking. I didn't expect the worst to happen. It seems that the alchemy associations will be disbanded because of this. Dan Fu took a sip of tea and sighed. Hua Chen sighed as well. When Elder Han left, our old pavilion master had already predicted that this day would come. All these years, our two sects have not put in the effort to help him rebuild the medicine sect. How could he not have noticed that his heart was as clear as a mirror? However, he had not made any movements all this time because he wanted to secretly nurture his own forces and rope in the various large alchemy sects and aristocratic families. There's nothing we can do about it. The alchemy sect and our two sects are united, but we all know who is stronger at that time. If we let them reappear, I'm afraid we will be suppressed again. Dan Fu said. If a sect wants to develop, it's not something that can be done in a day. How can he do it alone? I just didn't expect him to choose Ling Xiao. That kid's ability is not small. Hua Chen smiled bitterly. Dan Fu said disdainfully, he does have some ability, but if he doesn't focus on alchemy, his achievements will always be limited. You can't say that. He's already a 7th grade alchemist. If Elder Han trains him with all his might, he might really have the chance to become a saint alchemist in 100 years. At that time, one sect will have 2 saint alchemists, I'm afraid. At that time, their power will be great. Hua Chen sighed. He thought of the young figure who had forcefully left their medicine sect space base a few years ago. He couldn't help but feel that he was really old. Their medicine sect had lost a saint, but they still let him live freely. He really couldn't understand what his old sect master was thinking. Brother Chen, what countermeasures do you have? Are we just going to let them develop like this? Dan Fu said with a slightly worried expression. Although their alchemy sect was not one of the 18 forces, they were not inferior to them. This was all because they were a big alchemist sect. If the medicine pavilion of the proud smiling palace was allowed to develop, their alchemy sect would be the first to be attacked. After all, they didn't have the power of the medicine sect, and their resources couldn't be weakened. There's no other way but to set up an arena with them. Let's defeat them openly. Hua Chen said. Chapter 900. The proud smiling palace moved to the Alchemist Guild from Wind Cloud City to strengthen the proud smiling palace's reputation and foundation. Wind Cloud City became livelier than before. All kinds of shops were set up and the sound of hawking could be heard. The distribution area was filled with mercenaries. They took out many high-level spirit herbs to trade. There were also people selling all kinds of antiques. The official road was sparse, and many warriors were walking with their spirit beasts. They were all people who came from outside the city. They all admired the prestige of the proud smiling palace and came to the Alchemist Guild. There were many alchemists in a place with the Alchemist Guild. They all wanted to make friends with such a distinguished person or to trade for elixirs that could increase their strength. Ling Xiao was very pleased to see this scene. He didn't expect Elder Han to give him such a big gift. Although he knew that Elder Han did this for the sake of the herbal sect's inheritance, the proud smiling palace would also benefit. After returning to the palace, Ling Xiao introduced Dongfang Jing to the ladies. He couldn't help but be scolded and rolled their eyes. Ling Xiao could only endure it. He was indeed a playboy. In the end, he swore that as long as he found Yun Mingqi, he would not have any relations with other women. Only then did the ladies let him go. After spending a few days with the ladies, Ling Xiao went into seclusion again. When he found out about the Heaven Cushion stronghold, he had a strong desire to become stronger quickly. The mystic the Arch realm was a realm that many people dreamed of, but it was far from enough for Ling Xiao. He hoped to become a saint as soon as possible so that he could go to the Heaven Cushion stronghold and the Heaven region. That was his final stage. The first thing Ling Xiao did after his seclusion was to cultivate the 9 sun scorching heaven art. Now that he had the first few levels of the extreme yang fire, he needed to fill up a few more yang meridians. The 9 sun scorching heaven art was comparable to the ancient emperor divine art. Once it was cultivated, it would definitely make him more powerful. Before this, he had already filled up 2 yang veins. The first one was formed by fusing the flames of his own element into the first yang vein, and the second one was formed by fusing the heavenly fire into the 7th yang vein, the purple flame divine Sunday. Although 2 of his yang veins had merged with the yang fire, Ling Xiao could only use the first move, the scarlet blazing Sunday. He could not skip the other layers and use the purple blazing divine Sunday. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to quickly fuse with the other yang meridians. Being able to use the first few moves of the 9 sun burning heaven technique was enough to show the power of this divine technique. After all, he had witnessed the might of Lu Su's battle against those of a higher level, and it was indeed quite powerful. The second layer, Golden Flame Spirit Yang, required the rank 5 spirit grass, Golden Flame Grass. This was a type of yang grass that allowed him to absorb the yang flames into his 2nd yang meridian. Before this, Ling Xiao had already sent people to purchase golden flame grass from all over the place. Now, he had already gathered all the golden flame grass. Hundreds of spirit grass that flickered with golden flames appeared in front of him. Every single one of them was like a golden seedling, and they were extraordinary. These golden flame grasses all grew in places with extreme yang energy and grew by absorbing extreme yang energy. Therefore, it was not easy to find them. If an ordinary person wanted to absorb these golden flame grasses, they would definitely consume them directly. However, with so many golden flame grasses in front of him, how much time would it take to consume them one by one? Moreover, these golden flame grasses possessed intense yang energy. Consuming a single one of them would cause one to suffer the burning sensation. Unless one was an earth sovereign or above fire attributed martial artist, it would be difficult to absorb them. As an alchemist, Ling Xiao thought of the shortcut of consuming the golden flame grasses. However, he would have to endure unbearable pain to do so. If he was careless, he would immediately be burnt to death. Ling Xiao controlled the spirit grass in the air, and the obsidian cauldron appeared on the spot. Refining medicine into rain, this was the method of a high-ranked alchemist. The essence of the golden flame grasses were extracted by Ling Xiao, and they fell into the cauldron like little sparks. The essence of hundreds of golden flame grasses formed a huge ball of golden flames that burned and danced within the cauldron. After the extraction was completed, Ling Xiao did something shocking. He actually carried the cauldron and poured all the medicinal essence into his mouth. Swish! Ling Xiao displayed his powerful suction force and forcefully absorbed the essence of the golden flame grasses into his stomach. If others were to see this scene, they would definitely think that Ling Xiao had gone mad. Even the mystic the Arch wouldn't be so careless to devour so much essence of the extreme yang flame. That would incinerate his meridians and internal organs. However, everyone shouldn't forget that Ling Xiao was someone who possessed the heaven flame. If he could even absorb the heaven flame, how could a mere tier 5 flame hurt him? The moment the golden flames entered his stomach, the burning sensation caused Ling Xiao to feel unbearable pain. Ling Xiao immediately circulated the 9 suns heaven burning gods chant for the 2nd level and started to fuse the massive amount of golden flames into his 2nd yang meridian. The moment the golden flames rushed into his meridians, the flames started to burn his meridians and wanted to break them. However, these meridians that seemed to be casted with gold were extremely tough and had reached the stage where no fire could penetrate them. This caused the golden flames to be useless. A large amount of supreme yang fire began to rush into the second yang meridian, accumulating endless golden flames within it. Because Ling Xiao had absorbed too many golden flame grasses, there was still the essence of the various spiritual herbs left. These essences were absorbed by the heaven flame and his dantian. The flames of all living things were delicacies for the heaven flame. Devouring them could increase the heaven flame's strength. Flames that weren't tiered weren't worth devouring. Since Ling Xiao's body contained the fire attribute, refining these golden flames could strengthen his dantian. This was the benefit of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao absorb the essence of hundreds of golden flame grasses in one go? His brain wasn't damaged yet. After filling up the second yang meridian, surging fire energy filled Ling Xiao's body. Balls of golden flames flickered, making him look like the son of the golden sun and incomparably mighty. Ling Xiao took advantage of this smooth process and took out many indigo fire stones. Indigo fire stones were the materials needed to cultivate the 3rd level. They contained indigo flames, which were of a higher grade than the golden flames. They were the best materials to forge fire attribute spiritual tools. These indigo fire stones were obtained by Wu clan in Wu clan city. This clan actually abused their old master and was directly destroyed by Ling Xiao. All the indigo fire stones in their clan were looted. When Ling Xiao handed the indigo fire stones to Du Tai, he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. This would allow them to forge fire attribute spiritual tools for hundreds of years without having to worry about not having enough indigo fire stones. Tens of thousands of fist-sized indigo fire stones were placed in the seclusion room and emitted indigo flames. Finally, they gathered together, causing the seclusion room to look like it was on fire. The intense and high-temperature energy formed a small sea of fire. Even an earthly sovereign would be burned alive in this place. Only a celestial venerable would be fine because he had the power of the world to separate it. Ling Xiao naturally wasn't afraid of these indigo fire stones. He shook his aura and turned the tens of thousands of indigo fire stones around him into powder. Countless indigo flames were like blue flames that turned into countless vast stars. It was abnormally beautiful. The fire energy emitted an incomparably high temperature that ordinary people couldn't bear. Ling Xiao opened his mouth and the suction force increased. Countless indigo flames were sucked into his mouth. Once again, Ling Xiao merged with the 3rd meridian, the yang meridian. The fire elemental energy almost made him explode. The heaven fire in his sea of consciousness absorbed most of the energy without hesitation, and even refined a part of it into his dantian. Ling Xiao guarded his mind and continuously digested the 2nd and 3rd level mnemonic chants. This allowed the 2 meridians' power of yang to truly merge and form a close relationship with his dantian, allowing it to flow endlessly. If Lu Su knew that Ling Xiao had filled up 2 yang meridians in such a short period of time, his jaw would have dropped. When he obtained the inheritance, he knew how difficult it was to merge with the fire of yang. If he didn't use some supplementary fire suppression spirit herbs, he would definitely be burned to death by the yang fire. However, Ling Xiao directly ignored the energy of the yang fire and even filled and merged 2 yang meridians at once. This was simply heaven-defying. Ling Xiao's power surged to the extreme. Punches that were mixed with intense flames blasted out. Rumble. Rumble. The seclusion room that Elder Han had set up restrictions was shaking non-stop from Ling Xiao's punches. The 9 sun burning heaven art is indeed powerful. When I refine the 9 suns extreme, it won't be a problem for me to destroy a small mountain range with 1 punch. Ling Xiao excitedly muttered to himself. Ling Xiao did not stop after merging 2 yang meridians. He also gathered the supplementary spiritual items for the other 2 yang meridians and wanted to merge the other 2 yang meridians in one go. With the fusion of the 4th level, Black Flame Absolute Yang and the 5th level, Green Flame Nethersun, Ling Xiao's aura also increased by leaps and bounds. He actually reached the middle success stage of the low-tier Mystic Emperor. One had to know that after reaching the Mystic Emperor level, the accumulated energy could be described as massive. Otherwise, why would it be so difficult for every Mystic Emperor to advance a level? However, Ling Xiao was like a pioneer. In a short half a year, he merged 4 yang meridians and absorbed a large amount of fire attribute energy. This was the first time since the 9 sun burning heaven art was created that he achieved such a magnificent feat. If others wanted to learn from him and absorb the yang fire energy so quickly, they would have died long ago. After filling and merging 4 yang meridians, 6 out of the 9 great yang meridians in Ling Xiao's body were already filled. He only needed to fill the other 3 and he would reach the phenomenal success stage. Ling Xiao did not have any other supplementary yang fire for the time being. He could only stop cultivating. He only stopped cultivating the 9 sun burning heaven art and continued to refine grade 8 elixirs in seclusion. He originally thought that with his energy, it would not be a problem for him to smoothly reach grade 8. However, an accident happened. He destroyed close to 100 stalks of Tier 8 spiritual herbs, more than 2,000 stalks of Tier 7 spiritual herbs, and countless Tier 5 and Tier 6 spiritual herbs. He still could not refine a single grade 8 elixir. He was the only one who could endure such a huge consumption. If it was someone else, they would have already committed suicide from the pain. Tier 5 and Tier 6 spiritual herbs were still considered easy to find. Spirit herbs that were Tier 7 and above were definitely rare. It was extremely difficult to find them, let alone those Tier 8 heaven-defying spiritual herbs. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's trip to the Sea Region Dragon Palace and obtaining an unimaginable amount of resources, he would not be able to consume them like this. It seems like only when I reach the high-tier Mystic Emperor and slightly touch the spatial laws would I be able to refine grade 8 elixirs. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. Chapter 901. 3 years passed by in a flash. The news that its master, Ling Xiao, had become the son-in-law of the Dongfang family spread. The Alchemist Guild also moved to Wind Cloud City. The news that Ling Xiao had become an emperor was also confirmed. More and more forces joined the Laughing Palace. It became a force that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 18 major forces. The Laughing Palace surpassed the Gu family in one fell swoop and became one of the top forces. The central region no longer only had 18 major forces. It was now called the 20 major forces. Apart from the proud smiling palace, the heaven-slaying organization was no longer silent. It was established in a place called the Crack Valley, and became another great force after the proud smiling palace. In fact, the Sha Tian organization had been established for many years. It had not been announced to the public, but most people knew of its existence. Some forces did not believe in the strength of the Sha Tian organization and went to provoke it. They were wiped out. At the same time, they publicly announced that they would assassinate anyone, even saints. Of course, they had to be paid enough. The central region was shocked by such a bold statement. Everyone was waiting for someone to destroy the heaven-slaying organization and break this world-shocking declaration. The major forces did not provoke the Sha Tian organization. Instead, it was a rogue saint who seemed to have a grudge against the Sha Tian organization. He went to the Crack Valley to take revenge. As a result, the next day, his head was hung outside the Rift Valley and exposed to the sun. Suddenly, the Sha Tian organization shocked the world. No one dared to provoke their prestige and they were directly listed as a major force. The appearance of the Sha Tian organization caused people to speculate if it had anything to do with the Laughing Palace. This was because the Sha Tian organization had chased after the master of the Laughing Palace. In the end, they returned without success, staining the organization's reputation. In addition, the Alchemist Guild and the Dan sect held an exchange with the Alchemist Guild of Wind Cloud City. In the end, the Alchemist Guild of the Medicine Capital defeated the Alchemist Guild of Wind Cloud City. The Alchemist Guild of the Medicine Capital became famous and overshadowed the Alchemist Guild of Wind Cloud City. At the same time, the breakthroughs of the Black Demon sect and the Laughing Palace were on the table. The new forces that had joined the proud smiling palace had been annihilated and looted by the Black Demon sect. Moreover, they had announced that anyone who dared to join the proud smiling palace would become an enemy of the Black Demon sect. The proud smiling palace responded by sending people to attack the Black Demon sect's many branches. Moreover, they declared that the proud smiling palace wasn't afraid of the Black Demon sect. They would destroy the Black Demon sect sooner or later. There were small skirmishes between the two sects, but no large-scale battle had taken place. It seemed that both sides were worried about something. Inside Palace Master Xiao Ao's palace, all the elders gathered together. The Black Demon sect has gone too far. Why don't we go to their lair and fight to the death? Yi Yunfeng shouted. Several years had passed, and his aura had become more and more exuberant. His entire person had also become much calmer, but his belligerent personality had not changed. I think we should fight. Cruel Leopard expressed his position. Jiang Yi's current strength was already nearing the peak stage of a middle-stage mystic Tharch. This was all because of the experience he had accumulated in his previous life. That was why he was so strong. After all, he was already at the peak stage of a mystic Tharch. At this stage, he would not face any bottlenecks. All he needed to do was keep accumulating strength. Ling Xiao, who was sitting in the main seat, looked at Xian Yao and asked, "What do you think, fraud?" Xian Yao's temperament had changed a lot. His whole person was becoming more and more ethereal. Just as Ling Xiao had said, he is becoming more and more like a fraud. It is not easy to attack the Black Demon sect. There must be a lot of super masters inside. Even if we can defeat them, our strength will be greatly damaged. We have to think about it. Xian Yao gently waved his white paper fan and said, "Yes, this is not a child's play. Once the war starts, it will be a fight to the death." Du Tai said. Not long ago, there was a family that joined the proud smiling palace. They were completely destroyed. If we don't teach the Black Demon sect a lesson, they will become even more arrogant. Lu Su said. Lu Su practiced the 9 Suns Burning Sky art. His speed of advancement was extremely fast. He had already reached the peak stage of a low-level mystic Tharch. All these years, he had been staying in the proud smiling palace. He had not made any unusual moves. Instead, he had made a lot of contributions. When fighting against the forces of the Black Demon sect, Lu Su often rushed to the front line to kill the enemy. The name of Yang Di had also begun to spread in the central region. Yes, although we have killed many branches of the Black Demon sect, we have not been able to make them restrain themselves. We must teach them a lesson. The proud smiling palace is not a decoration. Yi Yunfeng agreed. In the proud smiling palace, only Yi Yunfeng and Lu Su were close. After all, they were both young people, so they had a lot to talk about. Even so, the Black Demon sect is not a soft sieve. Wu Fu sighed. The main hall was divided into 2 groups. One group wanted to fight, while the other group thought that they should focus on the big picture. The 2 groups of people seemed to be in a dispute. Ling Xiao, who was sitting in the main seat, coughed and said, "Quiet." As Ling Xiao's voice fell, everyone became quiet. No one dared to disrespect his position as the palace master. The war with the Black Demon sect will happen sooner or later, but not now. Ling Xiao said solemnly. Then he said, "What we need to do now is to improve our overall strength. When the time is right, it will be the time to fight the Black Demon sect. Fraud, count the elders and deacons who have made the greatest contributions to the palace over the years. I will help them improve their overall strength so that they can be ready for the war." "Yes, Palace Master," Xian Ya replied. Then Ling Xiao said, "Elder Yunfeng, Elder Lu Su, you 2 lead the troops and pay attention to the movements of the Black Demon sect. If you find them crossing the boundary, kill them immediately." "Yes, Palace Master," Yi Yunfeng and Lu Su replied. Elderly Shui, announced to the outside world that any half-step sovereigns or above who pledge loyalty to the proud smiling palace will be rewarded with a supreme-grade Xian Supreme Pill. There is no limit to the quota. Celestial Masters will be rewarded with a Rebirth Supreme Pill. The quota is limited to 1,000 people. Once selected, the proud smiling palace will be provided with all kinds of resources for their future cultivation. Ling Xiao ordered Li Shui. As soon as Ling Xiao's words came out, everyone in the main hall had a strange look on their faces. They knew that their palace master had been quiet for the past few years. They were afraid that the palace master was about to make a big move. Such a large sum of money was probably not something that many generous forces would use in such a way. Who knew whether or not these people would betray them in the future after they obtained the pills? Palace master, isn't this a little too hasty? Wu Fu asked. Yes, how can we take out so many resources in such a short time? If a large number of people join us and we don't have the pills, it will be bad for the reputation of the proud smiling palace. A new half-step sovereign elder said. Since the palace master has said so, he must have a plan. Yi Yunfeng would never doubt Ling Xiao's words. All right, just do as I say. I have my own plans. Ling Xiao interrupted them. Following that, everyone in the hall reported the recent happenings before dispersing. In the main hall, only Ling Xiao, Xian Yao, Cruel Leopard, Yi Yunfeng, the pavilion masters, and the hall masters were left. These people were Ling Xiao's confidants, and each of them was extremely loyal. Ling Xiao looked at everyone and said, "The Black Demon sect is not our only enemy now. The Sha Tian organization has already made a move against our people. The families that were recently destroyed were not the doing of the Black Demon sect, but the Sha Tian organization. Their goal is to frame the Black Demon sect, so that we and the Black Demon sect will fight. Then, they will attack us in one fell swoop. Is it possible?" Yi Yunfeng was surprised. There's nothing impossible about that. I've already sent Fang Chen and Luo Yu there. Although there are traces left behind by the dark element, there are other clues that can prove that it's Sha Tian's people. I didn't say that I didn't want to make people panic, said Ling Xiao confidently. Everyone's expression turned solemn. If what Ling Xiao said was true, and they were to start a war with the Black Demon sect, then the Sha Tian organization would certainly plot against the proud smiling palace. What should we do? Lone Eagle asked. That is why I want you to stay, Ling Xiao said. Then he said, on one hand, I want you to pretend that you will fight the Black Demon sect to the death. On the other hand, I want you to spread the word that we have hired people from the Sha Tian organization to deal with the Black Demon sect. At the same time, I will send people to kill a few people from the Black Demon sect. We cannot let the Sha Tian organization stay out of this. This plan is feasible. The Sha Tian organization claims that they will kill saints as long as they can afford it. Most people will believe our announcement. Even if the Sha Tian organization clarifies the matter, no one will believe it. The Black Demon sect will certainly have a conflict with them. Xian Yao said approvingly. Then let the Snake Hall do it, Ling Shi said. Well, the Snake Hall will be responsible for spreading the news. The Eagle Hall will assist Fang Chen and the others in paying attention to the movements of the Heaven Slaying organization and the Black Demon sect. We will eliminate these two big forces in the near future. Ling Xiao revealed a confident look as he said. Xian Yao said, Master, this is a matter of life and death for the proud smiling palace. Don't be impulsive. That's right. Boss, isn't your appetite a little too big? Don't forget that the Gu family is also eyeing you covetously, Yi Yunfeng added. He thought that he was aggressive enough, but Ling Xiao was more aggressive than he was. Don't worry. I am not arrogant enough to swallow them all. But it is not difficult to defeat them one by one. Ling Xiao said calmly. He had been silent for a few years. It was time to move his body. Otherwise, people would forget about him. After everyone left, he went to the secret room under the main hall. This secret chamber was created by him 2 years ago. Other than a few people who knew about it, no one else knew of its existence. Master. As soon as he entered the secret room, a group of people knelt down and greeted Ling Xiao. Rise. Ling Xiao said and then sat on the highest seat. There were about 100 people here. Each of them had the strength of a high-level celestial master. There were more than 10 of them who were at the Xian King level. They all wore black robes. Chapter 902. In the secret room, these people were all people that Ling Xiao absolutely trusted. It could be said that even if his women had a certain chance of betraying him, these people would never betray him. They were absolutely loyal. Even if Ling Xiao asked these people to die for him, they would not frown. These were the top-notch experts that Ling Xiao had formed over the past 3 years. They were all people that he had used high-level spirit spells to control. Granny Netherwind, Zhu Xiu, Gung Hong, Ling Zheng, Guan Chang, Fang Chen, Luo Yu. Most of them were the original members of Sha Tian's organization. A few of them were from the Black Demon sect and some loose cultivators. Although Ling Xiao rarely left the palace these few years, he had sent Granny Netherwind, who had once worked for Sha Tian's Jade Assassins, to destroy many of Sha Tian's branches. Many of these people were captured by her. Another portion were the infamous leaders of the roving bandits or mercenary group leaders in the central region. These people had all committed the evil deeds of Tao Tian, but no one had taken care of them. Ling Xiao felt that he had to get rid of these evils for the people, so he sent Zhu Xiu and others to capture them one by one. The plan to build a personal guard was something that Ling Xiao had long had in mind. After a few years, it had finally begun to take shape. Are you all ready? Ling Xiao glanced at everyone and asked lightly. These people replied in unison, ready. Good, this is the first time that all of you will move together. You must succeed in one go. Ling Xiao said faintly. With that, he took the lead and walked to a corner of the secret room. A high-level heavenly venerable near that corner took out a beast core and inserted it into a slot on the wall. This was a transmission array that directly transferred everyone to the City Lord of Wind Cloud City. As the City Lord, Wang Teng had already been waiting respectfully at this transmission array. Greetings, Palace Lord. Wang Teng knelt and bowed. Get up, we will immediately head to Dragon Subduing City. Ling Xiao ordered. Wang Teng did not dare to be negligent. He immediately adjusted the location of the teleportation formation, inserted the beast core, and let Ling Xiao and the others leave. As Ling Xiao and the others left, Wang Teng muttered to himself with great reverence, Palace Master hasn't fought personally for a few years. I can't even feel the slightest fluctuation of his aura. He's really well hidden. The Hidden Dragon City was an ancient city. Not far from the city was a river that spanned across several cities. It was called the Black Dragon River. This river was the boundary between the Laughing Palace and the Black Demon sect. The north belonged to the Laughing Palace, while the south belonged to the Black Demon sect. After Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the Hidden Dragon City, they each took a pill to conceal their presence and headed straight for the territory of the Black Demon sect. Their target was the Corpse sect, a branch of the Black Demon sect. The Black Demon sect was a 4th-grade sect that was second only to the Black Demon sect. It was a very evil and vicious sect. It specialized in hunting down experts, and refining their corpses into corpses. The powerhouses of the sect used corpse energy to practice evil arts. There was even a rumor that the people of the sect ate human flesh. It was very disgusting. This was a sect that made people tremble with fear. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, few people dared to walk around here. The city where they were located was like a ghost town. The chilly wind was bleak, and the corpse energy was everywhere. Occasionally, wild wolves would appear, biting human limbs and splitting them apart. It was a sinister and terrifying sight. Ling Xiao and the others soon arrived at the territory of the Corpse sect. Granny Mingfeng, you stay at the back and prevent anyone from leaving. The rest of you, follow me and kill our way over. Ling Xiao ordered. Granny Mingfeng nodded and turned into a gust of wind, disappearing before everyone's eyes. No one knew where she was hiding. Ling Xiao was the first to release his aura, and the others followed suit. The terrifying aura shook the entire area, causing it to sway slightly. "Go, kill everyone from the corpse sect," Ling Xiao said. The people behind him summoned their spirit beasts one by one and dispersed to find their respective opponents. The corpse sect naturally reacted. It was impossible for them to not notice a powerful opponent attacking their door. Hundreds of figures flew out from all directions. An extremely hoarse voice sounded coldly, "Hee, who dares to cause trouble at the corpse sect? They must be tired of living." The people brought by Ling Xiao did not say anything and immediately went up to meet them. A great battle immediately broke out. Various types of elemental energies exploded non-stop, and the sky was filled with colorful fireworks. It was very beautiful. So many masters, but it's still impossible to destroy our corpse sect. Summon the zombies. The voice from earlier sounded again. Immediately after, an ear-piercing sound rang out. It was like the demonic sound of the 9 underworlds, containing a strange taste. What kind of strength can they have? I hope they don't disappoint me. Ling Xiao stood in the air and looked coldly at the great battle before him as he muttered to himself. Suddenly, numerous zombies leaped out from the buildings on the ground. Every single one of them wore plain white clothes, their hair was extremely disheveled, and their faces were pale and lifeless. These were the zombies refined by the corpse sect. There were almost 10,000 of them, and they were at the king rank, earthly emperor rank, and heavenly venerable rank. Just looking at them made one's scalp go numb. This was simply like hell, and not an ordinary person dared to face such a scene. Numerous zombies flew up from the ground and attacked the people brought by Ling Xiao. Although they were zombies, they could blast out corrosive corpse energy, causing others to lose their vitality and weaken their combat strength. The attack of 10,000 zombies was enough to shock the surroundings. As expected of a place called a 4th-grade sect. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's subordinates were all experts that could fight 100 by themselves. Otherwise, they would have lost more than half of them under a single round of attacks. A few tens of zombies flashed towards Ling Xiao, and their gray corpse energy carried a dense corrosive aura that caused others to be horrified. When facing this corpse energy, Ling Xiao actually didn't take any precautions and allowed it to assault him. When the corpse energy entered his body, it caused the circulation of his vital energy and blood to become slightly sluggish, but it didn't affect him too much. This is the so-called corpse energy, and the reason why ordinary people don't dare invade this place. It's nothing great. Ling Xiao muttered with extreme disdain. Meanwhile, the few tens of zombies had arrived before Ling Xiao, and they directly pounced towards Ling Xiao without any moves. Their sharp nails and dark and sharp teeth carried a bloodthirsty aura. At the moment these zombies approached him, Ling Xiao finally started to move. A ball of glistening flames coiled around him, and he seemed as if he transformed into the son of the sun and was extremely dazzling. The light of extreme yang and the fire of extreme yang were the nemesis of such dark and evil things. Shatter for me. Ling Xiao lightly shouted, and his figure split into 24, as if 24 Ling Xiaos had appeared at the same time. Each Ling Xiao swung a blazing fist and smashed out. The flames were scorching, and they were as powerful as the sky. Bang, bang. The heads of the several tens of zombies exploded in an instant by Ling Xiao, and their corpses fell to the ground. After getting rid of these dozens of zombies, Ling Xiao flew towards the battlefield in front of him. The fiery light on his body illuminated all living things, and he exuded an unparalleled aura. How can mere corpses cause trouble? Destroy them all for this palace, and rid the world of evil. Ling Xiao shouted, and the fist force of the 9 sun-burning sky art blasted out like the sun. It was like a myriad of suns shining in the sky, and it had a great momentum that could incinerate the sky and steam the sea. The corpses were incinerated into powder, and ear-piercing screams resounded incessantly in all directions. Those people from the corpse sect were all shocked when they saw this scene. Could he be the Sunlight Emperor of the proud smiling palace? A middle-stage mystic emperor of the corpse sect frowned and said, "It seems that we have to summon the corpse demons that we have been nurturing for 5,000 years, or else it will be hard for us to resist them." Another low-stage mystic emperor said, "No hurry, we have a lot of zombies, and they may not be able to break through," the middle-stage mystic emperor said calmly. There were only 100 people on Ling Xiao's side, and the entire strength of the corpse sect was more than 10,000 zombies, which was not a joke. Among the 100 people that Ling Xiao brought, more than 10 people had already fallen, and at the same time, they had also killed hundreds of zombies. If it wasn't for the number of mystic emperors on Ling Xiao's side, it would be difficult to resist the attacks of these zombies with just the celestial venerables. Ling Xiao first tested the power of the 9 sun burning heaven art, and it had indeed helped him a lot, but the speed of killing the enemies was still too slow. Ling Xiao deduced the power of the world, and the desolate world was slightly different from before. There were a few more suns hanging high up in the sky, and they were constantly shining with the fire of extreme yang. Countless green vines, sharp icicles, whistling deathly aura, flames that contained extreme yang, and divine beasts that intimidated all directions. Attacks of various attributes enveloped hundreds of zombies, and they were mercilessly strangled. One by one, the zombies fell, and countless broken limbs were constantly flying. It was like a purgatory, and it made people feel extremely disgusted. Ling Xiao was like a god of war, strolling in the sky leisurely. That aura that looked down on the world gave people a feeling that he was invincible. At the same time, the mystic emperors that Ling Xiao brought also showed their great killing power, and they mercilessly killed these zombies. Sect Patriarch, we really can't go on like this. They will definitely kill all the zombies, and this is our accumulation for many years. The low-level mystic emperor said to the middle-level mystic emperor worriedly. The middle-level mystic emperor's expression changed a few times, and then he said, "All right, immediately summon the corpse demons. I want all of them to stay behind and become our zombies." As his voice fell, the members of the corpse sect flew out one by one, and they immediately released many low-tier spirit beasts. The members of the corpse sect killed these low-tier spirit beasts in an instant, and their essence blood continuously fell down. Countless beast blood dyed the sky red, and the blood stains emitted a strong smell of blood. "Summon Lord Corpse Demon, please appear in this world and protect your people." The members of the corpse sect all called out in unison. "Summon Lord Corpse Demon, please appear in this world and protect your people." As these summoning voices spread out, an oppressive aura gradually pervaded the air. Every single zombie in the sky let out ear-piercing roars as if they were responding to these summoning voices. The blood stains that fell on the ground strangely seeped into the soil and disappeared, not leaving any traces behind. No matter who saw this scene, they would feel their scalp go numb. This was simply a blood-sucking land. Could it be that there are even stronger zombies buried underneath? I just don't know what realm they can reach. If they are too weak, then it will be too boring. Ling Xiao stared at the ground and said with some anticipation. Bang, bang. When countless amounts of blood seeped into the ground, something terrifying seemed to be awakening underground, and the ground started to shake. Chapter 903. The earth shook as if an earthquake was coming. A series of incomparably heavy rumbling sounds caused everyone to feel incomparably stifled. Countless corpses descended from the sky. They knelt on one knee as though they were ready to welcome their king. The people from the corpse sect also landed on the ground with excitement on their faces. The people from the proud smiling palace all returned to Ling Xiao's side. 1/3 of the nearly 100 people died, but this was not a big loss compared to the corpse sect. There was also a portion of them that was surrounded by corpse energy that corroded their life force. Ling Xiao used the power of the innate Yin wind bead to absorb the corpse energy cleanly so that there were no repercussions and he did not have to worry about them being corroded to death. The innate Yin wind bead could even absorb the death energy, and the corpse energy was much weaker than the death energy. Naturally, it could not pose any threat to Ling Xiao. On the contrary, the dense corpse energy here would become nutrients for Ling Xiao to replenish the innate Yin wind bead. Palace Lord, there is a terrifying aura that is about to break out of the ground. The ancestral cultivator approached Ling Xiao and warned. It should be a corpse demon, and it might be a high-level mystic the Arch. Gung Hong also said. Ling Xiao shook his head with an ugly expression and said, no, it is definitely not a high-level mystic the Arch corpse demon, it might be of a higher level. He could clearly feel that the aura made him feel fearful. This was a feeling that ordinary high-level mystic thearchs would not be able to make him feel. He was now at the peak of a low-level mystic the Arch and had the combat strength of a high-level mystic the Arch. Other than the strength of a saint, it would be difficult to pose any threat to him. Therefore, he could conclude that the thing that was about to break out of the ground was definitely a terrifying existence. He was lucky to bring Granny Netherwind out this time. Otherwise, if a half-sage or saint-ranked corpse demon really appeared, they would definitely be in trouble. However, Ling Xiao was very eager to fight with such an existence. Within the same realm, it was already difficult for him to meet a worthy opponent. Only those that surpassed him could be his opponent. Bang! Finally, there was an explosion on the ground. Within 1,000 meters of the city, all the buildings were blown into powder. An incomparably dense corpse energy soared into the sky and ghostly figures that looked like vengeful spirits appeared. Ah! These vengeful spirits and ghosts let out extremely tragic and gloomy voices that struck fear into the hearts of those who heard them. Ling Xiao and the others quickly retreated 1,000 meters away to avoid being affected by this energy. They circulated their dark protection force to dissolve the corpse energy. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, unscrupulously gathered the corpse qi and absorbed it all. Not bad, it's already close to death qi. This is a great tonic for the Xiantian Yin wind bead, said Ling Xiao excitedly. At the same time, he sensed that there was something that was similar to the source of the innate Yin wind bead underground, causing the innate Yin wind bead to have the urge to devour it. Roar! A roar that sounded like that of a wild beast resounded from the bottom of the pit. It was like the rebirth of a demon king, and it dispersed all the vengeful spirits and ghosts. Welcome, Lord Shurimo. Welcome, Lord Shurimo. The people of Corpse Sect cheered. The zombies kept roaring as well. They seemed to be extremely excited as well. Immediately after, a huge figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. This was a zombie that was nearly 3 meters tall. He was not as sloppy as the other zombies. Instead, he wore a set of ancient guard armor and held a long dagger axe in his hand. Layers of dark green aura revolved around his body, and his deep eyes emitted a frightening ominous glint. He was like a general on the ancient battlefield, and his style could still make people submit. Before he died, he was indeed an ancient general. His physical body had existed for an unknown number of years and was found by the ancestors of the Corpse Sect in a secret realm. They then used various secret techniques and formations to modify it, allowing it to absorb the Yin energy of heaven and earth, causing it to hibernate on this piece of land. Only a large amount of fresh blood could summon it out and protect the inheritance of the sect. The sect master of Corpse Sect flew in front of Shurimo. He shook the bell in his hand and said, Lord Shurimo, quickly go and kill them for me. Drink all their blood and restore the prestige of Argen. Lord Shurimo, drink all their blood and restore the prestige of Argen. The people of Corpse Sect shouted in unison. Palace Master, quickly leave. This is a Saint Realm Shurimo. Granny Netherwind appeared beside Ling Xiao and said. As soon as her voice fell, the Shurimo had already looked at Ling Xiao and the others. A terrifying pressure made everyone panic. Whoosh! His figure flashed and appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the others. The long dagger axe in his hand was like a shooting star. Pfft! The few high-level celestial venerables of proud smiling palace at the front did not have time to react and were immediately beheaded. All of you, kill him with long-range attacks. Ling Xiao ordered. He had more than 10 mystic emperors and dozens of high-level celestial venerables. If they attacked together, the power would be able to shake a saint. Rumble. All kinds of different elemental powers bombarded the Mo. Bursts of smoke filled the surroundings. When all the elemental attacks disappeared, the Mo was still standing there unscathed. The people of Proud Smiling Palace were all shocked. Don't waste your time. Lord Corpse Demon already has an indestructible body. How can your attacks do anything to him? Kill them all. The corpse sect leader revealed an excited expression as he laughed loudly. Retreat, all of you retreat quickly. Ling Xiao immediately ordered. The people of Proud Smiling Palace immediately retreated. Ling Xiao did not want the guards that he had painstakingly built to be completely destroyed here. At the same time, Granny Netherwind made her move. She waved the walking stick in her hand and a terrible wind blade shot out, trying to cut the Mo into countless pieces. The Mo waved the long dagger axe and deflected the wind blades one by one. He roared and rushed towards Granny Netherwind like an invincible demon. His speed was not something that others could catch. Fortunately, Granny Netherwind was a wind elemental martial artist. Although she was at the half-sage level, she had the speed of a saint. She could barely fight with the Mo. Granny Netherwind used all her strength. Countless hurricanes blew up. Wind blades formed into high-grade spirit artifact sharp blades and kept attacking the Mo. This storm was horrifying. It was like a Category 10 hurricane, stirring up everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. This was the power of a half-sage. She could destroy a city with a wave of her hand. Countless intensive attacks broke through the defense of the Mo and bombarded its body. However, those extremely sharp wind blades, which were comparable to high-grade spirit artifacts, still could not cause much damage to the Mo. Clang. Clang. The wind blades sounded like they were hitting steel, making ear-piercing sounds. Granny Netherwind did not stop there. She turned into a gust of wind and blended into the wind blades. She raised her half-sage crutch and smashed it at the Mo's head. Bang! An attack that could break mountains and break rivers hit the Mo's head. Granny Netherwind thought that the Mo would explode. Unfortunately, she overestimated her strength and underestimated the Mo's terrifying body. Its defense was comparable to that of a saint artifact. She was not hurt at all. The Mo growled and quickly waved his dagger axe to stab Granny Netherwind's lower abdomen. Granny Netherwind retreated quickly, but her body was still cut by the sharp energy of the dagger axe. Blood flowed out. The Mo opened its mouth and absorbed the blood. Its hostility exploded as it slashed at Granny Netherwind. Granny Netherwind was only a half-sage, but the Mo was already a low-level saint. Every attack was like a mountain falling on her, causing her to keep retreating. She wanted to use her speed to escape, but she found that the surrounding space was filled with layers of corpse energy. It made it difficult for her to leave. Moreover, it kept producing strong corrosive energy that corroded her dark protection force. The Mo's dagger axe shook off Granny Netherwind's crutch. He raised his left hand and punched at her abdomen. Ah! Granny Netherwind could not dodge in time. The Mo's punch penetrated her body, and countless amounts of blood sputtered out. The Mo devoured blood as if it was its life. It opened its mouth and absorbed the blood. It also had a strong suction force that wanted to suck out the blood essence in Granny Netherwind's body. Roar! Just at this moment, an earth-shattering dragon roar soared into the sky, causing the surroundings to tremble. A golden dragon's shadow directly broke through the layers of corpse chi and pounced in front of Mo, preventing him from moving any further. Needless to say, it was Ling Xiao who made a move. Granny Netherwind also took the opportunity to drag her seriously injured body and quickly escaped. Ling Xiao activated his dragon-shaped battle chi and fully activated his 35 times combat power. His body directly swelled up a lot. 2 dragon horns grew on his head, and his body was covered with golden dragon scales. He held the golden dragon spear in his hand and looked like an ancient half-beast. Although Ling Xiao hated this appearance, he could only endure it. Now that the Mo was powerful, he did not dare to hide his strength. Ling Xiao threw the small bottle containing the spring of life towards Granny Netherwind and said, "Take it and immediately recover from your injuries. Protect the others." At the same time, he took a deep breath and opened his mouth wide, sucking in all the dense corpse energy that the Shurimo led. These incomparably dense corpses could directly kill an Empyrean and cause the mystic Tharch to retreat. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was just the best fertilizer, just enough to strengthen the power of the baleful death energy. When the people from the corpse sect saw this scene, their jaws dropped. They had been refining corpses for a long time, so they naturally absorbed the corpse energy to strengthen their bodies and cultivate a stronger corrosive power. They knew that the corpse energy emitted by the Shurimo was far more terrifying than what they usually came into contact with. Even they dared to absorb and refine it bit by bit. However, this person in front of them had absorbed it all in one gulp. How could they not be shocked? "I know who he is. He is the palace lord of the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao, and he is holding the golden dragon spear. That's right, it's definitely him. I didn't expect him to personally bring people to invade our corpse sect. This time, he is destined to fall here. But how can he absorb the corpse energy? Could it be that he also cultivated our corpse chi ceremony? That's impossible. Maybe he has some strange treasure in his body that can absorb corpse energy." Chapter 904. A large amount of corpse energy entered his body and was absorbed by the innate Yin wind bead. The innate Yin wind bead let out a cheerful response. It was obvious that it had become much stronger. It is indeed a great tonic. If there is some special treasure underground, it might be able to help the innate Yin wind bead advance to the next level. I can also gain some benefits. Ling Xiao thought excitedly. Facing such a terrifying opponent, he could still laugh. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was really skilled and bold. Roar! Shurimo was seriously provoked. The dark green corpse energy was a kind of power that he relied on, but it was actually absorbed by someone else. This made him extremely angry. After he roared, he swung his dagger axe towards Ling Xiao. Although he had reached the strength of a saint, he could not use the power of space. He could only fight with his strong physical body and strength. Even so, every single one of his moves carried terrifying might, and no one below the saint level could match him. Ling Xiao's dragon-shaped battle chi was fully activated. His strength had already risen to the strength of a high-level mystic Tharch. His physical body was also comparable to a saint-level weapon. In his hand was the demigod-level golden dragon spear. He did not have the slightest fear as he faced Shurimo head-on. The dagger axe and the golden dragon spear clashed, creating a strong rebounding force. Ling Xiao only felt the web between his thumb and index finger go numb. His whole body was pushed back tens of meters. The golden dragon spear almost fell out of his hand. The strength of a saint level is indeed powerful. If I did not use my full strength, I am afraid that this attack would have broken my arm. However, his dagger axe is not comparable to the golden dragon spear. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. Shurimo attacked again. His speed was like wind and lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was already above Ling Xiao. The dagger axe smashed down with a strong corpse energy. The space was forcefully torn apart. Ling Xiao did not dare to be distracted. His aura was once again at the peak. The golden dragon spear swept up. Rumble. Ling Xiao's whole body was shaken down and smashed into the ground. Shurimo followed like a shadow. It seemed that he would not stop until he killed Ling Xiao. Tyrant Dragon Spear Art First Move. Tyrant Dragon descends to the world. A Extinction Dragon True Dragon broke through the sky, bringing with it an incomparably ferocious aura and directly swallowed the corpse demon. Tyrant Dragon Spear Art Second Move. Dance with Dragons. Tyrant Dragon Spear Art Third Move. Coiling Dragon Rising to the Heavens. The dragon-shaped battle chi in Ling Xiao's body surged endlessly. Before the corpse demon arrived, Ling Xiao had already struck out one fatal blow after another. Every move contained 35 times his battle prowess, and they were like dragons dancing together, destroying all living things. Any high-level mystic the arch would be blasted into smithereens by such a powerful move. After all, Ling Xiao was wielding a semi-divine weapon, which could increase the power of his moves by more than 10 times. Each move contained at least 50 times the power, which was enough to fight against a saint-level expert. Corpse Demon roared and waved his halberd, destroying all the peerless true dragons. However, his physical body had also suffered numerous explosions. His awe-inspiring armor showed signs of cracking. A semi-divine weapon was not a joke. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would not have dared to fight with him. Shi Mo did not feel any pain. He only knew that he had to kill endlessly. The terrifying corpse aura was constantly overflowing, and everything in the surroundings was destroyed. Shi Mo broke all of Ling Xiao's attacks. The halberd smashed down like a heavenly pillar with boundless might. Ling Xiao increased his speed to the extreme and barely dodged the attack. He had a different thought in his heart. This fellow's physical body is truly terrifying. If I can subdue him, he will definitely be of great help. Limitless clone art. Ling Xiao yelled out in shock. He split into 48 figures, and all of them attacked Shi Mo with terrifying killing intent. 48 figures were like 48 Ling Xiaos attacking at the same time. How powerful was this? Only a saint-level expert would be able to resist against it. Shi Mo's entire body was dented, but his battle power was still boundless. He destroyed all 48 Ling Xiaos and smashed Ling Xiao's real body until he vomited blood. Ling Xiao's blood was churning, but his battle intent was awe-inspiring. This was the warlike blood that dragons possessed. No matter who they faced, they would never lower their heads. This was the path of an emperor. One could only advance bravely and never retreat. Shi Mo's strength was terrifying, but the halberd in his hand was only a low-level sage weapon. After clashing with the golden dragon spear many times, it finally broke. Ling Xiao became more and more courageous as he fought. He simply put away the golden dragon spear and fought with Shi Mo's flesh. In terms of physical strength, Ling Xiao had never been afraid of anyone. Ever since he started cultivating the ancient emperor mystic technique, he was often treated as a human target. Now that the ancient emperor mystic technique was nearing completion and his body had become a sage, he was definitely not afraid of fighting with Shi Mo. Now, he only wanted to fight to his heart's content. Intense collisions of physical bodies and powerful auras constantly intersected. Ling Xiao was sent flying time and time again, but the ancient emperor mystic technique was able to quickly help him recover from his injuries. He clashed with Shi Mo time and time again, causing his entire body to be branded with many fist marks. However, Shi Mo would not feel any pain unless his head was chopped off. Only then would he perish. I did not expect Ling Xiao to be so valiant. He could actually fight with Lord Shi Mo and not die. No wonder he dares to challenge our devil's sect. The corpse sect patriarch sighed. Fortunately, Lord Shi Mo is strong enough. Otherwise, our sect would have been exterminated by them. Once Lord Shi Mo kills Ling Xiao, we will wipe out all of them. The low-level mystic the arch beside the corpse sect patriarch said with a sinister expression. Ling Xiao and Shi Mo fought from the sky to the ground and from the ground to the sky. The intense collisions and the intense battle caused the surrounding people to be stunned. The people from corpse sect did not expect that a low-level mystic the arch, Ling Xiao, could actually fight with a saint-ranked Shi Mo. This was simply heaven-defying. This did not mean that Ling Xiao truly had the strength to challenge a saint-ranked expert. If Shi Mo could use the power of space, Ling Xiao would not even be able to last one round against the opponent. Of course, it was definitely not difficult for Ling Xiao to eliminate this Shi Mo. He had yet to use his heaven fire that could incinerate anything. He wanted to have a hearty battle with Shi Mo to quench his 3-year itch. Many of the dragon scales on Ling Xiao's body had fallen off, and his mouth was constantly choking on blood. It seemed like he was already severely injured. He activated the ancient Emperor mystic technique and continuously recovered. However, the recovery speed could not keep up with the consumption. That Mo did not have any scruples and only knew how to fight endlessly. It is time to end this game. Ling Xiao frantically retreated and revealed a calm and cold smile. Ling Xiao no longer fought with Mo as he turned and skimmed towards the people from Corpse Sect. He is heading over here. That low-level mystic the Arch from Corpse Sect said in a panic. After witnessing how extraordinary Ling Xiao was, he was even more fearful of Ling Xiao. This was a terrifying enemy that could fight with Mo. That Corpse Sect Patriarch's expression changed drastically. All zombies, go and stop him. We must let Lord Mo kill him. Ling Xiao's 35 times combat strength was still there, and his speed had similarly increased by 35 times. It was as though he had turned into a flash of wind, and it was impossible for those zombies to catch him. Only Mo was able to follow him like a shadow and vowed to kill Ling Xiao. Quickly flee. That low-level mystic the Arch sensed that Ling Xiao was getting closer and couldn't help but exclaim. That Corpse Sect Patriarch was stronger than him and naturally could sense it as well. He didn't even think before turning around to flee. Limitless Doppelganger Art. How could Ling Xiao let them escape? However, his main target was that Corpse Sect Patriarch. He split himself into 12 doppelgangers and smashed towards the Corpse Sect Patriarch. The Corpse Sect Patriarch was frightened out of his wits. Although his cultivation realm was higher than Ling Xiao, he had already lost all confidence and didn't have any leeway to resist. He was instantly smashed to a half-dead state by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's back was exposed, and he was sent flying by Mo's fist while fresh blood spurted out unceasingly. His physical body could be considered a saint artifact, but under such a powerful attack, his internal organs couldn't take it. Mo closed in again, and his heavy fist was like a falling star as it smashed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao skimmed forward like a fish and dodged the attack. At the same time, he turned around and raised a finger. The energy around his body converged at a single point, and the surrounding spirit chi also swarmed over at this moment. 3-part divine finger, jade splitting gold. A finger light that could destroy heaven and earth streaked across like a meteor and smashed towards Mo's chest. Rumble. No matter how strong Mo was, he was still sent flying by this finger. Ling Xiao seized this opportunity, and a high-grade mental incantation surged out from his sea of consciousness. Strange mental runes were imprinted towards the Corpse Sect Patriarch who was not far away. Ling Xiao risked getting injured to injure the Corpse Sect Patriarch so that he could control him. As long as he could take him down, Mo wouldn't be a threat anymore. The Corpse Sect Patriarch didn't have any leeway to resist, and his soul was forcefully imprinted by Ling Xiao's mental incantation. Mo attacked again. There was a finger wound on his chest, but it still couldn't destroy his physical body. Roar! A powerful fist attacked again, and the space was about to collapse. Ling Xiao didn't have the strength to escape, and he could only watch as this fist descended towards his face. Ding dang dang dang. Just as Mo's fist was about to land on Ling Xiao's face, the crisp sound of a bell rang out. This sound seemed to be imbued with magic, and it rang in Mo's ears, causing him to forcefully stop his attack. However, his forward momentum still caused Ling Xiao's face to feel pain. Good thing I made it in time. Ling Xiao exclaimed as he wiped off his cold sweat. His dragon-shaped battle chi disappeared, and his handsome face was restored. His face was much paler, and it was obvious that the battle just now had consumed 80 to 90% of his energy. Let Mo exterminate the other zombies and your sect's people. Ling Xiao passed the order to the Corpse Sect Patriarch. The Corpse Sect Patriarch immediately carried out the order, and he shook the bell and said, Lord Mo, kill all your people. The people of Corpse Sect didn't know why their sect patriarch would give such an order, and they all felt that it was unreal. However, when Mo charged towards them, they knew that all of this wasn't a dream. At the same time, Ling Xiao also let the people he brought attack again, and used all their strength to exterminate the zombies of Corpse Sect. The battle situation took a turn, and a one-sided situation started to appear. The destruction of Corpse Sect was already destined, and it was an unchangeable fact. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to recover from his injuries. This battle really benefited him a lot. That kind of intense collision allowed him to enjoy the feeling of contentment that he hadn't felt for a long time. Chapter 905. The Corpse Sect was completely annihilated. Not a single corpse could escape from the Corpse Demon's attack. The people of the Corpse Sect were all killed. The Corpse Sect master became a person under Ling Xiao's control. Naturally, the Corpse Demon also submitted to Ling Xiao. The Corpse Demon had the strength of a saint. Although it was weaker than an ordinary saint, it was absolutely invincible under the semi-saint level. It was unexpected for a 4th-grade sect to have such an existence. It was worthy of being the strongest subsect under the Black Demon sect. Everyone had been cleaned up. There were only about 50 people left on the proud smiling palace's side. Nearly half of them had died. Such a loss was quite good. Granny Mingfeng's body had been pierced by the Corpse Demon. Fortunately, she had the spring of life that Ling Xiao had given her. Otherwise, she would have definitely died. Everyone gathered around Ling Xiao, quietly waiting for Ling Xiao's next arrangement. Ling Xiao's external injuries were not serious, but his internal injuries were very serious. It would take some time to recover. After his injuries had healed by 70 to 80%, Ling Xiao stood up and left. He had already retracted his half-dragon body. He felt that his current appearance was like a monster, and it had greatly damaged his image. He was thinking whether he should really get a dragon ball and directly transform into a dragon. It would be much better than his half-dragon appearance. The reason why he had rejected the old Dragon King was that he did not want to become a real dragon, and he did not want to be trapped in the Dragon Palace forever. Now that he thought about it, transforming into a dragon was much better than that half-human half-dragon appearance. After all, becoming a real dragon meant that he would still be in his human form. When it was the most dangerous time, he could transform into a dragon. Forget it, I'll think about it later. I don't want to be controlled by those old dragons. Ling Xiao shook his head and put the idea to the back of his mind. Ling Xiao walked to the place where the Corpse Demon had broken out of the ground. Waves of corpse energy were constantly overflowing, and countless chilly winds whistled like the cries of vengeful spirits. It was not cold, but rather frightening. Within Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, the innate sinister wind bead pulsed even more violently. There was a strong desire to devour it. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and murmured, I don't know what it is that can allow the corpse devil to exist here for eternity. It must be something evil. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still jumped into the bottomless pit. The deep pit was filled with thick corpse energy, and its corrosiveness was comparable to death energy. This aura caused one's life force to slow down. If an Empyrean were to jump in, they would likely die. Corpse chi could cause great harm to others, but to Ling Xiao, it was just a great tonic. The innate sinister wind bead absorbed the energy very quickly. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to it and let it absorb on its own. He looked around, searching for the secret of this place. Just now, when the Corpse Demon broke out of the ground, it caused a lot of mud and stones to fall. Ling Xiao relied on his senses and cleared away the mud and stones and the rotten corpses in front of him. Suddenly, a cave entrance appeared in front of Ling Xiao. To be precise, it was a hole in a cave abode. He was standing at the place where the Corpse Demon was buried, and the cave abode was nearby. What is this place? It was actually built here. Ling Xiao asked the Corpse Sect Patriarch who was above the deep pit. The Corpse Sect Patriarch had the strength of a mid-stage mystic emperor. His name was Burial Star, which was a very inauspicious name. Burial Star replied, "This is a forbidden area of our sect. I only know that Lord Corpse Demon is buried here. I don't know anything else. Strange. Even the sect patriarch doesn't know. Let me see what exactly is here. Ling Xiao muttered to himself in puzzlement. He then walked towards the cave abode with large strides. This place was also filled with dense corpse energy, and waves of evil Yin energy accompanied it. The evil Yin energy is so dense. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He circulated the protective radiance around his body, illuminating everything in the cave abode. He suddenly realized that this was a graveyard, and a large golden coffin was placed in the center. This large coffin was carved with dragons and phoenixes, and it was made of pure gold. It looked extremely noble. Beside this golden coffin stood 2 undying corpses. Seeing these 2 corpses, Ling Xiao was shocked. They were wearing the same clothes as the corpse demon outside. They were holding Saint Artifact dagger axes in their hands as if they were guarding this golden coffin. Just as Ling Xiao was about to retreat, he realized that the 2 undying corpses didn't move at all. He couldn't help but stop. Ling Xiao then asked Burial Star how many corpse demons their sect had refined. Burial Star replied that they had only refined 1, and that was 10,000 years ago. They had expended a lot of manpower and resources to refine it. After confirming that these 2 corpses hadn't been refined into corpse demons, Ling Xiao finally calmed down. Otherwise, if 2 corpse demons appeared at the same time, he wouldn't be able to survive even if he had a few lives. Could it be that the corpse demon was dug out from here? Ling Xiao went forward to investigate with doubt. Generally, if one wanted to maintain an immortal body, it would only be possible after reaching the Holy Emperor rank. Otherwise, one would need to consume some kind of spirit item that could preserve the immortal body before death. Otherwise, who could withstand the erosion of time? The closer he got to the golden coffin, the more the innate Yin wind bead in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness throbbed. However, just as Ling Xiao was about a meter away from the golden coffin, countless dark green corpse energies suddenly emerged from the ground. The corpse energies actually took form and turned into an otherworldly fierce beast that roared at Ling Xiao. Its speed and aura were actually not inferior to a half-step saint rank attack. Ling Xiao didn't even have the chance to react before he was blown far away by the powerful corpse energies. His whole body was embedded in the mud and stones, and his injuries weren't light. Moreover, he was being corroded by the terrifying corpse energies. Puff! Before Ling Xiao's injuries had fully recovered, he suffered another heavy blow and vomited blood on the spot. A large amount of corpse energies continuously invaded his vitality. Fortunately, he had the innate Yin wind bead to immediately devour it. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. Ling Xiao had no choice but to take a healing elixir to recover from his injuries. This time, he carefully observed and was surprised to find that the golden coffin was actually engraved with complicated array patterns. That blow just now had touched the array patterns. There is actually an 8th rank array. No wonder the ancestor of the corpse sect doesn't allow the descendants to enter this place. If only the trickster was here, he would definitely be able to break the array. What should I do? Ling Xiao revealed a distressed expression. Even so, he didn't leave and began to observe the surroundings. Suddenly, he discovered something on a stone wall. It turned out that this was the tomb of a royal marquis. The marquis of the Zhang clan wanted to rise up and restore the dynasty after the 100,000 years of turmoil in the ancient times. Unfortunately, that was an era of darkness and slaughter. Although heroes could be born in troubled times, it was also a place where heroes were buried. This Zhang clan's royal family failed in the end. In this golden coffin was the king of the Zhang clan who died in the chaotic war, and this was the place where his corpse was buried. This place was deliberately set up by their descendants to gather the Tai Yin Qi to protect their corporeal body from being disturbed by others. As for why there was so much corpse energy here, it was definitely because the seniors of the corpse sect had discovered it. When they were refining the corpse demon, they had laid down a formation to gather it. Corpse energy was a type of Yin energy, which also led to the change in the cave. So it's the descendant of Jiang Wang. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of Zhan Wang's memories in the abyss of war, so he knew a lot about the ancient times. This Jiang Wang was a marquis under the banner of the Qin people's dynasty at that time. Back then, the various royal families took advantage of the chaos to destroy the Qin people's dynasty. This Jiang Wang's bloodline was loyal to the Qin people and didn't take the opportunity to betray them. It was truly rare. In this memory, Jiang Wang's bloodline also cultivated the indestructible golden body technique. It was a powerful defensive technique, second only to the ancient sovereign divine technique. Once cultivated to the great success stage, one's corporeal body would be immortal, comparable to a sacred tool. Although this technique couldn't compare to the ancient sovereign divine technique, it didn't require the royal bloodline to cultivate like the ancient sovereign divine technique. It only belonged to the metal attribute and could be cultivated by any martial artist. Ling Xiao had the ancient sovereign divine technique, so he naturally didn't care about this indestructible golden body technique. However, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a high-grade technique. Even if he didn't cultivate it, he could still pass it on to others, such as Kai Xiayue, Yi Yunfeng. Ling Xiao arrived in front of the stone puppet on the wall. His golden fist flashed and smashed the stone puppet, revealing the secret compartment inside. An ancient scroll immediately appeared in front of him. Ling Xiao bluntly put it away. This was the complete technique of the indestructible golden body technique, and it was placed here together with the others. These two golden bodies aren't bad either. I'll keep them first. In the future, when I'm able to leave my body and cultivate a clone, they'll be the best substitute for me. Ling Xiao also put away the two corpse-like corpses. In their hands were sacred tools, and they were also wearing sacred tool armor. Obtaining any one of them would make people wild with joy. That corpse sect ancestor actually didn't touch these two corpses. Presumably, he still wanted to keep them for the future to refine into corpse demons. Unfortunately, refining one was already enough to consume too much of their strength. Regardless of this, he still left them here. This was only Ling Xiao's guess. He didn't know the truth. Now that the golden coffin was in front of him, and the largest funerary object was also inside, Ling Xiao didn't want to give up and searched everywhere for the formation eye. However, he wasn't Xian Yao after all. He didn't have a deep understanding of formations. Many times he touched the formation pattern, he was always injured by the corpse qi. If it wasn't for his strong body, he wouldn't have been able to survive. Damn it, if only the fraud was here. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. In his sea of consciousness, the innate Yin wind bead was still jumping non-stop. It had a feeling that it couldn't wait to get out. Come out. Let's see if you can break this formation. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and released the innate Yin wind bead. The innate Yin wind bead drilled out of his sea of consciousness. After absorbing a large amount of death qi, its color had become much darker, and its size was also a little larger than before. It released circles of Yin baleful death qi, giving off a feeling that no one would come close. All of the surrounding corpse qi was absorbed by it. After absorbing the surrounding corpse qi, it flew towards the golden coffin. Bang! No matter what came within a few meters of the golden coffin, countless corpse qi would immediately explode out. However, the innate Yin wind bead was the source of the corpse qi. No matter how strong the corpse qi was, it was just fertilizer for the bead. The innate Yin wind bead stayed above the formation, allowing the corpse qi to explode. It absorbed as much as it could, as if it had no end. It was also at this time that there was finally some movement at the golden coffin. Chapter 906. The innate Yin wind bead was formed by the accumulation of the absolute Yin qi in the world for tens of thousands of years. The power it contained was not something that an ordinary person could imagine. Back then, in the huge ravine in the desolate mountain range, the Yin wind and evil qi were all condensed into this bead. It could be seen how powerful the innate Yin wind bead was. No matter how ferocious the corpse chi was, it could not do anything. In order to refine the corpse demons, the corpse sect had killed countless lives. After tens of thousands of years, the corpse chi and yin chi in this place could be said to be massive. The innate yin wind bead could not be absorbed in an instant. As the corpse chi and yin chi were absorbed, the innate yin wind bead flickered non-stop. The bead's size started to increase. Although it was just a small increase, it meant that the innate yin wind bead's power was more terrifying than before. At this moment, the golden coffin started to shake, as if something was coming out from inside. An aura that made even Ling Xiao feel terrified spread out from the crack of the coffin lid. Ling Xiao felt that his breathing was not smooth. It was as if his chest was being pressed by a huge rock. Puff! Ling Xiao vomited blood from the aura. His body was once again embedded into the mud. He felt as if his whole body was going to fall apart. Bang! The lid of the golden coffin was forcibly shaken open, and a destructive aura rushed out. The surrounding stone walls of the cave were shaken, and if it wasn't for the support of the array runes, this place would have directly collapsed. Swoosh! A figure jumped out from the golden coffin. At the same time, this figure let out a roar. A fist with an unparalleled aura smashed towards the innate yin wind bead. This punch was absolutely tyrannical and powerful. The cave abode was shaken to the point that it shook non-stop, and countless stone fragments flew in all directions. This scene happened too fast. Ling Xiao could not see the figure's face clearly. The innate yin wind bead shook and instantly changed its position, dodging the figure's powerful fist. In the next moment, Ling Xiao was stunned. The innate yin wind bead emitted a large amount of yin qi. This yin qi actually condensed into a figure. He could not be more familiar with this figure. It was his appearance. At this moment, he saw the figure that jumped out from the golden coffin. Surprisingly, it was a middle-aged man dressed in a noble dragon robe. His face was handsome and resolute, and his tiger-like eyes emitted a bright light. His figure was tall and imposing, and balls of light that transformed into ancient golden bells were constantly revolving around his body. His imposing manner was abnormally overbearing, and the aura of a king could be seen at a glance. No way, Jiang Wang is still alive? Ling Xiao's jaw almost dropped to the ground. A living person suddenly popped out of the golden coffin. That was a person from 80,000 years ago. Even a saint would have to sit cross-legged and ascend to the heavens. Only by becoming a god could one obtain immortality. The middle-aged man once again punched out with his tyrannical fists. An aura that looked down on the world caused people to be convinced. Every punch caused the stone walls that were engraved with formations to collapse. The Ling Xiao, transformed from the innate yin wind bead, also punched out. His strength was not any weaker than his opponent's. Bang! The powerful fist force continued to scatter, and the corrosive formation pattern finally could not withstand it and began to disintegrate. Large pieces of the stone wall collapsed and fell. No, he's not alive. He's definitely not a living person. Ling Xiao shouted as he sensed something. However, as soon as he finished speaking, countless pieces of mud and stones drowned him. He didn't even think about it as he circulated all the strength in his body and began to break out of the ground. He didn't want to be buried alive here. Just as Ling Xiao rushed out of the ground, the terrifying yin baleful death chi and the golden power of corpse chi began to explode. The land within a radius of 5,000 kilometers started to crack and collapse. Their auras soared into the sky and baleful auras swept about. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. Everyone retreat from here and return to Wind Cloud City immediately. Ling Xiao roared. The people he brought were all under his control. With a single order, all of them retreated. Only Star Burial and Corpse Demon were kept into the medicine cauldron. It was best to keep Corpse Demon, who had the strength of a sage, by his side to protect himself. Two figures finally rushed out from the ground. Ling Xiao and Jiang Wang were attacking each other non-stop. The destruction caused was many times greater than Corpse Demon's. spatial cracks were constantly being blasted open, and it was as if the sky was going to be broken. At the same time, the innate Een wind bead released strands of Een baleful death chi, which sealed the sky layer by layer. The heaven and earth were filled with this kind of power of death. All life within 10,000 kilometers died, and even the plants withered. Ever since Ling Xiao obtained the innate Een wind bead, this was the second time he saw it make such a big move. The first time was when he encountered the evil spirit heavenly fire bead. Could there be some kind of strange bead here? Ling Xiao hid far away and muttered to himself. Jiang Wang, who was fighting with Ling Xiao, seemed to be afraid. He actually wanted to break through the Een baleful death chi and leave. However, he was instead wrapped up by the incomparably dense Een baleful death chi, as if it wanted to directly devour him. Suddenly, a thumb-sized diamond-shaped object flew out from Jiang Wang's forehead. Jiang Wang seemed to have lost his support and fell heavily from the sky. Ling Xiao's target was that diamond-shaped object. He grabbed it from afar, and the countless Een baleful death chi that he had set up earlier all rushed towards it. The diamond-shaped object was unwilling to be captured. It actually overflowed with supreme Een chi that was similar to the Een baleful death chi to resist. However, this diamond-shaped object's supreme Een chi was much weaker than the Een baleful death chi. It was constantly being devoured by the Een baleful death chi. The Ling Xiao, formed by the innate Een wind bead, also dissipated and turned into Een baleful death chi, increasing the devouring power. The diamond-shaped object kept struggling to escape, but it was to no avail. It was tightly bound by the innate Een wind bead's power. The result was obvious. In the end, it was forcibly devoured by the innate Een wind bead. Ling Xiao guessed that this diamond-shaped object was definitely some kind of supreme Een object. Perhaps it was the legendary Een gathering bead, which could gather the Een chi of all things and turn the place it was in into a place of extreme Een. After the innate Een wind bead was successfully devoured, the bead obviously grew a lot bigger. It kept flashing in the sky, looking abnormally excited. Streams of Een baleful death chi kept returning to its body. Finally, it once again entered Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. Buzz. When it entered Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge, a powerful feedback force overflowed from his sea of knowledge. At the same time, the evil demonic heavenly fire bead in his sea of knowledge made a clanging sound, dissatisfied that the place it occupied was being eroded by that power. The small tree, on the other hand, hid in a corner and emitted layers of green light to protect itself from the Een baleful death chi. This was not the first time that Ling Xiao had experienced such a situation. He immediately sat down cross-legged and focused on absorbing the power from the innate Een wind bead. The five-colored dantian spun rapidly and the dragon chi roared above it. The power that was transmitted over was constantly devoured to strengthen itself. When the power reached a certain point, it flowed back towards Ling Xiao's meridians. Ling Xiao's aura also rose at this moment. He had been cultivating bitterly for the past 3 years. His goal was to speed up his advancement. He wanted to go to the Heaven Cushion stronghold as soon as possible and go to the Heaven realm that he had always wanted to go to. The 3 aberrations in his sea of knowledge could help him to speed up the absorption of spirit energy. His unique essence returning divine art was also a cultivation technique that could absorb spirit energy quickly. In these 3 years, he had already reached the peak stage of the low-stage mystic Dharch. He was just one step away from breaking through to the mid-stage mystic Dharch. Now that he had such a feedback force, Ling Xiao naturally wanted to grab hold of it and try to break through in one go. After the innate Een wind bead absorbed the extreme Een wind bead and evolved, Ling Xiao received quite a lot of feedback force. Ling Xiao used this force to continuously break the bottle. At the same time, many different elemental spirit energy surged over from tens of thousands of miles radius. It was as terrifying as a tsunami. Such a huge amount of spirit energy was really shocking. Fortunately, there were no living beings within these tens of thousands of miles. Otherwise, they would have been scared out of their wits. No one would believe that the mystic Thearcha's breakthrough would cause the spirit energy within these tens of thousands of miles to be emptied. With the internal force increasing and the external force adding to his body, Ling Xiao seemed to have formed a five-colored cocoon around him. There were many small dragons roaring around him. It looked extremely mystical and exuded a noble aura. Time after time, the energy surged. Ling Xiao felt that his golden meridians were about to explode. Ling Xiao's aura had already reached its peak, but the countless attacks still couldn't break through the thin membrane that was about to be penetrated. He was just one step away from the door and he would be able to reach a wider world. However, no matter how hard Ling Xiao attacked, he couldn't break through that crucial point. Not enough. More. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and made the three aberrations in his sea of knowledge move at the same time. They were all aberrations of the heaven and earth. Their ability to absorb spirit energy was astonishing. Even those that were tens of thousands of meters in the sky were pulled down. The spirit energy was like rain, enveloping the entire corpse sex territory. The spirit energy in Ling Xiao's body instantly surged. He continuously compressed the spirit energy and gathered them into one place. He was no longer in a hurry to break through. The huge amount of spirit energy continued to stack up. That five-colored dantian was like the Milky Way and was getting more and more vast. The dragon-shaped Shi was like a true dragon that soared and roared continuously. The power had reached the extreme. Ling Xiao couldn't hold it in any longer, and he released this power. Boom! Boom! The spirit energy was like the roar of a river. It was also like a magnificent army with thousands of horses and horses charging. It was incomparably huge. Ling Xiao's meridians were so swollen that they were about to burst. The last bit of bottleneck finally could not withstand the impact of this irresistible force and shattered into pieces. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt that everything was lively and wonderful. The muscles in his body were flowing with an indescribable feeling. The surging power made him extremely satisfied. Chapter 907. From breaking through to the low-stage mystic Arch to now, Ling Xiao had only spent about 4 years. This speed was definitely extremely fast. Most of the super experts who had reached this stage would need to accumulate for decades or centuries before they had the chance to advance another stage. Even the most demonic existences would need at least 10 years. Ling Xiao's fortuitous encounters were truly beyond the heavens. With the help of the three aberrations, it was as though he was cheating. His advancement speed was extremely fast. He was not even 40 years old yet, but he was already a mid-stage mystic Arch. If news of this got out, it would definitely shock the entire central region. He was probably the first mystic Arch to be this young since ancient times. In his sea of consciousness, the Khanate wind bead was finally comparable to the demonic demon heavenly fire bead in terms of size. The power between the two should not be too different. Back then, the demonic demon heavenly fire bead had fused with a large amount of fire essence in the Tang clan's thunder pool and the medicine sect. It had advanced significantly and was much stronger than the Khanate wind bead. Previously, the Khanate wind bead had absorbed a large amount of deathly aura. Now, it had absorbed a large amount of corpse aura and that extreme rhombus. It had finally caught up to the demonic demon heavenly fire bead's grade. Jiang Yi reckoned that the two beads were currently in a huge battle. Naturally, Ling Xiao did not have the time to think about this problem. He was now enjoying the pleasure of advancement and walked towards Jiang Wang's corpse. Ling Xiao realized that this corpse was extremely lifelike and did not look lifeless at all. Ling Xiao knew that this Jiang Wang had long cultivated the indestructible golden body technique to the phenomenal stage. That was why he was able to maintain his current appearance. He was even more perfect than the two corpse generals that were protecting him. I didn't expect to be killed after cultivating to this level. Could there really be so many incredible people in the ancient times? Ling Xiao asked in astonishment. To be able to cultivate the indestructible golden body technique to the phenomenal stage, one would be impervious to swords, spears, water, and fire. Such a realm was comparable to a saint artifact. If one wanted to kill them, one's strength had to be above theirs. One could not help but think about how powerful the enemy was. Ling Xiao put away Jiang Wang's corpse, then dug out the cave and picked up the golden coffin. Ling Xiao naturally did not want to leave the golden coffin for him to hang in the future. This golden coffin had quite a few formation runes engraved on it. It should be an ancient formation. If he took it back to give it to Xianyao for reference, maybe Xianyao would be able to create another formation. After all, this was a rank 8 formation, it was very precious. With the corpse sect completely destroyed, Ling Xiao did not dare to stay any longer and immediately left this place. It didn't take long for the news of the corpse sect's destruction to reach the Black Demon sect. Moreover, there was another piece of news that the proud Smiling Palace had paid a high price for Sha Tian's organization to deal with them. The people of the Black Demon sect became nervous. Their strength was ranked ahead of the other forces. However, the eldest disciple of their sovereign had led a large number of experts to destroy the proud Smiling Palace a few years ago. But, the entire army had been annihilated. This had weakened their strength by a lot. Moreover, their sovereign hadn't returned for a long time. So, they had lost their backbone, and some internal problems had arisen. The Black Demon sect restrained their actions against the proud Smiling Palace after they heard these two pieces of news. They didn't dare to provoke the proud Smiling Palace again. After all, the Black Demon sect wouldn't be able to bear the consequences if the proud Smiling Palace and Sha Tian's organization joined hands. At the same time, the Black Demon sect asked the sovereign to come back urgently. They would start a war with the proud Smiling Palace once their sovereign returned. After Ling Xiao left the corpse sect, he didn't immediately return to the proud Smiling Palace. Instead, he went from the direction of the corpse sect to the other side of the Death Mountain range. He wanted to find high-level spirit beasts and kill them. He wanted to test how strong he really was. He did this to consolidate his newly refined strength. The first opponent he found was a rank 7 middle-ranked yellow-furred bear. This was a dreadful spirit beast. It was as tall as a mountain. Each of its punches and kicks could destroy a mountain and crack the earth. Its body was incomparably formidable. However, such a formidable spirit beast couldn't withstand 10 moves of Ling Xiao's. It was bombarded to death. The second opponent was also a rank 7 middle-ranked spirit beast. It was a fierce tiger of the fire attribute. Its lethality was much more dreadful than that of the yellow-furred bear. However, it still couldn't pose a big threat to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao warmed up, and went deeper into the mountain range. The Death Mountain range was a dreadful forbidden area. There were countless high-ranked spirit beasts in its depths. So, ordinary people couldn't get close to it. Ling Xiao's whole body was stained with blood as he went deeper into the mountain range. He had beheaded many 7th-ranked spirit beasts. He had also harvested many high-ranked spirit herbs. Shirmu had finally found an opponent who could fight him to his heart's content after half a month. Human, leave quickly. Otherwise, this king will swallow you. A lion-headed, tiger-bodied mutated spirit beast glared at him and shouted. It was the descendant of the golden lion and the heavenly tiger. It possessed the powerful bloodline of the two spirit beasts. It had already reached the peak of rank 7. Once a mutated spirit beast had mutated, it would basically possess some kind of unknown ability of Tenbin. Not only did this liger beast possess the golden lion race's terrifying lion roar, it also possessed the heavenly tiger race's heavenly winged god wings that could summon hurricanes. When it flew, its speed could be said to be invincible within the same rank. When Ling Xiao saw this mighty mutated spirit beast, he immediately had the intention to subdue it. This was an extremely rare mutated spirit beast. It had an incomparably great potential for advancement in the future. Normally, a human could only sign a master-servant contract with one spirit beast. If they wanted to sign another spirit beast, they would have to give up on the previous spirit beast. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't intend to give up on the Golden Wolf King. Furthermore, he wasn't a tamed lion. If he wanted to subdue this liger beast, he would have to make it submit completely and make it follow him willingly. The higher the spirit beast's rank, the more intelligent it was. It was undoubtedly extremely difficult to make them submit. After all, they also had a prideful side. If they were forced into a corner, they would rather self-destruct than submit. Should I call you little lion or little tiger? Just submit to this king. Ling Xiao grabbed a piece of spirit beast meat and took a big bite. Then, he looked at the lion-tiger beast with a smile on his face. Human, you must be tired of living. This king will swallow you alive. The liger beast was furious at being looked down upon. Roar! A terrifying lion roar soared into the sky. The trees around it were all toppled. Countless sound waves shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao pursed his lips into a smile. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a dragon's roar rushed out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Two terrifying sound waves collided, causing the trees and rocks in the vicinity to turn into dust. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He took the initiative to attack first. His figure rushed forward and at the same time, he struck out with the 9 suns heaven-burning fist. Waves of scorching and powerful fist energy tore through the sky and smashed towards the huge liger beast. The liger beast was a peak 7th rank spirit beast. Its reaction speed was naturally not weak. With a flap of its tiger-patterned wings, it only left an afterimage in its original position. In the next moment, it appeared above Ling Xiao's head. Human, go to hell. The liger beast opened its big mouth and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Limitless doppelganger. Ling Xiao instantly split into 48 figures. The liger beast was immediately dazzled. It didn't know which one was Ling Xiao. "48 figures attacked at the same time. One after another, brilliant suns smashed down from the sky. The power was incomparably valiant, enough to destroy several mountains. Bang bang. Every fist move was enough to destroy mountains and sever rivers. Every ray of extreme yang flames burned the sky and evaporated the sea. The liger beast was caught off guard and was blasted head-on. Its huge body smashed down and flattened the mountain below. Countless trees and spirit herbs were destroyed in a day. Ling Xiao prepared to attack again. However, the liger beast had already rushed up. Its speed was like lightning, so fast that people couldn't react in time. Even if Ling Xiao's perception was astonishing, he still couldn't avoid it. Bang! Ling Xiao was directly sent flying by the liger beast. His chest felt an unbearable pain and he couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. The liger beast was already at the peak of the 7th rank and was also a mutated attack-type spirit beast. Its strength was definitely comparable to a human half-sage's attack. It was reasonable for Ling Xiao to suffer from internal injuries. If it was an ordinary high-level mystic emperor, even if he didn't die from this collision, he would only be left with half a life. The liger beast flew over again. Its pair of tiger-patterned wings stirred up turbulence in all directions. This time, Ling Xiao was prepared. He didn't dodge, and each of his punches was accompanied by a blazing sun. The liger beast also used an elemental attack. Rays of golden energy collided with Ling Xiao's bright sun fists. This part of the world shook. The low-level spirit beasts within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were so scared that they crawled on the ground. Many of them even fled far away. They didn't dare to rest nearby. Awesome! Come at me more fiercely. Ling Xiao shouted with incomparable excitement. Damn human! You have angered this king. You will suffer. Stay here and be my human pet. The liger beast king didn't expect that this human, who seemed to have a weaker aura, could actually fight with it. It was extremely annoyed. After it spat out an incomparably powerful golden light, it waved its tiger-patterned wings at the same time. Suddenly, a pair of transformed tiger-patterned wings wrapped around Ling Xiao. This pair of materialized wings was like two canopies that enveloped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was tired of dodging the golden light attack. When he was faced with the shroud of the transformed wings, he hurriedly threw a punch to break it. However, the transformed wings were extremely flexible. They only protruded after being hit, but they didn't break. The transformed wings directly wrapped around Ling Xiao. They immediately shrank and bound Ling Xiao's body, making it difficult for him to move. This was the Heavenly Tiger Clan's Tenbin divine ability, binding. The more Ling Xiao struggled, the tighter the binding force became, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The liger beast didn't attack anymore. It actually stopped and laughed at Ling Xiao. Haha, human, be my human pet. Otherwise, this king will swallow you alive. Mutated spirit beasts are indeed extraordinary, but I like it, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then, he smiled faintly and said loudly, "You want me to be your human pet? A little lion like you isn't qualified." After he shouted, Ling Xiao's aura instantly soared. He fully unleashed his 35 times combat power. His entire appearance changed. Dragon horns, dragon scales, one after another appeared. This transformation was slightly different from the previous one. The characteristics of dragons were even more obvious. Bang! In the face of absolute power, anything could be turned into nothingness. The transformed wings that bound Ling Xiao was directly shattered. Chapter 908. Ling Xiao transformed. His battle prowess surged to the sky. The golden dragon seemed to have solidified, and the might of the divine dragon was inviolable. The lion-tiger beast stared at the current Ling Xiao, its eyes flashing with disbelief. Its bloodlines seemed to be suppressed by something, making it want to submit. Is this a human or the incarnation of a royal? The lion-tiger beast took a few steps back. The image of the dragon roaring in the sky made it feel a sense of dread. Although the lion-tiger beast was the descendant of the golden lion and the heavenly tiger, it was still not a divine beast. Under the pressure of a divine beast, it was still restrained by its origin. "Come on, little liger. I'll let you have a taste of my power." Ling Xiao roared at the liger. She was like a real dragon that had descended from the sky. "Come on, little liger." The dragon roar of the dragon's tenbin was definitely above the lion roar. With 35 times the battle prowess, the power was even more terrifying. All the clouds within thousands of miles were scattered. The lion-tiger beast's golden fur stood on end. It waved its tiger-patterned wings and used its tenbin lion roar to welcome the attack. Its strength was already above Ling Xiao's. When it used its full strength, the power was naturally more terrifying than before. The dragon roar and lion roar collided in mid-air, shaking the sky and earth into nothingness. Ling Xiao had already caught up to the lion-tiger beast and was ready to fight at close range. He punched out with 5 layers of hidden force, vowing to defeat the lion-tiger beast. The lion-tiger beast was not easy to deal with either. Its tiger-patterned wings were like the most powerful weapons. They kept flapping, like a peerless master waving a sword. It clashed with Ling Xiao, and its tail was like a cold weapon. It often lashed out from unimaginable angles to deal a fatal blow to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had rich battle experience, and his speed was not inferior to the lion-tiger beast. His body kept dodging, and his punches were accompanied by the dragon's head. Although the lion-tiger beast knocked him back several times, the lion-tiger beast's skin was split open, and blood flowed freely. The man and the beast fought for an entire day high up in the sky. Both of them fought at close quarters, and both sides suffered injuries. The fist energy was like the roar of a dragon, capable of destroying mountains and breaking mountains. The tiger-patterned wings stirred the wind and clouds, capable of cutting down everything in the world. The sharp metal attribute of the two continued to shoot out in all directions, causing the mountains beneath them to suffer severe damage. Countless trees and spiritual grasses were destroyed. "Damn it, this king doesn't want to fight you anymore." After fighting for a long time, the lion-tiger beast could not put up with Ling Xiao. Hence, it decided to retreat. It roared loudly and actually turned around to leave. Don't even think about escaping. You're mine. Ling Xiao grinned as the golden dragon spear appeared in her hand. It would be difficult for him to take down this powerful mutated lion-tiger beast with just his physical strength. He could only use his weapons and let it have a taste of something even more unforgettable. Ling Xiao chased after the lion-tiger beast at full speed, and the golden dragon spear smashed down on its huge body. The tiger-patterned wings of the lion-tiger beast were indeed a pair of heavenly wings. Its speed was so fast that it left people tongue-tied. Before Ling Xiao's attack could even reach it, it had already disappeared and was already several thousand meters away. This king really likes it more and more, Ling Xiao secretly said. His speed increased by 35 times, and like a falling comet, he was so fast that it was difficult to catch him. Even so, it was still difficult for him to close the distance between him and the lion-tiger beast. Wherever the man and the beast went, the nearby spiritual beasts were so frightened that they fled in all directions. Only the high-grade spiritual beasts roared in dissatisfaction. Fortunately, the lion-tiger beast did not dare to enter the territory of spiritual beasts that were stronger than it. Otherwise, it and Ling Xiao would probably suffer a calamity. Damn human. This king has already stopped fighting, so why are you still chasing me? Don't think that this king is really afraid of you, the lion-tiger beast gloomily roared. It had lived for thousands of years, but this was the first time it had been in such a sorry state. As long as you obediently submit to this king will let you go. Ling Xiao replied. Bastard, this king is delicate and noble. How can I submit to a lowly human like you? The lion-tiger beast angrily cursed. Its speed actually increased by another level, widening the gap between it and Ling Xiao. Damn, it really is a tenbin beast. I'm afraid that even the wind attribute spiritual beasts of the same rank can't compare to this speed. Ling Xiao excitedly shouted. Then, he took out 2 high-grade medicinal pills that could increase his speed and swallowed them. This time, Ling Xiao's speed directly increased by 5 times. In total, his speed was 40 times faster. It was comparable to the speed of a half-step sage. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed thousands of miles. Let's see where you can run to. Ling Xiao approached the lion-tiger beast and laughed. The golden dragon spear smashed down like a heavenly pillar, causing the surrounding air to collapse. A peerless true dragon pounced on the lion-tiger beast. You've gone too far. This king will fight you to the death. The lion-tiger beast felt a supreme pressure coming from behind. It knew that it would be difficult to get rid of this human, so it could only turn around and pounce. It swore to swallow this human alive to show its ferocity. However, when it faced the peerless true dragon, it discovered that it had become much smaller. It couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. However, it was worthy of being a mutated spiritual beast. It naturally wouldn't be easily deterred. Its pair of tiger-patterned wings surged at the same time and turned into 2 peerless sharp blades. It wanted to strangle the peerless true dragon. The golden dragon spear had already been promoted to a half-step divine weapon. When Ling Xiao used all his strength, its power was comparable to a half-step sage's all-out attack. It was even comparable to an ordinary low-level sage. Bang! The lion-tiger beast's tiger-patterned wings were destroyed in one blow. The true dragon pounced straight down and slammed its huge body into a mountain 10,000 meters below. Rumble, rumble. Its humongous body directly flattened several mountains in the vicinity. Smoke and dust surged, countless stone chips flew, and countless spirit beasts roared in fear and fled. Ling Xiao succeeded in one move. He was even more unforgiving. The tyrant dragon spear art blasted down one after another. Suddenly, it was as if a group of dragons were dancing in the sky. Its power could be said to be heaven-defying. All the spiritual beasts within a radius of 10,000 kilometers were suppressed by the source. They all prostrated as if they had seen the beast emperor. Roar. The lion-tiger beast crawled up from the ground in a sorry state. Its huge body had an additional wound that was several meters long. Blood continuously spurted out. It looked up to the sky and roared angrily. Dozens of lion-tiger beasts appeared. These dozens of lion-tiger beasts were like a wave of beasts. They pounced towards Ling Xiao with the force of lightning. Every lion-tiger beast's movements were different. Some bit, some clawed, some slammed. This was simply similar to the limitless doppelganger technique that Ling Xiao used. Ling Xiao was astonished. Could this be the mysterious Tenbin of the mutated spiritual beasts? He hesitated for a moment. Then, he also transformed into dozens of figures and scattered the group of lion-tiger beasts. After the lion-tiger beast fought with Ling Xiao for a while, a few more hideous wounds appeared on its body. However, it still revealed an unyielding will to fight. All kinds of killing techniques were continuously displayed. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao used the semi-divine tool. No matter how it resisted, it was futile. The tiger-patterned wings were also injured and could not be used anymore. Damn it, this king must eat you. The lion-tiger beast let out an unwilling roar, and rushed towards Ling Xiao to bite him without any regard for anything else. It had already used all of its speed and strength to fight with Ling Xiao. Hee, you want to eat this king? You won't have the chance in this lifetime. Ling Xiao sneered. He did not dodge. The golden dragon spear stabbed towards the lion-tiger beast's mouth. A peerless dragon immediately roared. Just as the golden dragon spear stabbed the lion-tiger beast, the lion-tiger beast actually dodged and fled to the other side. This guy was actually just fainting. In reality, it was trying to escape. Damn, I thought this guy was not afraid of death. It turns out that he is also a coward. Huh, this makes things easier. Ling Xiao laughed and scolded. Once again, he spread his body and chased after it. He was determined to obtain this lion-tiger beast. Once it broke through to the 8th rank, it would definitely be hard to find a worthy opponent in the same rank. Although the lion-tiger beast was seriously injured, its speed was still not slow. However, it still ended up being mercilessly attacked by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao broke its tiger-striped wings and added a few more wounds to its body. It was already on the verge of death. Its life force was extremely strong. If it were any other 7th-grade spirit beast, it would have already died under Ling Xiao's bombardment. Ling Xiao pointed the golden dragon spear at the lion-tiger beast's forehead and asked faintly, "Are you willing to submit?" This king will not submit to a lowly human like you even if I die. The lion-tiger beast said weakly. Its eyes faintly revealed the dignity of a king. It would not allow anyone to blaspheme it. Ling Xiao could faintly understand the lion-tiger beast's desire for death. It was willing to die rather than submit. Generally, the lower the rank of a spirit beast, the easier it was to subdue it. Once it reached a higher rank, it would not be that easy to subdue. Many would rather die than submit. I am the crown prince of the dragons. It is not a disgrace for you to follow me. Ling Xiao shook his arm and shouted. All of his dragon-shaped battle aura was released, and an unparalleled imperial aura pressed towards the lion-tiger beast. The lion-tiger beast's eyes narrowed. It could vaguely see a solid golden dragon roaring at it. The aura of the tyrant of the 9 heavens that was charging at it terrified it and subdued it involuntarily. Before this, there was a certain distance between it and Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was in peak condition, so it was naturally able to resist Ling Xiao's aura. But now that it was seriously injured and on the verge of death, it finally showed signs of wavering in the face of the dragon tribe's emperor's aura. You are a human. How can you be the crown prince of the dragons? How can you be? The lion-tiger beast struggled at first and was unwilling to accept this fact. In the end, its expression completely collapsed. I am willing to follow the crown prince. The lion-tiger beast finally lowered its eyes and chose to submit. This was because in its eyes, Ling Xiao was no longer a human. Instead, he was a peerless true dragon that was more noble than itself. He was the crown prince of the dragons. Submitting to him was not a loss of its dignity. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. After fighting with this lion-tiger beast for a day and a night, he had finally gained something. He had fought this battle to his heart's content. This lion-tiger beast definitely had the strength of a half-sage. Once it broke through to the 8th level, its battle power would definitely increase exponentially. It would not be a problem for it to fight someone of a higher level. Since this lion-tiger beast had chosen to submit, then he would make it stronger. Ling Xiao took out an 8th level metal elemental beast core. This was left for the Golden Wolf King by the prodigal before he left. Now, he would use it on the lion-tiger beast. Chapter 909. As the prince of the Qilin clan, when it followed Ling Xiao out to explore the world, the Qilin clan gave it large amounts of beast cores to swallow as daily food. The Golden Wolf King was its little brother, so it naturally gave it plenty of benefits. The low-tier 8th level beast core in Ling Xiao's hand was left by the prodigal for the Golden Wolf King to swallow when it advanced to the 8th level. Now that Ling Xiao wanted to help this liger beast advance to the 8th level, he could only use this beast core first. After all, the Golden Wolf King was only at the mid-tier of the 7th level. It would take a long time before it could advance to the 8th level. Ling Xiao summoned the Golden Wolf King and said, "Xiao Jin, I'll use this beast core first. I'll get you another one in the future." The Golden Wolf King naturally had no objections. It had signed a master-servant contract with Ling Xiao, so it would obey whatever Ling Xiao said. The liger beast was already heavily injured. Ling Xiao's beast core could be said to help it recover and improve its strength greatly. After the lion-tiger beast swallowed the beast core, the injuries on its body gradually healed. Its aura also continuously recovered and rose up. Roar! The liger beast stood up, and its huge body became extraordinarily mighty again. Its aura swept through the surrounding stones without causing them to splatter. The power of its lion's roar was incomparably frightening, even more powerful than before. The pair of tiger-patterned wings grew by more than a meter, and the tiger stripes became even brighter. Small tornadoes revolved around it, looking extremely magical. Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King had already retreated quite a distance, witnessing the liger beast's breakthrough to the 8th level. Its roar shook tens of thousands of miles. Any spirit beast below its strength felt this majestic aura, and none of them dared to fly or move recklessly. The liger beast had been at the peak of the 7th level for many years, but it had always been difficult for it to take that step. Spirit beasts like them all cultivated by breathing in and out the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen their beast cores. The accumulation time for each level was even longer than that of humans. The lion-tiger beast's strength had long reached the great circle of Tier 7. With the aid of such a Tier 8 beast core, it allowed its realm to be completed naturally, successfully breaking through very smoothly. A level 8 mutant liger beast appeared. It was much more formidable than before. Its golden fur was sparkling and translucent, and its tiger-striped wings were like heavenly wings, especially beautiful. Its imposing aura was even more terrifying than when the flaming tiger was at this realm. After roaring for a while, the lion-tiger beast finally stopped. Suddenly, it looked at Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King. Two beams of golden light shot out of its eyes like sharp blades. It was very threatening. Without thinking, the Golden Wolf King immediately jumped in front of Ling Xiao. It bared its fangs and raised its fur to look at the lion-tiger beast. Is it really going to rebel? Ling Xiao thought to himself as he looked at the lion-tiger beast worriedly. The reason why Ling Xiao dared to raise the lion-tiger beast's rank was because once a spirit beast was willing to submit to him, it would not go back on its word and break its promise like a human. This was something he had experienced with the prodigal and the dragon lady. If the lion-tiger beast really rebelled unexpectedly, then he would be in trouble. The lion-tiger beast leaped in front of Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King seemed even more nervous. Although it wanted to protect its master, it knew that the lion-tiger beast in front of it was much stronger than it was. It was completely suppressed by the other party's aura. Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear in his hand again, and his aura also rose. He said coldly, "You want to go against this crown prince's will?" Ling Xiao had no choice but to proclaim himself as crown prince. After all, he had been baptized by dragon blood and possessed the body of a half-dragon. The old dragon king had also invited him to be the dragon's crown prince, but he had rejected it. Suddenly, the lion-tiger beast released a dazzling light, and its huge body began to gradually shrink. Finally, it turned into the appearance of a man in his 30s. He had a handsome and cold face, a head of wild golden hair, and a strong naked body with bulging abdominal muscles that were as dazzling as gold. A pair of tiger-patterned wings were folded on his back, like a tattoo that showed off his charisma. The lion-tiger beast's human form was impressively a cold and handsome man. Coupled with its perfect body, it had the charm to instantly kill any woman in love. This made Ling Xiao go crazy with jealousy. He cursed in his heart, "Damn it, are all spirit beasts so good-looking? I'm afraid only that damn glass Shangguanyin can compare." Just when Ling Xiao thought that the lion-tiger beast was going to attack him, the lion-tiger beast knelt on one knee and bowed to Ling Xiao, "Greetings, Your Highness." Spirit beasts were the most trustworthy creatures. Since it had chosen to follow, it would naturally not have the intention to rebel. Ling Xiao was right. "All right, get up. From now on, I'll call you Lion-Tiger." "That's not nice. From now on, I'll call you Fierce Man. From now on, if you follow me, I'll definitely not treat you unfairly," Ling Xiao replied. He was in a good mood. Ever since the prodigal and the dragon lady left, he had lost an expert of this level by his side. He always felt that he lacked a sense of security. Who asked his enemies to be so powerful? Now that he had subdued the lion-tiger beast and the corpse demon, his heart was at ease. Even if he encountered a mid-level saint, he would have a chance to survive. However, for Ling Xiao to give the lion-tiger beast the name, Fierce Man, was really too appropriate. First there was the prodigal, and then there was the peerless Fierce Man. Only Ling Xiao could think of such a thing. Fortunately, the lion-tiger beast did not think too far ahead and agreed to it with a sound of agreement. Then, Ling Xiao gave him a set of martial attire and asked him to wear it for the time being. This set of clothes belonged to him, and the fierce man looked much shorter when he wore it. The fierce man unhappily propped up the clothes, but it ended up festering. In the end, after tearing a few pieces of clothes, he said unhappily, "Your Highness, can I not wear it anymore?" Ling Xiao was helpless and could only let him walk around with his strong physique. Ling Xiao was glad in his heart, luckily, this is not a human city. Otherwise, those women would definitely go crazy. After subduing the fierce man, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to leave with Xiao Jin. He searched for some high-level spirit herbs in the Death Mountain range and hunted some spirit beasts. Then, he planned to take a detour back to the proud smiling palace. On the way back, Ling Xiao summoned the corpse sect leader, Buried Star, and asked him to teach him how to control the corpse demon. This was a secret summoning technique that had to be matched with the ringing of the bell to control the corpse demon. It was not difficult to learn. After learning this technique to control the corpse demon, Ling Xiao did not want to bring the corpse sect leader, Buried Star, with him. The name was too inauspicious, and it made Ling Xiao uncomfortable. Ling Xiao thought about whether he should let Buried Star be the vanguard and sacrifice him when he attacked the Black Demon sect or Sha Tian's organization in the future. If others knew about Ling Xiao's thoughts, they would probably curse him as a wastrel. No matter what, Buried Star was a mid-stage mystic Tharch. No matter where he went, he would be considered a character. How could he be sacrificed so easily? This was too cheap. Finally, after some hesitation, Ling Xiao decided to change Buried Star's name to Lucky Star. He wanted to completely change his name and let Buried Star help him gather good luck. Ling Xiao traveled from the other side of the Death Mountain range and took a detour to the proud smiling palace. It took him more than 2 months. It was obvious that the Death Mountain range was unimaginably vast, and he had only traveled a third of the mountain range. When Ling Xiao returned to the proud smiling palace, the upper echelons of the proud smiling palace knew that Ling Xiao's cultivation realm had increased by another level, and they were instantly shocked. Some of them had cultivated for more than half of their lives and were unable to reach this realm, but Ling Xiao had reached it at such a young age. It was truly shocking. The person who was the most irritated was Lu Su. He was considered a heaven's favored one, but his cultivation realm was originally higher than Ling Xiao's. Right now, he had been surpassed in just a few short years. This was simply unacceptable. The group of people who were the most loyal to Ling Xiao respected Ling Xiao like a god. They became more and more certain that they could go further and wider in the future as long as they followed in Ling Xiao's footsteps. Ling Xiao summoned many high-level elders to discuss the matter. He knew that the Black Demon sect had finally restrained themselves, and didn't dare to provoke the proud smiling palace anymore. However, the Sha Tian organization didn't stand out to refute the rumor. It seemed that they had silently allowed the corpse sect to be destroyed by the Sha Tian organization. This led to the Sha Tian organization to attract more and more business. A murderous organization that dared to challenge the Black Demon sect had imperceptibly boosted their reputation, and their business had become more and more prosperous. Ling Xiao hadn't expected such a situation. It's really unfair to them. But it's good that they can get more business, earn more Xian crystals, and collect more when we raid their lair in the future. Ling Xiao sneered. Hee, the palace master's way of thinking is really different from ordinary people. Xian Yao gently waved his white paper fan and laughed. What's wrong with that? Sooner or later, we'll have to fight them. This can't be changed. Ling Xiao shouted with a domineering expression. As his strength grew stronger, his domineering aura became more intense, giving people an invisible feeling of submission. No, I have to go into closed-door training. Boss, you're too fast. It'll be even harder for me to keep up in the future. Yi Yinfeng said and hurriedly went into closed-door training. In the past few years, he had reached the peak of the middle-stage celestial master. His improvement speed was definitely not slow. This was all because his body had been transformed by various holy liquids. His physique was no less than any genius, and he had a lot of resources for cultivation. It was normal for him to become stronger. Now that he had been stimulated by Ling Xiao, he had to speed up his pace. He was afraid that one day, the gap between him and Ling Xiao would become wider and wider. By the way, fraud, I have something for you. Ling Xiao said and threw out a golden coffin. This gave Xian Yao a big fright. His expression turned ugly. This gift was definitely not something good. Look at you. I got this from the underground of the corpse sect. It's engraved with an 8th order array pattern. Let's see if it'll help you. Ling Xiao explained with a smile. Xian Yao relaxed and said, Palace Master, don't you know that this gift is very scary? Then, he looked up and observed the array pattern engraved on the inside and outside of the golden coffin. He suddenly revealed a look of excitement. Then, he put the golden coffin away and hurriedly found a place to study the array pattern. Ling Xiao looked at his departing shadow and shook his head gently. Then, he sighed and said, I'm still 2 levels away from becoming a saint. I don't know how long it will take. I really don't want to be blind like this. It's hard to move as long as I don't become a saint. I have to look for other opportunities. It seems that I can only go to this place to see if there are any gains. As Ling Xiao muttered to himself, 3 pieces of the map appeared in his hand. Chapter 9-10. The 3 pieces of the map were put together and pointed to a place. This picture was a map with all kinds of symbols. The whole map only had 2 words, Holy Land. This map was obtained by Ling Xiao from the 3 big families in the Beast City. It was the root cause of the extermination of the heaven-suppressing sect. The Liu family said that this was a secret place that could help people break through the emperor stage and become a sage. In these years, Ling Xiao didn't explore the so-called Holy Land. He felt that there might be amazing opportunities in places related to sages, but he didn't have the strength to explore it at that time. Now that he had reached the middle stage of the Mystic Emperor, his combat power was no less than that of a half-sage. In order to speed up, he might have to find this so-called Holy Land. But before he left, Ling Xiao had to make some preparations and deal with some mundane affairs. He had just come back, and it was not right for him to go on a long journey. Otherwise, it would seem that he was too irresponsible. First of all, he had to fulfill the news that he had previously announced to the outside world. That was, any half-emperor or Mystic Emperor super powerhouse who came to the palace could get a top-grade Mystic Emperor pill, and any heavenly master who came to the palace could get a reincarnation pill. Over the past few months, many people had come to the palace because of this great temptation. There was no limit to the Mystic Emperor quota, but only the top 1,000 heavenly masters. There were many people in the central region, and there were many strong people. It was not difficult to recruit 1,000 heavenly masters. Although there was no limit to the Mystic Emperor quota, less than 30 people came to the palace. Most of them were martial artists who were stuck at the half-emperor level. Their lifespan was almost up, and if they couldn't make a breakthrough, they would die. They wanted to increase their strength, but they also wanted to live longer. 1,028 people were led into the proud smiling palace. For these people, Xianyao had already set up the heart-questioning array. This was an ancient rank 7 formation. No matter who was in the emperor rank or below, they would reveal their true nature and answer any question truthfully. This was a test to see how many of these people truly wanted to join the Laughing Palace, and how many of them came with bad intentions. In the end, less than 1/3 of the 1,028 people passed the test. The other 2/3 didn't stay in the Laughing Palace for long, and some of them were from other forces. Most importantly, dozens of celestial masters, for half-sovereigns, and 2 Xian emperors had been detected as spies of the Black Demon sect and the Sha Tian organization. They were all captured on the spot and controlled by Ling Xiao with an advanced mental curse, turning them into his most loyal guards. In the end, 3 mystic thearchs, 8 half-thearchs, and more than 300 celestial venerables passed the test and became the elders and deacons of the proud smiling palace. The 3 mystic thearchs and 8 half-thearchs obtained the opportunity to be personally taught by Ling Xiao. Greetings, Palace Master. When the 11 of them saw Ling Xiao, they all knelt down and greeted him. They had chosen to be loyal to the Mystic Thearch. If not, why would the Mystic Thearch kneel down so easily? Get up, all of you. We're on the same side now, there's no need to be so courteous. Ling Xiao said gently. Those who had reached the emperor stage all had their own dignity. It was reasonable for them to kneel down and greet the palace master for the first time, but there was no need to do so in the future. It would damage the prestige of the Mystic Thearch. Ling Xiao glanced at the group of people and found that 7 of them looked old and clumsy. Only 4 of them looked like they were barely middle-aged. It was obvious that these people were Tenbin. This was the first time the 11 of them had seen Ling Xiao's face, and their hearts were filled with shock. They knew that Ling Xiao was very young, not even 100 years old. He was a high-level celestial master, and he had established the proud smiling palace. His deeds had shocked the central region, and he had become the #1 heaven's favorite in the central region. Now that they had seen Ling Xiao, they found that he looked like a young man in his early 20s. He was handsome and amiable. He was even younger than the rumors. He was much more perfect. However, they didn't dare to look down on Ling Xiao because of this. They could faintly feel that Ling Xiao was giving them the supreme pressure of a sovereign. It made them want to worship him. It's my proud smiling palace's fortune that you can stay. It's also your fortune. I will give you the supreme grade mystic the Arch Elixir, which will help you to improve your cultivation. If you stay in the proud smiling palace and work for me, it will be a win-win situation. I believe that you won't regret staying today. As long as you are loyal to me, you will gain more in the future. Your current cultivation is not the limit. Ling Xiao said lightly. A golden dragon's shadow rose behind him, and the domineering aura of a superior was released. He didn't hide his mid-stage mystic the Arch cultivation and released it directly. The purpose of doing this was to let these people completely cut off the hesitation in their hearts. He wanted them to completely trust him as the palace master and serve him and the proud smiling palace forever. The 11 of them were shocked again. They bowed slightly and their expressions became incomparably respectful. Such a young mid-stage mystic the Arch had a bright future. He was also a grade 7 alchemist. It was enough to make them completely loyal. Ling Xiao had already prepared 12 supreme grade mystic the Arch Elixir according to the attributes they reported. However, when Ling Xiao handed a supreme grade mystic the Arch Elixir to a middle-aged man named Qi Gang, he asked suspiciously, "Your strength is a little strange. You should have stepped into the mid-stage mystic the Arch realm long ago. Why are there signs of your realm regressing?" Qi Gang had a fire attribute physique. People with this physique would usually have a bright and rosy complexion, giving people the feeling that their physique was full of fire. However, Qi Gang seemed to be a little cold and pale. He should be sick. Qi Gang said with a slightly panicked expression, reporting to Palace Master, this subordinate's realm had indeed reached the mid-stage mystic the Arch. It's just that I was injured by a strange object in a dangerous place. That's why my attribute realm regressed. Qi Gang was afraid that Ling Xiao would take back this supreme grade mystic the Arch Elixir. If that happened, there would be no hope for him to recover his realm. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and looked at Qi Gang as if he was thinking about something. Qi Gang revealed a pleading expression and said, "Palace Master, please don't take back the elixir." Qi Gang is willing to follow Palace Master forever. If one's realm regressed, it would only happen if one's realm was not high enough to forcefully break through and injure one's foundation. However, if it was caused by internal injuries, it would probably be enough to take one's life. Qi Gang had regressed from the mid-stage mystic the Arch to the low-stage mystic the Arch. Furthermore, the low-stage mystic Thearcha's aura was unstable, as if it could drop again at any time. Qi Gang had no other way to suppress it, so he could only stake it all on one throw, hoping to obtain a supreme grade mystic the Arch elixir to help him return to his original realm. It might even be able to suppress his original injuries. It could be said that the supreme grade mystic the Arch elixir was like a life-saving medicine to him. A half the Arch who had come with Qi Gang also pleaded for Qi Gang, "Palace Master, please give Lord Qi Gang a chance." Ling Xiao gently waved his hand and said, "Don't be nervous, a mere supreme grade mystic the Arch elixir is nothing in this palace's eyes. Since I gave it to you, I naturally won't take it back. It's just that your injuries. This palace might be able to treat you, but you should save this the Arch elixir for when you break through to the high-level mystic the Arch." Qi Gang was stunned for a moment before he revealed a look of joy. He once again knelt down towards Ling Xiao and said, "Qi Gang thanks Palace Master for his great kindness." Even if Qi Gang were to die in the future, would not even frown. Being able to recover from old injuries and be able to advance to a higher realm was undoubtedly double the good news, causing him to be so happy that he could not recover. His loyalty towards Ling Xiao skyrocketed. The half the Arch who had come with Qi Gang also knelt down. It was obvious that he was the closest person to Qi Gang. After giving out all the supreme grade mystic the Arch elixir, Ling Xiao left Qi Gang alone. "Tell me, what exactly was it that injured you?" Ling Xiao asked straightforwardly. Immediately, Qi Gang did not hide anything and recounted everything that had happened to him to Ling Xiao. It turned out that Qi Gang had found a type of supreme yang fire in a dangerous place, suspected to be a type of heaven and earth spirit fire. His body also cultivated the fire attribute. If he could subdue a strong type of flame for his own use, his strength would definitely multiply. He himself was a mid-level mystic the Arch, and his strength could be considered incomparably strong. He barged into that dangerous place alone to collect the fire seed and refine it. Unexpectedly, there was a strong type of spirit beast living there. Among the strong spirit beasts, there was an existence that was even stronger than him. The result was obvious. He was seriously injured and retreated, but his body was left with a hidden injury that caused his realm to regress. He used all kinds of high-grade healing elixirs to suppress it, and other methods to restrain it were also to no avail. Coincidentally, he heard the news that the proud Smiling Palace was recruiting the Mystic the Arch, so he came here in hopes of obtaining the supreme-grade Mystic the Arch elixir to get out of his current predicament. At the same time, he also wanted to rely on the proud Smiling Palace. "This Empress wants to take a look at your injury," Ling Xiao said, getting to the point. Qi Gang did not hesitate and immediately tore off his clothes, revealing his bronze-colored body. There seemed to be a white snake pattern on his back, as if it was sucking Qi Gang's flesh and blood. "Qi, this is the white snake that injured you?" "It actually left an imprint," Ling Xiao exclaimed. This was the first time he had seen such a strange injury. It could actually condense into a shadow and continue to injure him. It was hard to get rid of it. "I've asked many people to completely heal my injury, unless someone with a higher realm than me is willing to help me and force it out. However, there is also a certain degree of risk. It is difficult to find someone who is willing to help me. Alternatively, there is a sliver of a chance if I can find a heaven-defying spirit herb that is above the 8th level." Qi Gang was very frank and told Ling Xiao the reason why he was injured. For ordinary people, there are indeed only these two possibilities. For this Empress, there is no need, Ling Xiao said as she stared at the white snake pattern on Qi Gang's back. Suddenly, she reached out and slapped the white snake pattern. Ah! The white snake pattern seemed to have a life of its own. It actually wanted to scuttle around in Qi Gang's body, causing Qi Gang to cry out in pain. "It's just a remnant flame. Come out for this Empress." Ling Xiao snorted coldly. The suction force in her hand increased, trying to force the white snake pattern out. Chapter 9-11. The white snake pattern had been in Qi Gang's body for a long time. If not for Qi Gang's powerful strength suppressing it, the white snake pattern would have devoured all of its energy and killed him. This was a special flame, not something an ordinary person could deal with. When Ling Xiao saw Qi Gang, he had a special feeling. He had the heavenly fire, so he could sense any kind of flame, especially strong and special flames. The heavenly fire's reaction was even more intense. Through his own senses, Ling Xiao knew that something was wrong with Qi Gang's body, so he wanted to see what was going on. Any flame could not escape from the heavenly fire. The white snake pattern seemed to sense it and actually wanted to avoid it, wreaking havoc in Qi Gang's body. Qi Gang kept screaming, as if his whole body was being burned by the white flame. White smoke kept rising from his body, and his body kept twitching as if he was suffering the most painful torture. "Kill. Kill me," Qi Gang said with a face full of pain. If not for Ling Xiao's aura completely suppressing him, he would definitely commit suicide. Ling Xiao suddenly increased the strength of the sucking, and at the same time, transferred a few strands of heavenly fire into Qi Gang's body. Those who did not know would definitely think that Ling Xiao was killing Qi Gang. At this time, Qi Gang also had the same thought, but he was in so much pain that he could not express it. The heavenly fire directly entered Qi Gang's body and chased after the white snake pattern. Ling Xiao was a high-level alchemist, and he had fused with the heavenly fire for many years, so he was very good at controlling it. He was not worried that Qi Gang would be burned to ashes. The strands of heavenly fire split into several paths and directly surrounded the flames of the condensed white snake pattern. The white snake pattern had nowhere to go, so it wanted to break out of Qi Gang's body to escape. It was clearly afraid of the heavenly fire. But before it could break out of Qi Gang's body, it was entangled by a few strands of heavenly fire. It struggled but could not break free, and was directly sucked out of Qi Gang's body. The heavenly fire and the white snake pattern entered Ling Xiao's palm together. Just as Ling Xiao wanted to refine the white snake pattern, the demonic heavenly fire pearl sucked it into his sea of consciousness and swallowed it. Ling Xiao was speechless. This heavenly fire actually snatched his food. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and looked at Qi Gang, who was almost burnt black on the ground. He shook his head and said, "This is the mystic the arch who cultivates the fire attribute. How could he be injured like this?" Immediately, Ling Xiao took out a drop of spring liquid and dripped it into Qi Gang's mouth. The spring liquid was comparable to a tier 8 saint liquid, and was comparable to a peerless saint elixir that could revive the dead. After drinking the spring of life, Qi Gang's vitality quickly recovered, and his aura rapidly rose. One day later, Qi Gang had already ascended to the peak of the low-tier Mystic the Arch realm. He was just one step away from returning to the mid-tier Mystic the Arch realm. The hidden injuries on his body had completely disappeared, and this made him ecstatic. "Thank you, Palace Lord, for your grace." Qi Gang knelt down towards Ling Xiao. This time, he was completely subservient to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao used his aura to support Qi Gang, preventing him from kneeling on the ground. He said faintly, "Elder Qi, there is no need to be so courteous. You are my palace's supreme elder." Qi Gang was even more impressed by Ling Xiao's magnanimity. "How long will it take for you to return to your original realm?" Ling Xiao changed the topic. Qi Gang revealed an excited expression and said, "About half a year." "Half a year? That's a little long. I'll give you a month to reach your original realm again. Then, you can consume a top-grade Mystic Emperor pill to break through to the high-level Mystic Emperor." Ling Xiao sighed and said with an unquestionable tone. At the same time, he gave Qi Gang a few sparkling and warm medicinal pills. These were the 7th-grade medicinal pills, pure yang pills, that strengthened the fire attribute. This kind of pill could not help the fire attribute Mystic Emperor break through directly, but it could increase their own strength and help them become stronger quickly. For someone like Qi Gang, he was already a mid-level Mystic Emperor, but his realm had regressed. Now, as long as he accumulated enough strength, he could return to his original realm. There was no need for him to experience any more bottlenecks. Although Qi Gang did not know the name of this pill, he could sense that the fire attribute energy contained within the pill was absolutely astonishing, causing him to immediately have the desire to swallow it. Qi Gang then thought of Ling Xiao's identity as an alchemist. Ling Xiao must have asked him to recover as soon as possible because he was interested in the deviant flame that he had discovered and was prepared to let him lead the way. Qi Gang had once thought of fighting the deviant flame, but he was frightened by the condensed flame. Naturally, he no longer had the thought of fighting with Ling Xiao. "Does Palace Lord want me to lead the way to that danger zone?" Qi Gang probed. Ling Xiao did not hide anything and nodded. "That's right. I am very interested in that fire. I wonder if it is the earth fire or the heaven fire. Palace Lord, the mutated white snake spirit beast is very terrifying, and there are a lot of them. Palace Lord, please reconsider," Qi Gang advised frankly. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. I have my own plans." Qi Gang knew that Ling Xiao had made up his mind and did not try to persuade him anymore. He promised that he would definitely return to his peak strength in a month and break through to the high-stage Mystic Emperor before leaving. After Qi Gang left, Ling Xiao returned to his own courtyard and peacefully accompanied the ladies to enjoy the days of romance. Now, the ladies by Ling Xiao's side were Feng Xianyun, Kai Xiayue, Ji Beixin, Bai Yushi, Wei Dyer, Yu Laiyan, Bing Ruoshui, Wu Meinyang, Yao Qingmin, Luo Meiying, and Dong Fangjing. These 11 ladies were all devastatingly beautiful. Any man would undoubtedly feel satisfied if he could have one of them as his wife. However, Ling Xiao enjoyed all of them alone. He was really a romantic by nature and had good luck with women. He did not bring shame to his master's title of romantic evil emperor. The 11 ladies were led by Feng Xianyun and Kai Xiayue. No one dared to contradict them because they were considered the main palace and the second madam. Ji Beixin and Bai Yushi had the most gentle temperament and were the 2 ladies who were the most popular. Especially Ji Beixin, her zither skills were unparalleled. Everyone liked to play the zither with her and listen to her happy notes. Wei Dyer rarely mingled with other ladies. She preferred to stay in the snake hall with her elder brother and take care of the affairs in the palace. Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoxue seemed to never be able to stay together peacefully. Every time they met, it was always Yu Laiyan who had the upper hand in words. Bing Ruoxue, who was not good with words, directly fought with her. Yao Qingmin would naturally help Bing Ruoxue, and Wu Meinyang would advance and retreat together with Yu Laiyan. They also knew their limits. Every time it was said to be a battle, it was better to say that they were comparing martial skills. There was no life and death battle. Luo Meiying had been resurrected and was currently the most favored woman by Ling Xiao. The other women would not compete for his favor because they all knew that she had died once for him. Dongfang Jing was the latest lady to join Ling Xiao's backyard. She was intelligent and eloquent. She knew that she had to build a good relationship with Feng Xianyun and Kai Xiayue first to consolidate her position. She once thought that she could win Ling Xiao's favor with her beauty alone, but after coming here, she found that her idea was too naive. The beauty she was proud of was not very outstanding. The only thing she could rely on was her wisdom and cultivation of tenbin. She hoped that she could still keep up with Ling Xiao's pace in the future and not be left behind. It was not only Dongfang Jing who had this idea, the other women also had the same idea. Ling Xiao's cultivation of tenbin might not be the first since ancient times, but in the current central region, he was definitely the first. The speed of his breakthrough was many times faster than them with the help of elixirs. They were afraid that one day Ling Xiao would go to the heaven region, and they would still be struggling in a low realm. They were afraid that they would also become abandoned women. They did not want such an outcome. If they wanted to be able to stay by Ling Xiao's side forever, they could only speed up their breakthrough. Apart from Feng Xianyun and Ji Beixin, the other 9 women often entered seclusion to cultivate. After all these years of hard work, their realms had also improved significantly. After all, the women's cultivation of tenbin was not weak, and they had all kinds of precious marrow and meridian cleansing holy liquid and elixirs provided by Ling Xiao to improve their physiques. Their cultivation was also rapid, and they were not inferior to any genius. Among them, Luo Meiying was the strongest. She had already reached the middle stage of the Mystic Emperor realm after taking the Supreme Grade Mystic Emperor pill. Feng Xianyun and Ji Beixin were second, both at the low stage of the Mystic Emperor realm. Feng Xianyun had the Heaven Gu body, and her cultivation speed was definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people. Ji Beixin had the Feng clan's ancestors' energy sealed in her body. As long as she slowly unsealed it, she could master and use it to improve her strength. It was expected that they would be the first to become emperors. Following them were Dongfang Jing and Kai Xiayue, who were both high-level heavenly venerables. The other women also caught up and reached the middle stage of the heavenly venerables. It could be said that none of the women behind Ling Xiao were weak. They could take charge wherever they went. It was just that under the dazzling light of Ling Xiao, they seemed a little duller. Apart from these 11 women, the only other woman who could stay here was Ling Xiao's mother, Meng Xian. Ever since she came to the central region, her strength had reached the Earth's sovereign realm, and her temperament had gone up another level. The longer she lived, the younger she became. She was a rare beauty. She never thought that her son would find so many beautiful wives for her. It really made her so happy that she could not close her mouth. In order to curry favor with this mother-in-law, these wives asked her to move here to fulfill their filial piety. Originally, Meng Xian did not agree, but her husband, Ling Zhan, became a cultivation madman after coming to the central region. He almost never stayed at home all year round. She didn't know where he hunted spirit beasts to improve his combat experience or went into seclusion to improve his strength. Helpless, she could only follow the wishes of these wives and move here. At the same time, she also hoped that these wives could quickly give birth to a few grandchildren for her to take care of, so that she could enjoy the happiness of a family. The yellow heavens did not disappoint those who waited. She looked forward to the stars and the moon, and the first wife, Feng Xianyun, and the second wife, Kai Xiayue, were finally pregnant. This was Feng Xianyun's second child. Ever since she gave birth to Feng Lingtian, she had long wanted a second child. Now, her wish had been fulfilled. As for Kai Xiayue, she was slightly older among the women, so she naturally wanted to try the taste of being a mother. Of course, she also wanted this child to make her mother-in-law happy. The other women were afraid that giving birth to a child would cause their figures to go out of shape, so they did not dare to have a child and only watched from the sidelines. You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.